sure they would like to have won the toss. But that is a beautiful shot for 4 through the leg side, and just shows I think the pace of the wicket. It's
down the ground, longish half volley. Rory Burns eases into the off drive, no mid off, just a wide-ish edge straight through the gap, and that will run away. Lightning fast outfield here.
Definitely in the game, and certainly should be.
Tickled fine, that'll run away for 4. So Rory Burns only dealing in 4s so far, and all of them off Ben Rain. Just
I think it's a really good base to be able to go from, and a great drive from Rory Burns for 4 through extra cover there. I think, I think Surrey would be very happy with their position at the moment.
Year as first class county, and look at that by Rory Burns. He was there to hit on the toes. No one does it cleaner through mid wicket. Up for 4, and on either side now.
And that was no fun either. So yeah, but they had some exceptionally. That's a great shot by Dom Sibley, clipping off the legs for 4 there. But they had some exceptionally good quicks. But they also had in Davies and Thorpe.
It could be slightly harder graft when batters ease into delivery such as that. Ramrod straight. There is the half volley. Dominic Sibley eases into it. And that will inch over the boundary rope for 4.
Ooh.
That's the way it tends to go. 4th slip would have been very interested.
Kind of gone after as well.
Driven. Or Sibley. Ellie moves. Frustration.
A few pots to Rory Burns. That's 4 more. 4 boundaries in a row for Surrey. And that's 4 as well. 5 4s in 6 deliveries. A bit of width on show from Potts. Neesham in, cut viciously by Rory Burns. Hands were so quick through the ball there. He moves on to 43.
To name but a few legends with the gloves.
That's 4 more.
That's lovely.
Taking the inside half of the bat. Burns looking to drive through mid-on. It ends up going through mid-wicket in date. Clipped away, and that'll be 4 more from Sibley. Runs really are flowing here at the moment. That's a lovely touch from Rory Burns. Again, a little bit of width from Durham. Gone. Durham have their breakthrough, and it's Jimmy Neesham in his first red ball game in 3 years. And left alone to finish the morning session. Productive one for Surrey. They finish 101 for 1, and a hard-working 2 hours for Durham. Just 1 wicket against Nottinghamshire. Here he is again. That's driven down the ground. Full, but beautifully punched up. Big play and a miss. No, he's edged it. Patel has to go. It was a wide delivery from Rain.
Curran faces his first delivery.
Well, welcome to the game, Sam Curran. Short and wide, his first ball, and he cuts that. That's a short arm jab through the leg side. And that might find its way all the way to the boundary. That's almost Virat Kohli-esque. Kind of a back foot punch pull. Pulled away behind square, and that will be 4. Ben Rain just going short, and Sibley helping it on its way. Edged through the vacant second slip area. But no matter for Dominic Sibley, who moves on to yet another half century. Pulls from Curran, and that finds the gap again. It might not have the legs to go to the boundary. Alex Lees is in pursuit, and the ball wins that race. Curran moves on to 14 off just 8 balls. Full toss, and that's 4. Struck back down the ground from Curran.
when Geoffrey Boycott, that's a horrible floaty full toss. Easily put away by Sibley. Could just pick his spot there. Just slipped out of Drisell's hands.
Get him to watch me. Shot, boy.
That's a nice shot. That's going to run away for four. It's a short side on the gas holder side.
I was going to show my age there. Don't bowl
Too
that.
short. And I got a hand to it in the fielder, but it's still just going to creep over the boundary. So the fence was the boundary. That's been clattered away by Curran. That'll be four. Again, a little bit too short from Drisell. 2 fingers. Oh, it's another crunching drive from Curran. The second boundary in the over. Slightly overcompensating, going a little bit fuller after dragging the previous one down. You've got to find another way of winning the game. A short ball pulled away nicely. There are 2 fielders down there, but that brings up Sam Curran's 50 from just 48 balls. It's been a really dynamic knot.
Seam is their primary method of attack. Short again. That's pulled. We'll wait for confirmation, but that should and is 6.
Pushes into a gap.
Short, and this time it's pulled by Coney. He doesn't get all of it. He gets enough for it to go to 4. And another Durham fielder collides with the boundary hoarding. This time, I believe it's Jimmy Neesham, is all okay. And this time, Sam Curran splits those 2 fielders, gets his boundary. Jeremy Coney issues a little round of applause within the commentary box.
He's got that one away beautifully. There's no one at point. There's a deep backward point, but the covers. He defends the last ball of the over, the last ball before tea, and these 2 will go in unbeaten.
Durham won the toss this morning. And it's been that kind of story from start to finish. And Sibley goes about his merry way up to 87. Short one and cuffed away off his chin, and that will run away for 4 more.
Not always.
That will be 4 more. Within touching distance now.
And he's cut this away. He's going to get it. There's his 100. And a very fine 100 it has been as well. That's beautifully driven on the up. That was not a long half volley at all. And he's threaded that past the right hand of the diving gate. And there it is. There is 100 for Dom Sibley. And you can see Sam Curran actually clapping on his bat as he was running that single. It's a 25th. Well, there's a shift in gear from Sam Curran. It's gone high in the air. Fielder's underneath it and takes the catch. So, Jimmy Neesham, safe hands, long on. Thinking for Alex Lees. He's underway straight away. That's a splendid shot from Lawrence. This goes deep in his crease at the back end of the season. Oh, now the reverse has come out. Wonder, is it going to make it to the boundary? It is just going to plop onto the rope. Wow. Lawrence has absolutely smoked that through the onside. It is a favoured area. Came about from another reverse sweep. That's again a lovely shot from Lawrence. It is a little bit short. Drisell has done that occasionally, but full toss put away, and runs are really flowing here for Surrey actually since the loss of Sam Curran. Or you'd say loads into the attack, and its first ball's been bunted nicely by Sibley. And it's going to make it to the boundary, and it's going to take him to 150. It was only a moment ago, it felt like. Another nice drive. This time he's got a little bit more in front of square. And it's irked the pigeons. And it's brought down Lawrence his half century. So that completes the action today. Surrey have gone through unscathed to the close. 407 for Welcome to the second day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Durham at the Kia Oval. It is another sumptuous day, as you can see from those pictures, not a cloud in the sky. Hottest day of the year alert, and one of the hottest June days on record is what is forecast today. And we've got quite a crowd building up as well. It is, as they say, Children's Day today, so there'll be vast numbers of children in this crowd. But they're mostly contained little blocks, so if you want to come down here anyway, all the usual areas are still accessible. And as you can see from that score, what a day Surrey had, and what a day in prospect for all the spectators in. 407 for 3, Dominic Sibley, unbeaten on 169. That doesn't really tell the story. If you were watching the highlights there, you'd have noticed his first 100 came off 238 balls, and after that, it's been more than a runner ball. As you see the map summary there, Sam Curran got his second first-class 100, his second in the county championship for Surrey. He was going at nearly a runner ball, slowed down a little bit on the move up towards his century, but it was a stunning knock in partnership with Dominic Sibley. It got Surrey out of a little spot of bother, perhaps, at 108 for 2 earlier. In the first session, skipper Rory Burns had batted beautifully, really fluently. 12 fours coming in his first 50 runs. And again, when Dan Lawrence came in, up went the scoring rate towards the back end of that day. It was a very tired-looking Durham attack. It was a very hot day yesterday as well. And they've used 7 bowlers, and it was hard toil with the Kookaburra ball. They also took that new ball promptly after 80, so it's 16 overs old, as you can see. Surrey's first target will undoubtedly be the 450 they need within 110 overs to get their 5th batting bonus point. And the way they batted, especially in the last session yesterday when they accrued nearly, 170 runs, the 32 overs bowled, it was really scintillating stuff. That has given them the jump. It's given them the head start, and with plenty of wickets in hand, they will look to get up to 450 and beyond. For Durham, we say this at the start of every game, every day. If they can pick up a couple of early wickets, look what happened to India. They were 430 for 3, albeit in a 5-day game before their tail was blown away. It's going to be a bit more tricky with a Kookaburra ball, you fancy. Also, be interested to see if Ben Rain can bowl. He was off the field for quite a while yesterday, so we await developments there. Matt Potts also sustained a little bit of an injury, but delighted to say he was able to resume and come back out later. There are Surrey's batters waiting to resume. Dan Lawrence, he'll be eyeing a century without a doubt. 58 off 55. Hit his first ball for 4. He batted quite sumptuously. But they've got to start again, and so we can expect a little bit of reconnaissance in the first half hour, while all the while keeping your eye on that 450. And there you can see the crowds really starting to fill up today. There's queues outside. On my way in from the tube station, there was a hubbub, I tell you, an actual, literal hubbub. And we're hoping those kids can see a feast of glorious cricket, be it wickets if you're a Durham fan, or runs if you're a Surrey fan. Just a word on the conditions, pitch conditions. Well, it played really beautifully yesterday. Plenty of grass left on the pitch, but it's Kookaburra ball, and wasn't really anything through the air for it, and very little off the seam. If it did anything, it maybe kept a trifle low on occasion. A lot of runs basically scored square of the wicket yesterday. And just to orient yourself, if you weren't watching yesterday, you see there from the flags, it's a very gentle breeze, so there's not much in the way of cooling wind either for the Durham players. But just a reminder that gas holder side is where the shorter boundary is, and it's quite significantly shorter, so the bowlers will tend to want to defend that side of the ground. The Archbishop Tennyson side feels really quite a long way away, and I expect though we are going to see Surrey start relatively slowly, get their overnight batters back in, and then they're going to look to put their foot on the gas, because look, who knows, a day like this you don't particularly want to be bowling. You've got the best of the batting conditions, you might as well just keep going till maybe tea, maybe beyond if you can. So out come the batters, out come the fielders, out come the umpires. Dom Sibley, 169, he'll be eyeing up a double. Dan Lawrence will be eyeing up century, and I'm eyeing up Jeremy Vernon Coney, who has miraculously arrived.
appeared at the last moment.
You have?
Yes.
I think, well, not quite. The last moment was about 5 minutes ago when I started this rambling monologue.
Okay, well done. Well done. I have saved you, and particularly the listeners.
Particularly the listeners, yes.
Yeah, I've finished my brisk, no, not quite brisk, walk from
From Brixton, did
from
you?
my residence. Yes.
Oh, that was...
And solidly in the wrong direction for the first 10 minutes,
that can add time.
where I sought some assistance as I was rather confused.
Oh, so did you say...
And a young woman looked at me rather strangely and turned me in 180 degrees and said, "Go west, young man." So I did,
Yeah.
and I've got here. So,
It's lovely to see you.
well, some people will be pleased.
Yeah. Well,
Others
I'm delighted because I was just about to go off on a
on a tangent.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, a massive tangent. I would have
Okay.
thought, yeah.
Okay. You're going into
Not yet, though.
places and maps.
Too early.
and lists.
Yeah, lists. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the first, I suppose you've covered everything, every possibility, but the first task is to get the bonus point out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
47 runs required, 43 runs required, 14 overs, so about 3 and a bit to get there.
Which allows them to get themselves back in, doesn't it, I suppose? Because
It does,
put too much pressure on...
on Sibley in particular.
Yep.
But then is the question, what do they do then? And for how long do they go? And what is the currency of wickets at that time? I hope they don't go too far. I heard you in your ramble, you had reached tea. And you had
650.
Yeah, no, I don't think I don't want to hear that. I'm glad I heard just the back of it.
Well, I see, I'm not here for the next 2 days, so I'm perfectly happy just to watch a lot of runs and then leave you to pick up the pieces.
Right.
First ball of the day, Drissell's going to bowl it, and it's just tapped into the onside, as easy as you like. There's no run.
So that declaration, if it is one, is not easy, is it?
First run of the day down to long on. So it's underway, Dan Lawrence. It's not easy, is it? I think it's very difficult to judge. Part of me thinks in 34-degree heat, and you've got two spinners of a sort, are you hoping to bat in what you hope will be the best conditions and that it may break up? Because this is hot for England.
Right.
33, 34 is unusually hot, which may just, I mean, we haven't seen pitches break up so far this summer. But in part, whilst it's been dry and warm, it's not been hot. And I think we can all agree from your brisk walk, today is pretty warm.
Yes.
I'd go so far as to say hot.
Warm.
Yes. I'd be interested to see how long the children last in this weather.
Well, they're outside. I hope they get some shade. There are a lot of them.
There's a
They're storming the barricades at the moment.
But it had me in mind of a classic British film from the 1960s. Oh, now a big appeal for LBW, but turned down by the umpire. They'll just jog through for a leg by. Second run of the morning. Starring Michael Caine and Stanley Baxter.
Yes.
It's quite a controversial film. Zulu. Familiar with it?
Well, a little. I saw it. Yes, as a boy.
There's a moment in that film as Drissell comes round the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence, who defends. There is no run, end of the over, leg by, and one run off the bat. Surrey 409 for 3 off the first over of the day, where the mustachioed Scottish, Welsh Sergeant Major reports back to Michael Caine. Says, I can see Zulu, sir. Thousands of them. And I was somewhat reminded of that when I came into the ground today. I can see children, sir. Thousands of them.
You're quite right.
Really well. I mean, the Oval Tube Station was absolutely
rammed. Yeah.
There's queues. Walking around the Harleford Road without tutting is very difficult at the moment. But look,
They've all got those high-vis. All the little kids have got those high-vis jackets as well.
I said earlier there was a hubbub, but a hubbub really is more the noise of broken voices, I would say. Hubbub. As Matthew Potts is going to bowl the first ball for the pavilion end. I don't know. I think we need another word for a hubbub that takes place 3 octaves higher. Scrubub? It's a sort of
It's not a screech, yes. That
screeching hubbub.
we could create a portmanteau word, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, if you've got any ideas, Surrey Broadcast
Just send them
@gmail.com.
through us. And where you are, what you're doing.
Let's get the conversation rolling. Anyway, these are, I mean, picture-perfect conditions for watching cricket. And that's Sibley's first run of the day, gets him into the 170s. It's noticeable to me that the wiser old heads, by which I mean I don't mean the infant sections, are all huddled underneath the shade of the balcony in the SSE Energy Solutions stand and in the shade of the pavilion. Wise, I think, from our old heads. Whereas, well, down to our left and down to our right, here the JM Finn end stand, if you like, that's very exposed. I see an umbrella, a precautionary parasol, if you will, or two, just a couple.
Yes, there's a lot of flicking too of cards.
Yes.
Perhaps scorecards would they be? I don't know, but
could be fours
as
and
if
sixes.
there are lots of wasps attacking various parts of the ground, but it's just fanning of heat, I think.
It's the yes. Oh, and there's the shade. There
Yeah,
are
well,
the
that's
old heads.
yes.
Is that a beer I see before? No, it looks like coffee.
They've been there a while. Some of them. Are they actually joined to the seat?
I think there's a lady there who's tucking into what looks like a very fine breakfast, and there you can see behind. That's where we put the kids. It's shoveled into the onside. Another single. We'll see this, I imagine, for the first 15 minutes to half an hour. We're going to be watching, I would think, for the first 7 or 8 overs of the day. These two just reacquainting themselves with the pace of the pitch.
Yep, they've got time. They've got time with the 14 overs to do that. Well, they ease themselves in a little.
They bought themselves that time.
Yeah, they did.
Yesterday with a really dynamic last session. You were saying on commentary yesterday, through a fair bit of Dominic Sibley's early part of his innings, the first 100, if you like, you just wanted to see a change in tempo once he got to 3 figures, and he did deliver.
Oh, he certainly did. 40 balls to go from 100 to 150.
Bad.
That was a new man.
And inventive shots as well.
Yes, they were.
Cuts, a little ramp. It was all happening. So Matt Potts, who always slightly reminds me of a Franciscan monk, is going to continue. I don't mean in his ascetic lifestyle. I'm referring more to the haircut.
Right. I saw him yesterday at the end of the day.
End of the over, 4-11 for 3.
And he looked relatively fresh, I would have to say, as he departed the ground. Slightly bow-legged. I didn't realise that too. You can't tell that in pads, can you? Looked as if he was a farmer at one stage in his life. Had spent a lot of time on a tractor.
Well, monks...
Legs apart, you know.
Did quite a lot of that, didn't they, when you think about it? I mean, it's a lot of agriculture.
Yes, and arable farming. Yes, that's right.
I think I was asking about what kind of monk I should be if I ever became one, and I was directed very firmly towards one order and one order only. Apparently the Benedictines have the most fun.
Ah.
Yeah.
In what sense fun? Can you?
They drink and carouse and have a laugh.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to be I think it's just
Jesuit.
Yeah, they're a little bit. Oh, not Jesuit. It's a glorious shot, this, from Lawrence. He played a few of those yesterday, targeting the shorter boundary. And we're going to get our first flash of the 4s. The 4s are going to be paraded around the crowd, I would imagine. He did that off his very first ball, actually, didn't he? Punched a nice ball through the covers.
Look at the room he gives himself. He sees the line of the ball early, knows it's outside his off stump, gives himself room to allow the bat to swing through.
First 4 of the day. He follows it up with a little single down the ground, which is just the tempo Surrey are looking for. He started the day, don't forget, on 407 for 3, so they picked up 9 runs. We're in the 3rd over of the day. So far, everything is going according to plan. from a Surrey perspective. Now then, this is a perfect day for, I was going to say bunking off work. You don't have to bunk off work. You could come here with a laptop in the shade.
Yes.
Send 4 or 5 emails and spend the rest of the time watching the cricket. I mean, when I had a proper job, I didn't do much more than that in a normal day.
Was this at the height of your business life?
Yes, yes, yes. When I reached the very apex. It was a pretty relaxed existence, truth be told. Much as I've been told the life of the Benedictine monkeys. End of the over, 417 for 3.
The other thing we should mention, that while there's a lot of feeling that Surrey, my word, you're in charge of this match, Durham themselves score generally a faster rate than Surrey do. If you look at all the strike rates, which is the indicator, if you like, of how fast a batsman scores, all the batsmen are in the 50s. Clark 56, Lees 58, Ackerman 51, Emilio Gay 51, Robinson 73, he's the wicket keeper of course, McKinney 53, Drissel 53, Rain 64. So it's all a little bit, it's solid batting. So they might well enjoy these conditions. And if they are batting last, you know, that possibility to chase comes into play, doesn't it? And so,
or in the Test match,
that's right. And so that's going to have to be very carefully calculated, I think, by Burns when he finally comes to that. If it does come to that, let's hope it does.
How does that change your calculation then, on the basis if you know your opponent's score quite swiftly?
Well, I think, I mean, just in any sort of declaration, you've obviously got to look at the pitch conditions, and you were talking about that a moment ago. It probably will be a slightly different pitch than the one we're looking at now. More player traffic, more deliveries that have been hitting the top of, hitting the surface. And so you sometimes do get slight ball indentations, and then you get variation of bounce occurring. The more that happens, the happier Surrey will be.
I mean, it's quite startling looking at this pitch now, though, Jeremy, isn't it? That it's had 96 overs on it. I suppose there's a few little bits of patch, are there? But as we're looking at it from here,
pretty pristine.
Good, doesn't
yes, it does. Yes, it does. So that is just, I'm just making that comment in relation to how much will it assist your bowling attack. The ones who are on your side, and I'm thinking particularly of Worrell and Clark, who you would think would be the main two. They've got Fisher as well.
Oh, it's a hostile bouncer from Potts, well evaded by Sibley.
And then 2 of those part-time spinners to perhaps keep those bowlers I've been talking about fresh. Laws is there as a 4th possibility. Then I think, how strong is your bowling attack, just generally? Does it bowl people out? And I'm not sure how you would answer that this year.
Well, at the Oval,
yes,
they have struggled to do that, in part because of the quality of the pitches. And on top of that, of course, we have to add in that we're playing with a somewhat controversial ball, which does less even than the Dukes.
Yeah, it does. That's sometimes to do with the pitch. I think if your pitches were harder, harder clay, really, that's where you get to the Australian conditions. And then New Zealand as well, they're quite hard nowadays.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I think your pitches are a lot softer. And you get bowlers bowling along the surface a bit more rather than crashing into it.
Kissing it more,
yeah.
That's nicely pushed back past the bowler by Sibley. He'll pick up a couple of runs. Prevented it from being a maiden. The 100th over has been bowled, and at the end of it, Surrey are 419 for 3.
So I think that sort of weighing up the relative strengths of your bowlers and their batsmen has to come into the decision at some point. The time, and that is usually overs that are going to be left. And that's what's going to happen today a little bit. We start that manipulation of time and runs to work to a point where a captain can make a decision and say, look, with weighing those things up and the time left, the sort of the nature of the pitch, how has it changed, the attitudes of your bowlers, I think you've got to have a think about, we're not going out in that heat again. You know, those kinds of things. The degree of risk in the competition, I think that is at the moment. Because that's important, isn't it? I think that where your team's standing, what risks does it permit? And it's a little bit tricky for Surrey, isn't it?
Quite an enthusiastic appeal delivered from round the wicket. It had to have straightened a fair bit. We've not seen an awful lot of spin from Driscoll or from anyone on this pitch. Let's have another look at this. I think that's going past off stump. But it's a first indication of a bit of a funky shot there from Lawrence, a reverse. And a more conventional strike down the ground brings him a single. Nathan Souter is out there. Is he deputising for Ben Rain, do we think? Can we see Ben Rain anywhere?
No.
I haven't heard a fitness update on Rain, but he didn't bowl after relatively early on yesterday.
Not at all. Oh, was not at all in the third session, I don't think.
Right.
It's good, Sibley. Quick single. They've, because of the power of Lawrence, they've forced mid-on to be slightly deeper, and Sibley recognised that and just eased it past the man catching now.
Oh, now then, it's the first use of the feet, and that has gone out. It's gone all the way. It has gone all the way. Up go the umpire's hands. And those sixes are now being waved around with gay abandon. The first of what may be a few, I fancy, today.
It's a very good stroke. Look at just the way he checks the bat. Really, just it's a nice swing through where the ball making impact, and then just holds the pose, really. And a controlled six, you'd have to say.
I think you're going to be in the action if you're in that stand today. I just have this feeling. I don't quite know what the umpires will chat to the skipper about there. Is this about the ball? Doesn't look like it. No, I think we're going to proceed, but I think we're just having an unscheduled chat break. Right, change of angle from Driscoll. He's going to come over the wicket. And that completes the over. 8 from it. Surrey 427 for 3. Just 23 more now needed for their 5th batting point. So yeah, I sense that Surrey will want to get around 550, 600. Would be my feeling.
Yes, well, I think they'll go past the 110 overs.
Yes, definitely.
And I think whatever they do, that's the part of the innings where it needs to be done quite quickly, with time in mind in the future. I do feel that in a 14-game competition, which this one is, there is a place for more declarations than, say, in Test cricket, where you've got just 3 matches.
Well, also, you've only got 4 days.
Yep.
I mean, this is the sort of match you fancy that could probably do with a 5th day.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, we say that. I mean, we haven't seen Surrey bowl yet, and we haven't seen how the pitch deteriorates if it does, and crucially, we haven't seen how Durham bat. But I think, you know, what you don't want to do in a Kookaburra round is lose a game. But by the same token, that shouldn't mean that you should be paralysed by the fear of that.
No. Durham currently 6th. Only one win shy of Surrey at the moment.
The tale of Surrey's season has been that when they've gone away, with the exception of Worcester, they've been greeted with the most docile pitches possible. So Chelmsford.
Yes, 660 for 5.
And Edgbaston.
Yes.
All of them uncharacteristically hard to take wickets on. And that is a perfectly legitimate tactic if you've got the 3 times champions turning up at your door with a 4 or 5 strong seam attack. You're going to try to negate it, aren't you? And for a lot of teams, especially sides like Sussex who've only just come up, of course, any professional cricketer is going to want to believe that they can win the county championship, but another part of that will be having due respect to the sides that you think might cause you big problems, and if you can affect the outcome of that by creating a pitch that takes away the main strength of your opponent, then you're likely to do that. But what that does mean is that Surrey have struggled to take wickets to the same degree as they have done in past years.
I've noticed that they've looked after Dan Worrell, who took most of the wickets last season.
Yes.
When they go away, they'd hardly play him at all. He's only played 4 matches.
Nicely driven by Sibley. He'll only get the signal for it. His feet are really starting to move now. Yes, and he didn't play in the T20 Blast, so missed the Worcester game. So the hope from a Surrey perspective would be that he'll be as fresh as he could be. Really.
Yes, they said they mentioned a little problem with the foot, or you know, but he should be well rested.
Fisher started to come into his own. He's bowled on some pretty unforgiving pitches, but he's bowled without luck, I think it's fair to say, for a lot of this season. Signal's just coming quite easily now this morning. 4:31 for 3, so he started at 4:07, 24 added in around about 6 overs. We'll be keeping our eye, of course, on matches around the country.
Well, Notts are playing.
Notts are playing against Somerset.
Right.
And Somerset have they've just lost the wicket of Casey Aldridge for 7. Notts, who were made to bowl first, interestingly enough, at Taunton. 4:32 for 3. Somerset deciding to bat. 288 for 7. Tom Banton is unbeaten on 65. And a couple of things to look out for there, of course. Notts need to take another 2 wickets in the next 9.5 overs
to get their
3rd bowling point.
Yes.
Somerset, looking at that, will realistically only be eyeing 2 batting points. So you see, we're at that stage of the season where you're just looking at, you're gaming all of these points. They're all becoming vital because it's, unlike previous seasons, it's very bunched actually. Top of the table. And in a smallish group, when you only have 10 contenders, sides playing against each other every round of matches features important games between rivals that are playing each other. I don't know if George Drissell's trying to get the ball changed or not. If he was, he wasn't successful. It's been a pretty run-drenched round, as you can imagine. Essex, 259 for 3 against Yorkshire, but they're in the 102nd over, so it's been quite slow going for some of the sides. In stark contrast, the team at the bottom of the table have been having a bit of a nightmare. Worcestershire, well, they're 477 for 5, 100.5 overs. Well, I dare say if you're a Worcestershire fan, you're taking absolutely nothing for granted there. Probably urging your side to bat on and on. Oh, that's really well anticipated from the slip. And then he had to adjust, did McCann, because he went away to his right, anticipating a reverse sweep, then just has to go back on himself. Full toss, that'll be 4, I would imagine. He's quite got it up the middle. Well, actually, it's going to be cut off on the boundary there. They'll get back for a couple. Sibley to 179.
It's a good stroke because it says to Drissel, you can't bowl outside the off stump at me with impunity.
And there's a lovely little gap there to take the single. So it's all been pretty easy for Surrey so far this morning. 435 for 3. They need another 15 runs for that 5th point.
Yes, well, one senses that the batting points are going to be a lot easier than the bowling in these conditions at the moment.
You do rather, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, for Durham, it seems a mountain to climb. They're going to need another 3 wickets in 7 overs to get another bowling point.
That's right. You need to get to 6 down, don't you, for that?
Yep.
The next one.
Potts is going to continue. Suffered a bit of an injury yesterday. There had been some concern as to whether he would be able to resume, but he came back out. And you said he looked pretty fresh after the close of play.
Mm.
Now I need to. Oh no, he's not. Our producer's not here. I was going to. Presumably, when we're to be talking about attendance records for a lot of this season, because there's been really good crowds at the Oval. 6,500, I think, the first day of one game. We do count all these people, do we?
I don't know. Who's doing that?
I don't.
As they come through the gate?
There's a little bip.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they count as legitimate attendees, don't they? Yeah, I would say. That's beautifully driven by Lawrence. That's a stonking shot through extra cover for 4. It wasn't the longest half volley. Takes him to 78, and Surrey now just 10 more needed for that 5th point.
He has played some lovely shots since his arrival at the crease. He's gone back a little bit there and then made sure he's got weight through the ball, and that's allowed him to really gather pace to the shot. No chance for the man who's on square. It's quite a long boundary out there, isn't it? And he's no chance of stopping it.
Well, it's a very good sign when he's driving, because a lot of the time he's been accused of being a little leg-sidey in his approach. Shot like that makes it very difficult to bowl at, because Potts is sort of not hiding the ball as such, but he's got a shorter boundary, hasn't he, away to the leg side, which is Lawrence's strength. And so he's quite deliberately giving him a bit more width.
Yes.
Side off. We do have a deep mid-wicket and a long leg for Sibley, short mid-wicket as well. But what Lawrence's innings has done, and this morning especially, is kind of allowing Sibley to find his rhythm again in his own pace, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's progressed from 160 odd. He's got about 20 this morning, has he?
169 he was.
Was he? Oh, okay.
He's got 12. I think Lawrence has got 21.
Right.
We've had 1 leg by and 33 off the bat. Who needs scorers, eh?
That abacus is very noisy.
That's very nicely played again by Sibley, but in the same area as Lawrence, but without a flourish, just bad on ball. A noisy abacus, is that going to be my epitaph? Here lies Norcross.
Told you I wasn't well.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a good line, isn't it? Very good.
It's a very good line, that. So 8 runs have come off this over. And I think we're at a stage now where we can say that Surrey's batters are back in. Bounce at a finish. Potts is the only man really producing much in the way of short stuff yesterday. End of the over. 443 for 3. The partnership 165 for the 4th wicket, as the runs just keep piling on.
Andrew Sampson has.
Oh, has he? He's been in touch.
Excellent, yes. You all need scorers.
When he is right. I do feel a trifle naked without a scorer.
Yeah.
I'd like to carry him around everywhere I go, you know. I say carry. Perhaps not carry. Perhaps he could carry himself. I mean, he's fairly sylph-like in his own way, is Samo, but it might stretch me, especially on a day like this.
Yes.
It's all to continue. Now, was it just a hint of turn there? I'm trying to find reasons for spinners to be cheerful. Because it's been hard work for Drissel. The 1 wicket he has got was a big heave down the ground from Sam Curran. That's nicely played again by Lawrence through the extra cover region. Bit of pace taken off by the fielder, so they'll just amble back for a couple. Takes Lawrence into the 80s. I thought I detected a modicum of slow turn. Here we go. Not really. No. No, I was sort of imagining that. Sorry, spinners. Ooh, he's given himself room there. Trying to play a sort of carbon copy of that shot, and indeed the first shot he played in this innings. That did just keep a touch low. Sweet mist down the leg side. Now, our next commentator coming on, Cameron Ponsonby, is a spinner of great repute. Maybe he'll be able to tell us what he would be doing in these circumstances. Because I guess, look, it's lovely to watch on. If you're a Surrey fan watching this is some of the most relaxing sport you can get. There seems to be no threat. It's a beautiful sunny day, 2 batters getting themselves in. But as a contest, it's not really quite happening. The ball is very much playing 8th fiddle to the bat.
Well, it certainly is attracting a lot of comment, isn't it, at the moment? It's not a native.
I think
this
that's
ball is not native. And what happens if you introduce a non-native pest sometimes?
Oh, like rabbits?
Yes,
Need to build a fence.
or the ones that eat other birds.
Cane toads.
Yes, exactly.
So what you're saying. You continue with that.
No,
And I'm going to get out of the way.
I knew that you'd like that.
Yes.
I know. I thought that would be popular. I thought that would be. Good morning, Cam. You all good? You in good form, Cam, today?
Oh, what a joyous way to enter the box and see 2 of my great friends and colleagues. Oh, fine form. Jeremy, don't laugh at that. Goodness me. Well, there's lots of smiling faces here at the Kia Oval this morning. There are roughly, well, I was going to say millions. A more accurate reflection would be several thousand children who've all been given free tickets. Dan Lawrence on strike.
Is it Children's Day, is it? Do they have such a thing?
It is that way.
Do they have such a thing here?
I was trying to source out our producer John Surtees to clarify what the exact terminology is, because I often feel with these events you need to make sure you get the wording correct. But it's a great initiative from Surrey, where they hand out as many free tickets as local schools wish. And I remember having the same myself, having gone to school around here. I remember coming to a county championship game many a year ago.
And where did you sit, out in the open like this?
I sat down. I remember this very clearly. It's a change of bowler, alerted by my great friend and colleague Daniel Norcross.
He's watching closely, isn't he, Dan? That's right.
I was down towards our left, so there's 2 big banks of children at the moment. One on the left-hand side of our commentary box, and naturally the other to the right. And I was down, I don't actually know what this little bit stretch of stand is called. It's where the JM Fin stand starts. Driven by Lawrence, and that'll be 4 more. And you wager the children will be watching lots of runs this afternoon. I hope they like batting.
There go the cards, up they go, the fours, keeping themselves fanned at the same time.
So that's the 400 and
just over pitching a little, wasn't he? And Lawrence doesn't need any second invitation there. He's playing nicely at the moment. They're all good cricket strokes. That's the impressive thing.
Now pushes the ball up to mid-off and takes a single. And that boundary brought up the 450 for Surrey, and crucially the 5th batting point. So they are able to force results in this match. They will be able to still be on track for claiming maximum points. But I was down towards the left-hand side of us in the JM Fin stand, sat very close to the front. I remember Scott Newman, the former Surrey player, was playing, and we were close enough to kind of have a little back and forth.
Ah.
Things you remember.
Yes. Yes, I can remember going as a child, taking my scorebook on the tram in Wellington at the Basin Reserve and spending an entire day there. John Reid got 296, 15 sixes. And I could hear him calling out to Tom Puna, they were playing against Northern Districts, the off spinner. Played for New Zealand, Nara Tom Puna. Come on, Tom, because he had a high voice. Come on, Tom, toss it up. Whack! Off it went.
Just angled down to deep third by Sibley as he keeps the score ticking over. End of the over, 452 for 3. So was the Basin Reserve your local ground as a lad? Was that where you went to watch your cricket?
Yeah, that's where Wellington played, and obviously it still is the main ground in Wellington. Lovely cricket ground where you can promenade right around the ground as well. Nice little discs around that promenade where you can stop and pause and look at various things that have happened in games in through the past.
There is someone.
There is someone, you see. Absolutely. Look at him. Concentrating. Brought the hat. Important skill to learn. You start to learn about leg byes and what a no ball is and so on. That's good. It's good.
My dad taught himself to score. My dad has no interest or association with cricket. Turned to the leg side by Sibley, and that'll be 1 run. So neither of my parents ever played cricket before or had any interest in the sport. So I started playing. My dad, as a way to help out, taught himself how to score. He did a scorer's course.
Oh, right.
And the way
you can do that, can you?
Can indeed. Right. And the way you'd practice is he'd receive these ring binders of manually annotated out cricket matches.
Right.
And you'd have to score along as he read these books. Punched off the back foot by Lawrence. Might not reach the boundary, but he'll be able to come back for 2. He's been so quick getting onto that back foot, using any kind of force of length from Drissel.
He's creating width himself by a shimmy of feet to the leg side, isn't he? Just a little shuffle. And then he can access that offside.
A bit of turn on offer from Drissel there, just induces a false shot. He'd be scoring this match, and he'd come to me in the kitchen and be, I've got a thriller here, Cam. I don't know how this one's going to end. Pushed up to long on for 1 more.
Like a whodunit, and you're very tempted to look to the back pages of the book.
But the great kind of punchline or anti-climax of it all was as soon as he taught himself how to score, he went,
that's it.
We'll give someone else a chance now.
Okay.
And he ceased to do the scoring. Aggressive single from Sibley, and this could be overthrows here, but backward point, or maybe even slip is well round to cut the ball off. Sibley moves on to 186. Sorry, 457 for 3.
Yeah, the Drissel just hasn't quite found a length and a line that he can stop the scoring. And because as soon as he goes outside the off stump, both batsmen now, and even when it's a bit straighter, they are going to the leg side and still hitting him through. They're finding gaps on that offside. And as soon as Lees does something about it to rearrange the field to close that gap. I mean, you also might even have to take the slip out at some point, but then the reverse sweep comes into play. And so there are too many options at the moment for the batsman, and it's very difficult to stop the scoring.
Clipped through mid-wicket. Ever so briefly, the fielder there thought he may have been in with a chance for a catch, but the ball flashed past him and raced away to the boundary. Sibley's into the not-so-nervous 190s.
It's a lovely shot again. Just too full from Hogg, really. Able to time it so nicely, too. He's got a good bat. It looks as if Lawrence be happy with that one.
What can Durham do here to kind of ensure maximum damage limitation? Where does their joy come from in the next 2 hours of play? Are they almost hoping Surrey get another 150 and they declare and let them have a bat?
Well, I think that's the next thing, isn't it? And I wonder whether Surrey as a possibility might go to 20 minutes, perhaps half an hour before lunch, and then take the 10 and give you 20 minutes bowling, so you get 2 bites.
That's more runs. This time through the offside from Sibley. He pushes that ball into the great expanse on the larger side of the ground. He's able to come back for 3.
I don't see Durham having much more to do. I just think they've reduced the fielders to no catches with the faster bowlers operating. They've got 4-5 fields, so they're trying to cover both sides. They've got men out square both sides to allow the bowler to bowl a little bit wider and perhaps a little bit of a length, be a bit short of a length. I haven't seen anything that the bowlers could feel happy about.
Lawrence shuffles across to the offside and uses that vacant leg side area to score 4 more. He moves on to 94. Durham just changed the field to place 2 covers in that offside region. Lawrence skips across to the offside.
See, that's just a lovely stroke, Cam, isn't it? He's taken him, fetched him from outside off through the onside with the full face of the bat, not much risk. He's hit it pretty straight and cleanly through a wide mid-on, sort of straight mid-wicket area. Gee, that's a good stroke.
Well, he's a wonderfully aesthetic player, Dan Lawrence. We've also just had notice from our scorer, Andrew Sampson, Dom Sibley, in reaching 193. He's now made the highest ever score for a Surrey player against Durham. Much needed dot ball there for Durham as Lawrence finds one of those 2 fielders in the cover region.
See, what will Lawrence do now? If he bowls wider, as that's been Hogg's response to that, I'm going to go wider of the off stump. It'll either come to third man or it'll go out square. That's where he'll try to take, if you're going to bowl that wide.
Oh, sorry, think about a run. Side against it. At the end of the 108th over, the score is 468 for 3.
How you doing? See you.
Well, we have a substitution in the commentary box. Jeremy Coney is going to make way. And replacing him is going to be Surrey and England bowler Reece Topley as a special treat for everyone on the Surrey live stream. We'll get Reece in, well, to hopefully guide us to a Dom Sibley double century and a Dan Lawrence single century. In the meantime, George Driscoll is going to continue from the Vauxhall end. Reece, welcome. Hello.
Hello. It's a tough act to follow, Mr. Coney.
Lawrence down the track. Sibley even, that burst through Driscoll's hands. Shouldn't quite make its way all the way to the boundary. It's reeled in. Come back for a couple. Resells, can't help but think your last red ball game must have been 3 or so years ago.
Yeah.
Looking out there today, 30 odd degrees, 470 for 3. You must really miss it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bowling conditions exactly as we look out there, but you know, it's going to be a tough job for our seamers, but hopefully the weather plays a bit of a part. The pitch looks pretty dry, so hopefully we can get some turn and we get the better of the bowling conditions.
Have you had much experience with this kind of red kookaburra ball that everyone's talking about?
Only one game on a Lions tour, probably 10 years ago now. So I've not had too much experience with it. I know the characteristics of it. I know it's a lot, it goes a lot softer. I think you really have to use the newness of the ball. I mean, if the wicket is dry and abrasive, the reverse swing is...
All trouble here. Dan Lawrence searching for a quick single, sent back home by Dom Sibley.
Yeah, if you can get this kookaburra reversing, I think that's sort of the only way to make inroads at the back end of the 80 overs.
Have you been able to chat to the bowlers in the group at all about... I've heard Gareth Batty saying that this year they feel the kookaburra is a bit better than it was last year. So the seam's a bit thicker, a bit more pronounced.
I mean, I think that's one of the intricacies of cricket. Each year, they call it like a batch of balls, and each year they do seem to differ. Each batch offers different characteristics. Like some years, the Dukes seem to play up a bit more. Some years, the scores are all a bit higher, and people feels like the Dukes aren't offering as much. And I think the same thing happens with the kookaburras. You know, the slight alterations are made. You know, it could be in the seam or the die or whatever, and it does seem to behave differently than the previous year. So it's not uncommon to have that sort of theory and those sort of chats about the balls.
I did enjoy Surrey head coach referring to the balls doing a bit more this year, and then I checked the scorecard at the end of yesterday, and Surrey were 407 for 3. Good showing from Dom Sibley, and all you see there, hundreds if not thousands, well no, thousands of children in here today. Surrey have given away plenty of free tickets to local schools. And there's a bit of a different atmosphere here at the Kia Oval today. Keeper up to the stumps for Daniel Hogg. Goodness me. Dan Lawrence goes for the big sweep. No longer able to advance down the track with Robinson up to the stumps. He's a wonderfully exciting batter. One you'd have played with as much, well, I think Lawrence has played much white ball cricket for England.
I think I played with Dan a bit at the start of his career at Essex.
Yeah.
Definitely had a lot of talent then, and shown it all, you know, both for Surrey and England, what a good player he is.
And how are you doing yourself? You obviously came back from the IPL recently, so you've started back in Surrey colours very well. What's it like to be home?
Yes, it's good. Something that I've missed the last couple of years, because you know we had the World Cup in the middle of the English summer last year, and then the year before that I dislocated my shoulder at the IPL, so had a lean run of fixtures in a Surrey shirt, which has been annoying. But hopefully, you know, this summer I can play quite a few games, which is exciting. It's always great to play here at the Oval. It's a great wicket to bowl on. So yeah. No, hopefully there's a lot of cricket left to play this summer, which is exciting.
Saw you had a run out for the twos, just to kind of imagine just to get back into the thick of things. But what was it like going from the IPL in front of 60,000-70,000 people to kind of rocking out for Surrey twos at New Malden again?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was good. It's good to see a few familiar faces. Got to play under James Taylor, which is, you know, it's been a career dream of mine to play under him. No, it was good. It was good to get out there. I think it was just so strange because obviously you're playing in the IPL was in a net for basically 3 months, to be honest with you. So it was quite just strange to get used to the, you know, having no limitations around you. It just feels different visually, and it feels different when you're bowling. Just not having a net either side, and you know another net going on next to you. So no, it's nice to just be back out there because I've been involved with a lot of cricket this winter, but just or been around cricket a lot this winter, but just not had many games under my belt, which is frustrating.
Run down to deep third from Lawrence, moves him on to 96. Both players now within 1 stroke from milestone. So what is it about James Taylor, Surrey Seaman's leadership that's particularly inspirational?
No, it's just he's a good chap, so it's good to play under him. Spent a lot of time with him, obviously, around the change rooms here, and made a few 4-day games with him, so I got to know him pretty well. He's just a good lad. And I think done quite well this year in the second team comp, so hopefully we can get to finals there, go all the way. Any tournament in the English summer, if you've got a chance of winning it, it's worth going for it. So, you know, whether it's Surrey Championship or the County Championship or the 100 or whatever, it's a trophy you want to win. So.
The score was 473 for 3. Those young men have spotted themselves on the big screen. And Drissel is going to continue. Dan Lawrence on strike. He's 4 runs away from a 2nd century of the season. From Sibley, 4 runs away from his 2nd double century for Surrey. A lot of commotion in the back of the box here. I remember I was actually here for Dom Sibley's first double century when he must have been about 18 years old.
A while ago now.
Was he? It must have been 2013, made 242.
He's still in school, wasn't he? Is that right?
I think you're right, because I remember Dom Sibley being, it's going to sound a bit strange, but Dom Sibley being good I've always found incredibly reassuring, because I think we're the same age group at school, basically. And
Never played against him?
I've just missed him because, unsurprisingly, he was always playing age groups up.
Of course,
Since I was 11 years old, there's been chat of, like, there's this kid down at Ashton called Dom Sibley. He's amazing. And then cut to 7 years later. Well, Sibley and Lawrence thought long and hard about a run there. They could have run 2. They've ended up with 0. They're both still in, which is the main thing. And then me and my mate were sat here watching him get 200 as an 18-year-old. And we thought, right, they were correct. He is exceptionally good. This time they do get a single. I think my friends played against him quite a lot, and at that point I got him out a few times. And so I was feeling very smug about his potential of being a professional. He never made it, but what can you do? Who would have been the kind of prodigies when you were growing up? There must have been names that floated around that you played with.
Yeah.
There was always like, these are the guys that are going to go all the way.
Well, me and Folksy were the same age. Well, he was just a year above me, but we're the same team growing up at Essex quite a lot. But I think first came across Folksy. I think we opened the bowling together for Essex when we were 9, I want to say. And then, yeah, he made the decision to swap to keeping, and I think everyone's happy that he did that because he's obviously a pleasure to watch. But yeah, he still reckons, Folksy still reckons that he can get him down. And to be fair, when you see him mess around in the nets, he's pretty good. He's one of those annoying blokes that seems to be good at everything he picks up.
It's one of the greatest frustrations I find as a club cricketer when you see just professional batters pick a ball up and they run in and bowl like 78 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You think, how is that possible? Like, well, how can you do that? At the amateur level, 78 is basically 95. Hogg to continue, Lawrence on 98. And that's wide cut. It'll just be 1 on this occasion. He moves on to 99.
I wonder if they're going to do the typical bring everyone up just as he gets near a landmark.
Would it work on you? Have you ever been on 99?
My highest score was for Colchester under 16s. I can't remember. I got 100, but I can't remember. I can't remember being nervous in the 90s or anything because I think it was just such a rare occurrence. We were not thinking about too much.
Sibley's just pushed that down to deep third. They're both getting there in singles. Bit of calm coming out of both of these batters. That is the 200-run partnership between this pair. Came together after Sam Curran was dismissed yesterday, who himself made a fantastic runnable century. Runs have been plentiful here at the Kia Oval. Dan Lawrence now on 99. And there's 100. Pushes it to cover, makes it home easily. And there's a second century of the season for Dan Lawrence. The helmet comes off, he acknowledges his teammates. He's been in cruise control throughout. He's always been an incredibly aesthetic player, Dan Lawrence, and today is no different. He's helping his team along to an enormous total.
Yeah, he's looked amazing this whole innings. His partnership's been top draw, really. Yeah, Sam as well, scoring quickly yesterday. Dan as well.
Just a shuffle down the track there from Sibley.
Do you think this wicket's going to turn at all, do you think? Or has it offered any?
We haven't seen much turn from Drissel so far. He's been given a bit of a... He's kind of drawn the short straw, as it were, trying to hold an end on day one with a short boundary to one side. Not masses of turn on offer. Surrey themselves haven't picked a specialist spinner, or maybe that's a disservice to Dan Lawrence. He's going to turn up and be expected to take 10 for.
Well, you've got Sammy, who's left arm, who's going to get a bit of traffic down the pitch. And obviously we've got Dan and Jaxie could hopefully target that, but so dry today, and I think there's another dry day tomorrow. It's going to be baking hot and the wicket's going to be in the sun all day. Hopefully Surrey will get the better of the bowling conditions. It could break up and offer a bit for those two.
Oh, Jax, of course, has a Test 6-fer to his name. Seems to be kind of the pattern of a number of cricketers at Surrey, where you're a batter and then you just develop, you become a good off spinner. Another dot ball to end Hogs over. Sibley remains on 198. The score's 479 for 3.
Well, I remember Sibley's leggies. I think I've watched him a few games bowling leg spin, and they're not seeing those too often anymore, which is a shame.
He bowled him over in a Test match. It was during,
it?
Yeah, it was during that COVID series against the West Indies.
Yeah.
And again, it was a heartbreaking moment because I heard they were okay.
Yeah.
And there's very few times I'll look at professional cricket and say that's not good, but that was one of them.
I remember him rolling out quite a few. I think it might have been his Warwickshire days, or even before he went to Warwickshire. Tell you who I always enjoy bowling is Burnsy. Whenever Burnsy's got the ball in his hand, that's always actually, I suppose it's a double-edged sword in a way, because it normally means that we've been out in the field for a while and Burnsy's got the ball.
You need a little pick-me-up, just raise everyone's spirits. We're just having a drink here at the Kia Oval. There are days when cricketers might be lamented for a slow over rate. This will not be one of them. It's absolutely baking hot here in South London. And I'm worried about all these kids, to be honest. There's no shade currently where they're sat. Lots of hats on display, lots of water, a few umbrellas shielding from the sun. How have you found? I'm almost sorry to bring it up, but the most recent England squads, you weren't selected.
Yeah.
In that group. How's that been?
That's all good. You go back to whatever cricket is available. Obviously, not playing at the IPL, your stock's not going to rise, really, is it? It's, you're not playing or contributing to many games. Similarly, get back and what cricket's on. It was the Blast, so just get stuck into the Blast now. And I guess it's you just got to build that portfolio of work that someone can look at and think that it merits selection again. So. I'm not really looking any further than each block. So there's obviously the last block of the Blast, and then we've got these 2 championship games, and then there's not Blast again for a while. So I'm not looking at any further than just getting ready for the game that's on Sunday, and should be pleased with putting together a good solid block of work, and I'll let the cards fall where they may. So I'm pretty pretty comfortable with it all. Yeah, like I said, this winter's been weird because I've sort of been around cricket a lot, but didn't actually play too much, which is strange. But similarly, you're not going to sort of get better just sticking yourself in the nets and just bowling to a batter. And to be honest, it seems to be like I'm bowling at Jaxie every time I'm in the net at the minute. We have this joke that basically all COVID, I was bowling at it was just me against Jaxie for months because we were training separately, so it was me and Jaxie.
Do you have shared any franchise changing rooms as well, or?
Yeah, Bangalore for 2 years, Mumbai this year as well, and the 100 as well. So yeah, been in the change rooms quite a lot with him, and every time I seem to be in a net, I just look up and Jaxie seems to be there. But no, he's a good player, obviously. Good to challenge yourself against him.
How is the body in general? I remember, I think the last time I saw you would have been the West Indies series where, I can't remember what exact mischief you did to yourself, but I remember you slipped.
I know, it was typical. It was raining and then slipped, obviously, because it was wet, and then the umpires decided to go off, which, it took me to, and obviously I went home, so it took me to, obviously get injured for them to have the brainwave to get off the pitch, even though it was raining.
I do remember that very vividly. It was kind of raining quite heavily in Barbados, I want to say.
Yeah. Sibley
on 198. He turns that into the leg side, and we'll get one more to take him to 199. And then you hit the deck, and they went, right, now we'll go off.
Yeah.
I thought,
great timing.
So what does a potential summer? I imagine you'll go through the blast, have the 100 as well.
Yeah.
Does red ball cricket ever cross the mind anymore? Is that a...
Oh, 100%. But it's just kind of most blokes that play red ball cricket, have had a relatively quiet winter, I guess. This winter, like I said, it's been weird because I've just been in the nets continuously. I've been involved with various different teams, but just not had much game time. I think I definitely haven't played my last red ball game. I think that's 100%, not the case.
Sibley on 199. Just takes the outside edge down to fielder at a very short third. Still 2 balls remaining in the over to bring up the landmark. Durham have brought up that leg side boundary rider. There's a gap on the offside if he wants to drop one. Comes down the track. He wants one, and he makes it home. Just 200 for Dominic Sibley, his second double century in a Surrey shirt and 4th overall. And it's been a mammoth innings, 356 balls. One of the finest constructors of long innings in the land. He's showing why he opened the batting for England for so many years. Oh, it's a mighty fine innings, and Surrey are now 483 for 3.
No, unbelievable knock from Sibs. He's sort of all forms this year. He's been excellent. It's good to see a player develop and all facets of his game. He looks so tight, especially at such a tough job opening the batting. He's made it look very, so at ease doing it this year.
Right, I believe there's going to be a swap here. Reece, I believe you're staying put, and I'm going to make way. Daniel Norcross. Well, you can go whenever you please.
Thank you, Cam. Well, yes, you've just been talking about that double 100. Blimey. He's the leading run scorer in the country.
Is he?
Dominic Sibley, yeah, he's just ahead of Hasib Hamid. The story of batting this summer, Reece, appears to have been a bunch of discarded England openers scoring huge quantities of runs.
Yeah.
Hasib Hamid, Alex Lees has had a decent season as well.
I always think that England's always had a lot of top order batters, especially if you look at white ball cricket as well. If you see how many talented openers there are. Just seems to, if there's one area, it's almost like middle order players who've just kind of, I know we've got Rooty and Brookie, so that area is, I suppose, pretty safe. But you'd almost ask yourself who's sort of next in line.
Well, the thing is, I guess batters are allowed to get better as well, aren't they? I mean, we were going through some stats yesterday about Graham Gooch, He scored 29,000 first-class runs after the age of 30.
To be honest, I remember listening into that period, and I was blown away by some of those numbers.
It's amazing, isn't it? We've got 44,000 professional runs after the age of 30. And over 100 hundreds while he was doing it. So, yeah. So, you know, you kind of think like someone like Hasib Hamid, I'm going to let you go in a moment, but you'll have played with, I guess, and against Hasib Hamid.
Yeah.
He came in so young, 19, wasn't he, when he played in India in 2016. He's probably coming into his prime now, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose that's something that selectors need to do, is you need to pick players at the right time, because I mean, there's some players that sort of get into the England setup and they have a terrible series and you don't see them again ever, really. Hasib's probably peaking now. Sibbers is probably, is in the same boat as that.
Well, he's now scored 872 runs this season.
Really?
So he's 128 away from 1,000. There's still 5 games to go, and he's still batting at the moment. So, you know, depending on how long Rory Burns wants to keep batting, you never know, he might make it today.
Yeah. I mean, especially this part of the year is probably the friendliest batting conditions.
It is, yeah.
So.
Yeah. And it more exhausting for the bowlers as well, you would think, 'cause it's 33 degrees out there. And, you know, you've got to take into account, Reece, the noise of this many children.
I know, it's actually great to see that this turnout. It's great to see, because obviously when we're sat in the Players' Pavilion and we look out, we don't actually see how many people are in. Obviously we look out into the sun.
So you see the more empty bits.
Yeah, and it seems like everyone's sort of ducking for the shade, so it's good to see the pavilions, you know, pretty full this morning. Similarly for the new stand next to it as well.
Yeah, it's a serious crowd here. We've had some fabulous crowds at the Oval this year. A single to finish the over, 5 singles from it. Surrey are just going along so easily. They started today at 407 for 3. They've added 81 runs in 18 overs. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you.
It was lovely to have you, Reece. Thanks so much. Please come
be here. We'll be.
Cheers. And with 55 minutes or so to go till lunch, well, Surrey have achieved their major objective, which was to get to 450, pick up maximum batting points, which is not easy to do. And now their next objective is Katya Witney. Sits down next to me. Sorry for surprising you earlier.
That's okay. That's okay. Dan made me jump out of my skin this morning.
I don't really know what the next objective is. Well, that's larruped up over long on. And it's gone all the way. Just made it over the rope. And just as Dominic Sibley did when he got to 100, he accelerated really noticeably. He went, as Kirsty White said yesterday, went from 3rd to 5th gear like that. And I just get the feeling, with Surrey with 7 wickets in hand, they still got the likes of Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Tom Laws et al. To bat. I think we might start seeing Dominic Sibley once again loosen those shoulders.
Is there something about when Durham come to the Oval that Dom Sibley hits sixes and scores 1 million runs? I remember, was it the T20 Blast quarter-final last year against Durham? He played a particularly good innings. Searching for the scorecard.
Well, there's going to be 4 more. He's across his stumps, picks his spot, straight out of the middle of the bat. And yes, I think this next hour we could see some fireworks. It's not as if it's been a slow start to the day. 91 runs have come in, what, about 68 minutes or so. But now I can see the pedal going to the metal and the sky being the limit here.
Yep, 67 off 48 Dom Sibley against Durham in the Blast quarterfinals last year. 2 sixes, 6 fours. Particularly remembers reverse sweep.
He played a lot of really inventive shots after he got to 100 yesterday. A lot of late cuts and the like. And he's playing this over masterfully. Big 6, dot 4, dab into the offside for a single. Turnover strike, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, he might as well be on 1 million, to be honest.
As well, yeah. Thing is, though, Katya, when you're in on a pitch like this against a tired bowling attack, there's plenty of times, a play and a miss, a rare play and a miss. There are plenty of times when you get a bad decision or you bat in very difficult conditions and does things to your average that you don't like. Well, right now, it's very friendly, and you might as well cash in and get as many as you possibly can. I mean, I mentioned earlier, Dom Sibley is leading run scorer in the county championship this season. He's got an opportunity to cement that, and he'll probably still want to play for England, you would think. So 500 comes up at the end of the over with that single. 503. It's been dominant. They were 108 for 2, so since the second wicket fell, they've added a 382 and just lost Sam Curran. So, but point being that he might be out of favour with the England selectors now. So I was saying, you know, people are allowed to come back into favour, and
Yeah, they are.
it won't always be McCullum and Stokes. It won't always be this.
No, it won't.
Approach.
And I think it is interesting. So we had Dom Sibley as Wisden. We had him on an extra podcast episode that we did a few weeks ago, and he was quite interesting talking about the end of his career. The end of his last stint with England.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, I should say. And just how much he was struggling mentally at that time and if you remember the time when he came out of the England side, it was just before the COVID Ashes tour, and they'd all been in bubbles for a year. And I think sometimes when people remember Dom Sibley as an England opener and other players who came in and out of the side around that time, they don't give that the context that it deserves.
Jimmy Neesham's into the attack. He bowled 11 overs yesterday, so he's not being used as a front line bowler, if you like. But yes, it's a very strong point, isn't it? And I think, everybody involved in that tour, not just the players. You talk to the journos who are out there as well. They just remember that last Ashes tour as being such a miserable one. There were, various of my colleagues were quarantined. I remember Stephen Finn, a lot of the TMS team were quarantined in Adelaide because someone had got COVID. No real pleasure was to be had. Stuart Broad said that it should be null and void. Well, obviously, tongue-in-cheek, but it was so peculiar that whole time. And selection was mad, wasn't it? You remember when England had such a good tour of Sri Lanka and then won the first test against India? But Johnny Bairstow was then sent home in prime form, so he could get some time off. Moeen Ali as well, so they were rotating. They weren't keeping consistent sides together.
Chris Woakes got COVID and then had to bio bubble.
Yep. That's a fine shot, straight back past the bowler, as dismissive as you like. It was full, but he played that shot a couple of times yesterday, and Jimmy Neesham performed exceptional stops off his own bowling. Well, this time it was just that little bit quicker, that little bit further away from him. And crucially, managed to miss the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Just finishing up on that, the Ashes I spoke to in the championship break, I spoke to Hasiba Mead about his experience around that time, and obviously he fell out of favour during that Ashes series as well. And he also spoke about just how difficult it was.
Oh, it's another glorious shot from Dan Lawrence. He does like it in that area, but the crispness and the timing and the placement, absolutely perfect as Surrey continue to motor, and they now scored over 100 runs today. 101 runs have come in just under 20 overs. So they're going along a very nice pelt, and I expect that pelt, if anything, to be nicer and quicker.
Do you think Jimmy Neesham's enjoying his return from red ball retirement?
I imagine he might be questioning his life choices at the moment, and I can't say as I blame him. It's unforgiving, the heat, the ball, the surface, the batters. It's a kind of perfect storm.
Come to England, play in a few county championship fixtures.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. England, it nibbles around a bit. Just perfect for your sort of bowling. 33 degrees on a flatty at the Oval with a Kookaburra ball, with the score 509 for 3. Oh, she's a brutal game, is cricket. What can Durham do here, really, other than sit in? I mean, can they try a short ball policy? The ball's probably getting a little soft now. It's 36 overs old, nearly.
I think they've almost passed that point of there being something they can do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They're almost really contractually obliged just to send the ball in the direction of two well-set batters who can decide for themselves what it is that we're going to see. End of the over, 510 for 3. Sibley 215, Lawrence 114. This partnership now 232, and they came together in the 77th over, so they've got 232 in, well, less than 40 overs. They're 6 and over. I can't think of an alarm. I mean, we had one play and missed, didn't we? The last over off Drissel, but just played down the wrong line. There was nothing more to it than that.
Well, the last chance Sibley gave was yesterday morning, I think. And it wasn't even a chance, it dropped short.
Right. So technically, he hasn't given a chance. There was a run-out chance to get Sam Curran. That was about it.
That was a fantastic innings.
Wasn't it beautiful? It sort of lit up yesterday.
Can we mark Sam Curran again and players who, at some point in the next year or so, should be making their England test, or potentially could be?
I think so. I mean, there's a slot there, isn't there? And it's the thing is that I don't quite know where he comes in. He's not going to come in as a specialist middle order batter over Pope, Root, Brook, and because if it wasn't one of those three, it would be Jacob Bethel. And the next one, next cab off the rank in that sphere. Oh, it's a lovely inside out over extra cover for 6 towards the children away to our left. He's played that shot before today. Really lovely. Gives himself some room outside the leg stump and just lofts it over the infield. No massive flourish. And that brings up George Drissel's 150. Yeah, so I guess, you know, what you're looking at, is he a replacement for Stokes should he be injured, or for Chris Wokes? But then Chris Wokes is being used more as a frontline bowler, which... Oh, he's gone again. And it's going to be 6 more, and it's caught in the crowd. Really good catch by a gentleman in a black T-shirt down below me, wearing a hat. There he is.
Interesting.
That was so easily taken.
It is, but I was just thinking it's an interesting position for those children to be sat in.
Yes, it's quite dangerous, isn't it?
And no shade. I think Cam was saying earlier, Cam, the first thing he said to me this morning was there's no shade for those kids. So Cam is very worried about children in the sun.
Yes, there is no shade for the kids. I'm not as worried.
Just on the Sam Curran point, he kind of fits into that mould of I don't think England have worked out how best to use him with a couple of other players, like Matt Potts playing today. England have not worked out how best to use Matt Potts. They've kind of used him as that kind of multi-role bowler who can come on and...
Short, it was a brilliant bit of improvisation, this, from Dan Lawrence. It was fired in, and he just wanted to get it fine to the right of the short fine leg, and he does it, almost chopping down on the ball. And that over, well, it finished with 16 off the last 3 balls. Poor old George Drissel is now 1 for 164. And at the end of a 17 run over, Surrey are motoring at 527 for 3.
Yeah, it's just a lot of runs.
Right, I bring you some news from Taunton. Tom Banton is out. He's gone for 84. Nottinghamshire, incidentally, picked up just the 2 bowling points. They didn't pick up the 8th wicket until the 111th over. Oh, here we go now. The catch of the crowd. We're going to have a look and watch the technique. It was we'll get it for you in a moment. It was really well done. As easy as you like. Meanwhile, though, Somerset 340 for 9. They've chewed up a bit more time as well. On a used pitch, we believe, at Taunton. So they won the toss, elected to bat, and they'll be hoping that they can bring Leach and Archie Vaughan into play there. And just bat as long as they can, just to get a bit more traffic on that pitch. Nottinghamshire only getting the 2 bowling points. I mean, bowling points are going to be at a premium in this round of county championship matches, there's no doubt about that. Durham have only managed the 1. It's worth having a little look round the grounds, actually. Essex, Yorkshire. Well, Essex 286 for 6, so they've only got the 1 batting point. In Yorkshire, they picked up the 6th wicket just in time, so they've got 2 bowling points. Michael Pepper and Noah Fain are at the crease at the moment. They're going very slowly there, are Essex. Told you about Somerset Notts, 340 for 9. Worcestershire against Hampshire. You remember that magnificent 266 from Adam Hose yesterday. Well, what's happened is that although Worcestershire had a big lead over Surrey in terms of run scoring and how quickly they were going, Surrey have overtaken them because Worcestershire are just 513 for 5, which counts as a kind of win for Hampshire. So Hampshire will have picked up 1 bonus point, 1 bowling bonus point, just as Durham have. Worth keeping our eye on that. Warwickshire have been bowled out for 415.
Not a single 100 in that innings.
It's unusual, isn't it? Score that high. Just trying to see when the... So 3 bowling points. So, oh, it's been clattered away. And it's 6 more to the short side, banged in short. And Dan Lawrence is on the charge here. He's had a couple of 6s in the previous over. I'm sure it's not that word has gone out. I think he's just sensing the moment. The bowler's tiring, the heat of the day really building. He's seeing it like a football. He's been out there for over an hour and 20 minutes. Now he's ready to unleash.
Yeah, this is getting fun now.
It is.
Unless you're a Durham bowler.
Yeah. Yeah. So Warwickshire have managed 4 batting points and Sussex 3 bowling points. I think it would be the most number of accumulated bonus points scored in Division 1 of the County Championship. We'd like to keep a little eye on Division 2. Middlesex 410 for 6 against Leicester. That must be another flatty. Gloucester 346 for 9 against Glamorgan. A real match bubbling up. Lancashire 367. Derbyshire a second in the table, 59 for 3. A couple of wickets, of course, for James Anderson.
Captaining again.
Captaining. I think he wants to make a comeback, you know. I would not put it past him to want to. Whether it be allowed is another matter. Again, nicely played by Lawrence. He'll get a couple here. He's just found that gap, and it's not easy to find that gap, really, because we've got a packed offside field and a sweeper. So that is the only line you could go through to get a couple of runs. But he's seeing it so well. I think Will Jacks is just a little bit frustrated that he's not being given the chance to come out here and smash it around.
I think so, but I think, well, he could get his chance, but as soon as he comes out, it'll be fireworks.
And it feels quite fireworky now.
That's what I mean, but maybe you'll, I don't know what the, I'm not a fireworks expert actually, but maybe it'll be the big.
So we're sort of looking at the Catherine wheel at the moment, are we? We're
yeah.
imagining an altogether more sort of rocket-laden.
Yeah, I'm thinking midnight Big Ben rockets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Kit and caboodle. 5:38 for 3 at the end of the 118th over.
Lawrence and Sibley reached the 250 partnership and they've now sailed past.
Okay, if that's our man. If that is our man, that's our man who took the catch in the crowd. So, an inside-out shot, high, up, and over. Oh, look at that. You just see him come into view. He was a little bit startled, but easy as you like, takes the catch. I don't think he got quite the adoration he deserved for that. There's a few kids looking at him with a certain amount of quizzical admiration.
Oi.
There he's just on the phone. He's just on the phone, probably telling people he's taken that catch, do you suppose? Or, I mean, I think he might have been on the phone just before he took that catch as well, so it makes it even better.
I think so, but I think he had to take it because those 2 girls behind him were in a bit of danger if he didn't take it. Didn't seem to be moving very quickly.
Caveat emptor.
I mean, to be honest, when he tells it to his friends later, it'll be, oh, it was one-handed.
Stunning.
Diving. You'll never see anything like it. Oh, do you want to see footage of it? Oh, you'll have to scroll all through the day on YouTube if you want to find it.
You'll never find it. Colin Ackerman has replaced the luckless Drissel, who's come off after 1 for 164. Ackerman bowled a few overs yesterday in the lead up to the second new ball, bowled a couple of overs, and he wasn't permitted to settle. So they're trying everything here, Durham, but it is a tough task. It really is. That's been carved away. It's going to be 4 more. Too short. A little flatter. Where Drissel gave it a bit of air that allowed Lawrence to come inside out and over the top of extra cover. Ackerman is likely to sort of fire it in, but the problem is it is pace. I mean, he's picked up the length of that so well. It wasn't super short. He latched onto it so quickly, and there are big gaps. I mean, really, there's 4 men on the leg side. 5 on the leg side, I should say. So the offside is very much Lawrence's area against the slower bowlers. Goes again, gives himself some room. Just gets a single this time.
Yeah, and it was all of those shots hit through that side of the ground by Lawrence. They've had so much power on them. I mean, the outfield is very fast, but they've had so much power on them straight down to the boundary. I guess the other question is, Surrey will be obviously looking to bat once, bat big, not go again, but...
I think so.
Well,
I think so.
Just about.
The question is it till tea?
That's the
Is
thing.
it a bit before tea? Do they have a number in mind? Is it 700? Is it 750? What?
Well, what, 3 wickets have gone down now in almost 4 sessions.
Oh. Now then, we've got encroaching children near a sight screen. They're being ushered away.
Oh, yeah.
Announcer Terry Blake's been very stern there.
You've got to teach them young.
You do?
Never get in the way. Never move behind the bowler's arm.
Absolutely not.
Stand stock still.
No, if you do that more than once, you have to go 3 rounds with the school leopard.
If you're eating an ice cream, let it melt down your arm.
Yep. Learn the hard way, Katya, haven't you? He's just a little annoyed with himself there. He just picked out the man at short extra cover.
Always the most mortifying experience when you're called out from even behind the bowler's arm.
Isn't it?
It's awful.
Yeah, it's deeply, deeply embarrassing. Oh, and Lawrence is remonstrating. And I think order is being sort of restored.
I mean,
Easy single is taken down the ground.
I would not want to be a primary school teacher anyway, hence why I'm not, but I particularly would not want to be a primary school teacher in charge of
Absolutely not.
scores of children on a 30-degree day at the Oval.
Absolutely not. My mother was a primary school teacher and I saw what it did to them.
I live with a primary school teacher who teaches reception, and I see what it does to her on a daily basis.
Oh, they're doing God's work.
They are.
I feel like, you know how in America it's customary to say to somebody in the armed forces, thank you for your service. I feel like that every time I come across, well, teachers of any hue really, but especially primary school teachers, because there's a specific noise that you have to learn to live with. I mean, I would basically teach with noise-cancelling headphones if I was in a primary school.
I do enjoy it though when she comes home and she's still potentially in teacher mode and is using teacher voice.
And she does that to you, does she?
Occasionally.
Yes.
If I've stood in front of the fridge for too long.
Is that something you do?
Well, we've
not opening it, thinking, what am I going to do with the contents of this fridge?
Yeah, well, we've got a small kitchen. You've got to manoeuvre yourselves around the kitchen.
I hear you. Neesham's going to continue. 5:45 for 3. A rare slightly false shot there, just squirted a bit off the edge. But these are the tiny crumbs of comfort. This morning, or in this morning session I should say, 138 runs have been added in just 23 overs. So that is actually 6 and over, isn't it?
That is the discussion, just getting back to what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago. 3 wickets in almost 4 sessions. What time frame? Surely that is the forefront of the discussion about when enough is enough here. Got to factor
Very crisply played. Let's just get the single.
You've got to factor in as well, will the pitch break up? I mean, if you're Surrey, you're hoping it's going to break up.
Yep.
Because otherwise it's going to be a very long next couple of days as well.
I mean, they're reaching a point where the danger, any perceived danger may pass, because if, let us say, for example, it isn't going to happen, by the way, that Surrey declared now. For them to be put in any bother, Durham would have to score 700, wouldn't they? Which I'm not saying is impossible by any means on this surface, because what we've seen, the interaction of the Kookaburra ball on this pitch, is that, yeah, the sky's the limit. But the time it would take Durham to get there, you would still think would take them till lunch on the 5th day, so on the 4th day. So in order to eliminate any risk whatsoever, you're looking at 650, I would suggest. By the time Surrey would get to 650, for Durham to get up to 650 would be coming up to tea on the last day. Not enough time to affect anything like a result. Especially a bowler down with Ben Rain out. It's the first time actually that very wide ball from Neesham. It's the first time we've seen Durham go really negative, to their credit. They have tried plans in vain, of course, but now we've got a really different field. Should point this out to you all. It's a 7-2 field, so there's a mid-on and only one fielder out on the boundary on the leg side, defending the short boundary, 4 in the ring on the offside, the deep point, the deep third. Oh no, then there's a deep backward square leg, so it's 6-3 offside field. Neesham kind of hiding the ball outside that off stump. As a result, only 3 singles have come from the over so far. So yeah, with all this gaming of declarations, my suspicion is still 700 plus.
I'd agree.
Not sure that'll please Jeremy Coney, but I think that's going to be the way they go. A single to finish. 4 singles off the over. Lawrence is approaching his 150. Surrey 549 for 3. Half an hour to go till lunch. Who better to leave you in the company of than Ponsonby? After some words from Katya, Witney.
Quite a novelty. I'm all for batting for as long as possible, purely because you don't get the opportunity to score this many that much. Let's see how many they can get.
Well, thank you to my great friend and colleague Daniel Norcross for running across to me. He refuted that earlier today when I referred to him as such. Oh yeah, it was Jeremy Coney, sorry. My great friend and colleague Daniel Norcross is reminded that we are in fact great friends and colleagues. It was Jeremy Coney who poo-pooed such a suggestion. I'm interested to see how long Surrey will bat for, mainly because, yes, and I agree with you in almost kind of every circumstance, like 700, bat once, bat big, bowl them out twice, would be the modus operandi. But given the heat and given the difficulty of taking wickets, the idea of Surrey trying to bowl twice in a row, try and bowl Durham out once and forcing the follow on, going, right, we're going to go again, doesn't feel particularly, well, pleasurable, to be honest.
How are you going about it then? So your primary objective is to force a result. Surely the best way of forcing a result onto this pitch is to try and make Durham follow on.
Yeah, or I guess you could bail out roundabout now-ish. I'm now thinking out loud. And just say, okay, we've done our one lot of batting. Tick that box. We need as much time in the game to take these wickets as possible. And then if Durham get up close-ish to us, we then have another chance to bat again, and we can then bat forever if we so wish. Just talking to Jeremy Coney in the back of the box, who was suggesting the idea of when you do bowl, you don't take the new ball. You let that ball get older and older. more and more horrible to have to hit, more and more likely to scoot low and have some uneven bounce because it would be so worn and torn. Lawrence now on 149, 1 run away from yet another milestone here at the Kia Oval. Mid-off drops out to long off, so a single is on offer for the Surrey batter if he wishes. And he does. Pushing it up to long on, he reaches 150 off just 126 deliveries. It has been an absolutely dominant innings from Dan Lawrence. He's been cruising along throughout in 4th gear the whole time. He hasn't been troubled. He's just eased Surrey into a position of, well, domination.
Yeah, he had that period a few overs ago where he was picking up quite a lot of boundaries, maybe just ticked over a bit more since then. Still a very Dan Lawrence type innings, very classy. 150 off 126, and it looks easy. I'm struggling to think. I don't think he's given a single chance.
I can't remember one myself. It's been a tough day and a half's outing for Durham so far. 555 for 3, but I imagine, goodness me, it looked like there was a... Oh. I don't think there'll be many times where Nelson normally, it's the idea it's a bad omen for the batting team. I don't think Surrey will be too concerned at 555 for 3.
Just going back to that theory from Jeremy Coney about bowling, not taking the new ball. It's interesting, but I would love to watch those Durham bowlers be told that they have to bowl more overs with this ball. I think you'll know if that's the plan purely from the implosion that takes place on the pitch.
Well, Will Rhodes is going to come into the attack. His figures aren't as pretty as they once were. He had only gone for about 14 runs off his first 7 overs. He's conceded north of 40 off his following 10. It is a field of necessity rather than one of desire from Durham here. 5 fielders in the ring, 4 boundary riders, including that cover point sweeper Graham Clark. 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, giving them the option of the short ball. But you're right in that there was this flurry of boundaries for a little while where it looked like Surrey were putting the foot down to try and force a declaration. But now we've just gone back down the gears and they're cruising along. I say they're cruising along. Dan Lawrence goes for a wild hack over mid-on.
I think you had that period where Driscoll was quite late into his spell. And I think you've seen a slightly more negative approach from Durham in the last few overs where they've hung it out a bit wider. Tried to limit those scoring opportunities a bit more and made Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley just tick over a bit more. Not little trouble them. Still plenty of time for that acceleration. See there. Rhodes just sending it out wide and Lawrence having to reach for it and run it down for that single.
So if you're in Surrey's shoes, you're batting on.
Yeah, as many as possible. Purely from a records, I just like records, Cam. Is that such a crime?
Maybe they get 1,000.
Yeah, all for it. Without wanting to be negative, I think it's...
It's a beautiful shot from Dom Sibley. It looked like he was only going to get 1, but he will get 4. Mid-on fails to cut the ball off. Sibley straight as anything. It's just almost kissed the stumps on its way past. And he moves on to 229. His high score of 242 is in sight. And you know what? I'm going to have to check that because I've done that off the dome, as it were. But I'm pretty sure that is the case. 244. I'm deeply sorry to all involved. I was 2 runs out.
Just to finish my thoughts on the record, I think it's a massive if that any side would be able to take 20 wickets under the current conditions. So why not?
There could be more runs. They should get back for 2 here. Graham Clark will do the fielding in the deep. Well, that was kind of Brian Lara's thought process when his record for the highest test score had been taken off him by Matthew Hayden. And he knew that he wanted that record back. And when they were playing at the old rec ground in Antigua, very early on he went, there's no way this is going to be a result. There's no way we're going to win this. I'm going for 400.
Well, I was about to say maybe that's why I'm not a professional sports person, but maybe that's just me and Brian Lara being on the same wavelength.
More runs for Dom Sibley. This time 4 of them. 3 drives in a row in 3 different directions bring 10 runs. And he's in such control at the moment. He moves on to 235. Surrey are 567 for 3. He's been very well supported by Dan Lawrence, who's been in fine form today. He's got the finest wrists in the land, I would say, Dan Lawrence. He's been on his attacking best, lofting George Drissel for a number of 6s. There you go. Working his way across the stumps, clipping the ball to the leg side. He's been unstoppable.
So he's got the finest wrists in the land. I'd say there are very few who look lighter on their feet at the crease than Dan Lawrence. He moves very well. I interviewed him during the winter, actually, around February time, talking about the end to last summer when he was opening in a test match. And kind of how difficult he found that, going out of position and also knowing that he wasn't scoring any runs. And also the difficulties of constantly being that next man in for the previous couple of years for England.
It was a remarkable kind of 3 test matches last summer where he did take on the opening mantle with Zach Crawley absent through a broken finger, and he played a very frenetic innings here, last test match of the summer. I almost feel a little bit hard done by because you've waited so long for your turn. And then your turn arrives out of position.
Yeah, you almost think it would have been better. I mean, obviously these are things outside of your control, but he came in because of that injury to Zach Crawley. But you think about when Jacob Bethel came in New Zealand, and that position in the middle or at number 3 just kind of opened up.
Well, he's used his feet well again there, and he gets 4 more. Exactly what Katya Witney's referring to, his lightness on his toes, giving himself space to cut Ackerman away for 4.
And just on that thought, if that injury to Crawley hadn't happened, and Lawrence potentially would have been that player they'd taken out to New Zealand, rather than a Jordan Cox or a Jacob Bethel, what would that look like now?
Gives himself room again, cuts this time to the cover point sweeper for 1 run. Well, for no reason in particular, I've been looking up the highest scores in first-class cricket history in the 21st century, so not in history.
For no reason.
And the record is held by Queensland, who made 900 for 6.
Let's get going.
I was with a Kookaburra ball as well, I assume.
Scandalous if it was with the Dukes.
Yeah, the Sheffield Shield thought, well, no ball given here by the umpire, so further insult to injury for Durham. It's a good effort from Ackerman to bowl. Well, I wonder if we can just have another look at that. I was distracted briefly whether that was a front foot no ball or had he dislodged the stumps on his way through. Mate, could we just get a replay of that no ball, please? The 300-run partnership has come up between Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley. They must be encroaching on a record of sorts at some point. Get our man on the ground, Andrew Sampson, to look it up for us. Record 4th wicket partnerships for Surrey. Let's have a look at this scorecard from, well, goodness me, it was the Sheffield Shield final
Wow.
2006. So one assumes that Queensland had finished top of the tree and knew that a draw would do them. Just keep batting and batting and batting. Let's just have a little look at this no ball again. This could be a massive anticlimax, everyone. Was it a front foot no ball, or did he dislodge the bails? Does his right leg come through? Yes, he whacks them with his right foot. And that is known as the Stephen Finn law, because he kept on kicking the stumps. He would gather to deliver the ball against South Africa, and they decided that would then be given as a no ball.
It's an interesting angle for his leg to come up at. It's almost impressive. I don't think I could get my leg.
He's known as a very flexible man, Colin Ackerman. He's not, but he could be. Here's another angle. We'll just see that right leg come out at the side and wallop the stumps. One more run added to the total there by Dom Sibley.
I'm on tenterhooks for this Queensland scorecard.
It's a real good one. So, Lachlan Stevens got 66. Rubbish. We'll have another look at Colin Ackerman. That right foot comes out and really quite heavily strikes that leg stump. Jimmy Marr, 223. Martin Love, 169. I assume Lawrence has hit that back into the ground just by the direction of travel from the ball and the lack of reaction from the Durham fielders. So it was a bump ball. Shane Watson, he made 201, retired hurt. Clinton Perrin, 173, so 4 centurions and 2 double centurions in Queensland's total of 900 for 6. You'll see here just whacking that ball back into the ground. Well, a false shot for the first time that I can remember this morning. It has really been a morning of domination for the batters. I'm just going to pick out my favourite moment of this scorecard was when Queensland were 860 for 3.
Wow. Well, we're getting there.
We are getting there. Joined by more friends and colleagues in the box as Jazz Rana from Wisden has arrived. Well, that's the closest we've been to a wicket in a fair while. Sibley looking to run that ball down to deep third, almost chops the ball onto his own stumps. Instead he moves on to 240.
Yeah, that's the first chance I can remember. I was thinking about that Dom Sibley one that didn't quite carry yesterday morning, so potentially the first chance in over 24 hours. If you can even call it a chance, really.
One more run added to the total. When will Surrey declare? That is the question. We might have gone far too early on it. We might be watching Surrey back for a fair while to come.
He's hoping 800 for 3.
And the only fall of the wicket came, well, it wasn't a wicket per se. Shane Watson retired hurt. And that prompted the collapse.
You've put that figure in my head now. I'm going to be scoreboard watching all day.
Let's have a look if there's anything else of note. End of the over. The scores 583 for 3. Looks as if I'm going to be joined by Yaz Rana.
Hello, Cam.
Welcome to the commentary box. Welcome to the game. It's your first stint on this match.
It is, and I'm enjoying all the conversation about what may happen later today around this potential declaration. And it's got me thinking back to previous games in similar-ish situations, and I wonder what the model for Surrey to follow is. On Durham, actually, they had a game early in the season against Nottinghamshire where they opted to bowl first on the first day on a really flat pitch. Nottinghamshire scored 400 on day one. And Durham head coach Ryan Campbell was on the Durham live stream explaining why Durham had elected to bowl first, because at the time it didn't look like a very good decision. And his thinking was, we're thinking about what is our best route to victory on what looks like a very flat pitch. And Durham had identified that it's going to be really difficult to take 20 wickets in a row. So if you bat first and score, say, 500, it's actually very difficult to win the game from that point, because there might not be enough time in the game for you to bat again, so your bowlers don't get a rest. So what ended up happening is Durham scored 600 themselves and eventually chased something like 100 on the final day, in the final hour actually.
Quicker from Ackerman. Time just shoots down the leg side, well gathered by Ollie Robinson.
And I was just going to say, obviously in this situation, Surrey are not where Durham were. Durham are where Durham were, but with a lot more work to do. But I was thinking back to a couple of England Test matches in Pakistan on really, really flat pitches. And I think the real model to follow is that Test match in Rawalpindi, where England famously scored 500 on that first day, and Surrey aren't quite at that rate, but it's not that far off, scoring at nearly 5 runs and over. Pakistan responded by scoring 579, England 657 in that first innings. And there was a very enterprising declaration from England, leaving Pakistan with 243 to win on that final day. And from what had been seen on the first 3.5 days, 343 seemed like a extremely generous declaration, and it was the skill of the England seamers that got it done in the end. Ollie Robinson and James Anderson taking 8 of the 10 fourth innings wickets. But the key thing there is just how much time was injected back into the game because of how quickly England scored. And I think Surrey here in a similar-ish situation.
I'm almost bowling a bit of a arm ball away swinger there. So into an end, the 125th over, the score's 587 for 3. Now, you're absolutely right, and it's a point that was raised and written about by Ben Jones and Nathan Lehman. We'll just see some drinks being run out to Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley. Wonder if there's a bit of a message that may be attached to them. If it is a message, Dom Sibley's not interested in hearing it. Oh, now he is. He's now getting a drink as well, and he'll be informed of the plan. For 15 minutes, or 10 minutes even, to the lunch break. So one assumes they will bat through now, because if they were to declare, that would be the interval. It's just a case of lots of liquids being required to take, of liquids needing to be taken on board. That's the sense I'm trying to say. But in this book, Hitting Against the Spin, it kind of spoke about how counterintuitively, when presented with a very good batting wicket, what you actually want to do is bowl first, because the hardest route to victory, as you've made the points with previous examples, is taking 20 wickets. And so, yes, on the one hand, Durham, look, they've had a very tough day and a half. It's not going to be fun being in the field in 30-odd degree heat in the opposition of 587 for 3. But they only need to bat, in terms of when we talk about bat once, bat big, that's the position they're in currently. Surrey's equivalent is going to be incredibly difficult if they're hoping to take 20 wickets in a row on this surface with this ball. But if it was a message that had been sent down, Dom Sibley, Dan Lawrence, it was keep going.
Sometimes I feel teams almost declare because they reach the point at which teams normally declare.
They're bored.
Yeah, well, maybe it isn't boredom, but it's almost out of convention. And England like to challenge convention, and they did that again in Pakistan over the winter just gone, where they scored 823 for 7, declared in Multan. Another win on what felt like an unwinnable pitch, the incredibly flat one. And that was when Brooks scored his 100 record stand with Joe Root. And I wonder actually if Surrey will be thinking, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going and going. And they're scoring at a good rate, that they're injecting some time back into the game.
The difference there would have been, correct me if I'm wrong, is that England were batting second.
Yeah, that is right.
So you had the reason to keep going is that you were building a lead. Whereas Surrey are building a hypothetical lead at the moment. They're assuming that more runs will be better. There also could be the argument that we're exhausting the opposition players. What's your best way of taking 3 for not many with the new ball in the next innings? Is that by having 600 or 800, or is it more to the point by having Durham's batters going at 4 p.m? Oh, goodness me, the ball has beaten the bat there. Ollie Robinson just gesturing. There's a bit of movement off the seam, and isn't that good news for Durham? The collapse is coming. Dom Sibley on 243, 2 runs away from a new first-class high score. We'll have a little look at this again. You won't be able to see perfectly from that angle. Ollie Robinson's been really sharp behind the stumps today. A couple of really nice leg side takes. Dan Lawrence went for a big sweep off the seam of Daniel Hogg. And on we go.
But it really is significant how quickly Surrey have scored, not just throughout the innings, but today, who probably won't get there in the end, but 15 minutes ago was threatening 200 runs in the session alone.
Pushed up to mid-off, and that'll be 1 more run, taking Sibley level with his previous high score of 244.
Big group of kids incredibly excited, the prospect of getting themselves an autograph.
Very. Tom Sibley's 244. His high score actually came from Warwickshire. I'm just trying to find what his score was. He made it for Surrey against Yorkshire here, I think, back in 2013. He made 242, so I did remember that correctly. Pleased to confirm.
So he's in the nervous 240s.
Nervous 244s. Happens to all of us. Those jitters just get a bit more jangly. Remarkable bowling attack that Sibley faced in that innings against Yorkshire. He made this double ton as a 18-year-old. It's another dot ball. Opening the batting, he faced Ryan Sidebottom and Stephen Patterson. Jack Brooks and Adil Rashid were first change. Kane Williamson sent down 28 overs of off spin. And Adam Lyth and Gary Balance had a go as well. And there it is. Little tap of the bats from Dan Lawrence, which suggests that not only did he know that Dom Sibley was out there in the middle, and he knew as well. It's a new landmark reached.
Yeah, and a ripple of applause in the pavilion. They know their stuff. They know their stuff.
Crowd here in South London. 45 on Sibley's back, 245 now to his name as well. Even more exciting, he's now faced 401 deliveries. For that 242. He faced 536 balls back in 2013. So this is positively rapid. Another good takedown leg side by Ollie Robinson.
Dan Lawrence closing in on his first class best as well.
175 the target for Dan Lawrence, so he's yet to make a career double century. Just a wonderfully elegant way of scoring a single. High back lift, a flourish of the bat. Pushes the ball down to long on.
He hit one truly absurd shot earlier today where he flicked Dan Hogg through mid-wicket to a ball that I think was on about 12th stump.
There's another single for Dom Sibley. We've got 3 minutes until the lunch break here. That is the end of the 127th over. The score is 593 for 3. You imagine we'll just have one more before the break. I don't think Durham will be particularly interested in sneaking one through here quickly. See the scorecard of today's match so far. Well, today and yesterday's match. Sibley and Lawrence unbeaten on 246 and 164 respectively. Sam Curran on 108. Ryan Patel, the only batter to miss out, he made 10, whereas Rory Burns, he was seething with himself when he left yesterday for 55. And a day later, you can see why.
This partnership worth 315, and they've only been together for about a session and a half.
Sibley flips that off his hip. One more to the total.
What they've done really well this morning in particular is their cruise tempo has been really high. It doesn't feel like they've been taking too many undue risks, but just keep managing to take 6-7 runs off what feel like quiet overs. Then a couple of brief spells of destruction from Dan Lawrence in particular, but generally speaking, it's been pretty steady.
Another elegant single from Dan Lawrence. Standing tall, pushing the ball up to long on. Kind of has that feeling of, phrase I've used before, mutually assured middle overs in a one-day game where both sides are quite happy to go along at fives. Mid-on has come up to Sibley now. Take a quick single into the offside now. There's a number of singles have come off this over. Still ticking the scoreboard over. Just a reminder of what will be happening in the lunch break. Yaz will be interviewing Dean Wilson about the recently published Sid Lawrence autobiography. Dean Wilson, of course, worked with Sid closely across the entire book. Sid very sadly died recently, but Dean Wilson will be chatting to Yaz about his book, their book, Sid's Life. Sibley on 248. There's 2 balls remaining until the lunch interval. I don't think he'll be feeling too precious about reaching 250. Wow, Rhodes. Feels a bit late to say it in the 128th over, but he's just been finding some movement recently. You never know. 1 brings 2, they do say.
You know what they say about that second Kookaburra ball as it approaches the 50 over mark?
I'm really enjoying that. Gareth Batty said to you in an interview, these Kookaburras, they do a bit more than they did before. As his team are 600 for 3. Well, that's the lunch break. A dominant morning session of play for Surrey. Dan Lawrence brought up his 2nd century of the season. He surged onto 166. Dom Sibley reached his 4th career first-class double ton and 2nd in Surrey colours. He's now on his highest first-class score of 248 and counting. When will Surrey declare? We don't quite know at the moment. There's a chance they continue to bat on and throughout the afternoon session. Well, they're in cruise control. So, Yaz, declaration speculation is one of the finest of all broadcasting subjects. What's your prediction for where Surrey may look to take this match over the coming 2 to 3 hours?
I'm not sure in terms of what I think they will do, but I'd quite like to see them go on and on for a bit. We talked about those 2 England wins in Pakistan on 2 particularly lifeless wickets, and England did things that weren't at all conventional. And the speed at which Lawrence has batted today in particular, I think, gives them the option to post a score that we rarely see in any cricket, let alone 4-day county cricket. So Lawrence, in particular this morning, has given them options and routes to victory that, had they been scoring at a more sedate rate, wouldn't have been there. And they've scored 190 runs in the morning session. They're basically going at run a ball. It's been spectacular batting, and look at what they've got to come. They've still got Will Jacks, Josh Blake, Jordan Clark, and all those tail enders bat as well. So there's loads of batting to go, which is not necessarily what you want to hear if you're Durham and the opposition of 597 for 3.
You see there on your screen now the partnerships of this innings. Dom Sibley and Dan Lawrence, 319 and counting. And as Yaz mentioned, 190 of those arrived in just the morning session. There's been relentless run scoring here in South London. And the bowling figures, well, look away if you're from the north, because it has been tough going for Durham. They do, of course, still have their turn to bat. That will come up at some point later today, presumably. But 3 wickets for Durham in total. 1 for George Drissel, 1 for Jimmy Neesham, and 1 for Ben Rain. Unfortunately, he's not been able to take part in the match today. The match summary. Well, Surrey 597 for 3 and counting. 2 unbeaten Centurions at the crease. We'll be back with live commentary in around 35 minutes for the afternoon session. But before that, I'm going to hand over to Yaz Rana, who'll be interviewing Dean Wilson about Sid Lawrence's autobiography.
Today we're really grateful to be joined by Dean Wilson, one of cricket media's great men, long-time cricket correspondent at the Daily Mirror, and among other things the co-author of In Sid's Voice, The Extraordinary Life of Dave Lawrence. Lawrence, a Gloucestershire great whose England career was cruelly cut short by injury suffered from motor neuron disease in the last year or so of his life, which sadly ended just 8 days ago on June the 22nd. Dean, just want to reiterate our gratitude for having you with us today. This whole year, but especially the last couple of weeks, must have been really difficult.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. It has been a pretty testing few days since the sad news of Dave's passing. Something that clearly we were expecting at some point. We know that diagnosis of motor neurone disease does unfortunately only end one way, but it still came as a bit of a shock, bit of a surprise, because both, well, his family certainly, and thought that he had a little bit more time left, but unfortunately he was taken. And so yeah, it's been a sad few days, definitely, but also you know, it's a bit of bittersweet, because he crammed so much into those 61 years of his life, and he got some real recognition at the back end as well. Named an MBE in the King's Birthday Honours. He was named one of the 6 honorary vice presidents of the ECB as well. And of course, yes, he was able to get his book In Sid's Voice out. He had it in his hands just a couple of weeks ago at the launch. Dave Lawrence 11 against Lashings 11, and he was able to see the physical book in his hands, which was a real relief and a moment of pride for both him and for me.
He packed so much in his life, and one of the things that comes across actually is when you're reading the book, you're surprised at how young he is quite a lot when things are happening to him. Talking about his professional career, first coming into the Gloucestershire dressing room when he wasn't really aware that cricket was an option professionally. Suddenly he's essentially a professional cricketer in his teens, and amazing stories packed throughout it. Throughout the book, you also get a sense of the immense pain that he suffered in his life, both in his playing career but also latterly in the last 12, 18 months. For people who are fortunate enough to not know much about motor neuron disease, it is a cruel and literally hopeless disease too.
Incredibly cruel. I struggle to think of anything that is so painful and so kind of hard to go through, and yet it forces the sufferer to see it in 3D. You know, you're still the same person in mind and in spirit. That's sort of the last thing to go at the end, but you can see what's happening to your body as the muscles wasting away, As I said, the pain comes from requiring support, breathe, to be able to do anything. Dave talks about his need for carers early on to complete the most simple of tasks that we all take for granted. And so having that independence kind of ripped away from you quite quickly, you have to, any pride and any kind of ego that you might have, gets taken away pretty quickly as you are forced to rely on others to do these kind of simple tasks. But within that, as I say, because the mind and the spirit are still there, the way that Dave faced up to it, also others like Rob Burrow we know, and Doddy Weir, terrific athletes themselves who were laid low by this disease, you can still do quite a lot. Use your platform, use your kind of character and your ability to talk to an audience to try and raise awareness, to raise funds, because for the longest time this disease has had barely any finance behind research and trying to find a cure. But thanks to guys like Kevin Sinfield, who's raised millions, and others, there is more money being put towards it, and there will be more research. They will find remedies and at least kind of medication even to try and stem the progress and the march of this disease. And that's what Sid was all about, trying to do what he could in these last months to try and offer some support for others. He's always thinking about other people. I mean, that's kind of characteristic of his life. What can I do to try and mean that other people won't have to go through what I'm going through? Money from each copy sold is going to MNDA, Motor Neurone Disease Association, and the Cricketers Trust, which is another charity from the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association. That is the charitable arm that supports players, former players, and their families. So yeah, even at the end, Sid was thinking about how can he raise money for other people to try and help them, because he was already on a inevitable slope, really.
That's something that comes across throughout the book, actually, just his gratitude for the experiences that he had throughout his life. It is both a very sad but immensely beautiful book, and one passage in particular that definitely in both of those categories is the opening of the book, where you describe a very emotional experience of receiving the phone call from Dave. He had the disease just over a year or so ago. So you and your friendship with Dave went back a long way.
Yeah, so we kind of got to know. Obviously, I knew who he was as a cricket fan. I remember the injury he suffered in 1992. But our kind of friendship, or our relationship, really started just over 10 years ago at a game down in Bristol in about 2014. And we sort of noticed each other just walking along the concourse, and we sort of noticed each other. And I think he sort of recognised me a little bit as a cricket journalist and had done a few things. I immediately recognised him, very recognisable figure, but I was still utterly taken by just how big he was, how muscular he was. I mean, he, as we talk about in the book, he went on to become a champion amateur bodybuilder, and so he hadn't kind of long finished competing in that, so he still had these huge muscles bursting out of his clothes, and we just got kind of talking about that, and why and how and all the rest of it. And he told me a bit about his bodybuilding career, and I thought, well, this is a great story. The journalist mind kind of kicked in and asked him would he be up for having a kind of proper interview about it, take some photos and so on. And he did have a bit of an ego. I mean, anyone who gets on stage in their Speedos to show off their body's got to have a little bit of an ego. And he said, yeah. So we got together down in London one afternoon, came along, brought his trophy, or his bodybuilding trophies with him, which was so heavy. I mean, appropriately heavy, I guess, because like for him, he was like throwing them around as like juggling balls. But for me, I was like, oh God. And yeah, we had a really great afternoon together, chatting all things bodybuilding, but also his post-cricket career. Because I think a lot of people knew who he was and kind of what happened with the knee injury, but he hadn't really been involved in cricket, certainly not elite cricket, for a long time. He did a little bit of punditry in the immediate aftermath of his career, but he'd actually moved away from the game a little bit through that period. So I think for people to kind of see this figure, this character that they remember from the early 90s, and just see the size of him and what he'd kind of been doing with his life, I think really struck a chord. And I think a lot of people were very warm towards seeing what he's up to, really pleased for him, and I think that kind of brought him back into cricket a little bit. Actually, I think he was quite taken with the attention that it generated, and then we stayed in touch, from then on. So every time England played at Bristol, we'd always catch up, have a drink, have a chat, and keep that relationship bubbling away. I spoke to him on a couple of different occasions about some other issues, things like racism in the game. Of course, the game has had a sort of big reckoning in that department, and so I spoke to him about his experiences. We did a couple of bits on that. I spoke to him that there was an incident one night in Bristol. I think everyone kind of knows what happened there, but Sid, one of his other careers, he ran a nightclub in Bristol for 25 years called Dojo. So I did think, like, who would know something about the late night activities in Bristol? I think Sid would be a good man. So I spoke to him at length around that period. So yeah, we stayed in touch, became friends, and it was about 2.5 years ago now that he asked me whether I'd be interested in helping him write a book, and I was absolutely delighted to kind of get involved. I knew he'd have a few stories, and I was just surprised in the end just how many stories he had, because he certainly managed to fill these pages.
I'm not going to give them all away. There's one that involves Viv Richards that is amazing, but I think we should keep that for people to get the book. Tell us about what he was like as a fast bowler, because when I was reading it, I was instantly drawn to the descriptions of him, and I thought, hang on, I want to see this for myself. And you go on YouTube, violently quick.
He is, and that was his calling card. What I loved about, there wasn't a huge amount of subtlety to him in any regard. I mean, he was this big bear of a guy, really warm and engaging, and you knew where you stood with him. And his athletic career, his cricket career, was straight to the point. He was a fast bowler, bowled fast. He wasn't about variations and slower balls and bowling within himself to kind of get ready for the test match, whatever. Whether he was playing for Gloucestershire, playing for England A, playing for England, whether it was over number 1 or over number 90, he bowled fast. He charged it and gave it absolutely everything he had. Maybe at times, to his cost, of course, with injuries and things. But I think, speaking to teammates and other people who played with and against him, that was his calling card. He charged in, and you see him leap at the crease, and arms and legs everywhere. It's a real kind of take-off, arms out here, and then this launch, propelling that ball through the air, close to 90 miles an hour most occasions. And he was scary to face. Well, thankfully I never had to face, but talking to people have come up to me subsequently, not just professional players who expect to be tested by fast bowling, but people who played club cricket with him, junior cricket with him, charity cricket against him, and they're like, this guy scared the living daylights out of me. And if you're a batter in the mid-80s, early 90s, against Gloucestershire, you had to be brave, because you had Sid coming in from one end, you had Courtney Walsh coming in from the other, and then they'd slip in Kevin Curran, who was no slouch himself, as first change. And so, yeah, you certainly got tested. Your ticker got tested by Sid and Courtney, and he loved it. He liked striking fear into players, trying to get them to do things they didn't want to do. That's always it wasn't that he wanted to hurt people. That's definitely not it. In fact, when he did hurt people, there was I'll tell one very quick story. He hit Phil Simmons, West Indian all-rounder, opening bat. He hit him in the head with a bouncer, and he was a bit shaky, carried on, and then actually collapsed. Got taken off the field. He was in a pretty bad way, and in the end got rushed to hospital where he needed to have surgery because of swelling on the brain. And Sid was absolutely distraught by that, and actually went to the hospital to go and check on him to make sure he's okay. Got to the hospital, Phil Simmons was there with his girlfriend at the time, all kind of wired up, lying in bed, and Sid walked in and just broke down in tears because it's not what he's playing the game for. He didn't want to hurt people, he wanted to get them out. Anyway, he managed to speak to Phil, who obviously pulled through, was okay, and also reassured him. He was like, look, it's not your fault, that's the game, we understand what we're doing. And very fortunately, thankfully, they ended up playing against each other again in a test match. Phil Simmons opening the batting for West Indies in 1991. So Sid was aggressive, full of intent, but there's a real empathy and it's kind of soft centre to the hard man.
Get onto his injury later on. Should he have played more for England before the injury? You look at his rise, and he played youth cricket for England. He was involved in several England A tours, and you look at his record, like in 1991, for example, 74 wickets at 24. So this isn't a guy who was just quick. He did the business as well. Yeah, definitely. And I think you absolutely could make that case. I think the thing about professional sport is that no matter how good you are, you also need a little bit of luck to go your way in terms of timings and things like that. So he made his debut in 1998. Go back even further. 1985 was when the people sort of really started talking about him as a potential England prospect. Wins the Cricket Writers.
He won the Cricket Writers Club, Young Player of the Year. Presented with that award by Princess Diana, which was a terrific moment, and she was the patron at Gloucestershire. So maybe Catherine, Princess of Wales, might like to come and present our Young Player of the Year this year. The invite is certainly there if she wants to. But he won that award, and then in 86, 87, had a couple of injuries. He had an Achilles injury and side injury, so didn't quite manage to follow up on that summer. But when he eventually did then get his debut in 1998, he was in great form. He picked up I think 3 or 4 wickets in that first test against Sri Lanka. He was then picked for England on the Winter's Tour to India, and he should have played more test matches that winter, but due to issues with apartheid and players being on the blacklist, Indian government refused to grant visas. Now I think there were 6 or 7 players who had either gone on rebel tours, including the captain Graham Gooch, either gone on those rebel tours or had played domestic cricket in South Africa during apartheid, and therefore were not granted visas. And that became a bit of a diplomatic row, one of many diplomatic rows cricket has seen over the years. And so in the end, that tour to India was cancelled. They then tried at short notice to set up kind of triangular series between New Zealand, England and Pakistan in New Zealand. And then that unfortunately didn't go ahead either because the backlash, again, the same issue. It was a bit of a, as I say, political hot potato. So in the end, England didn't tour and play any test cricket that winter, 88, 89. So this young lad who's kind of made a start in test cricket, ready to keep going, actually has to kind of stop, wait, start the next season. Couple of, again, niggles, wrong time. Other players kind of also emerging, guys like Devon Malcolm, Chris Lewis. You had Graham Dilley was around. There was a number of fast bowling options. And so when the next test came around in 89 in the Ashes, he was not picked, and he had to wait another 3 years before he got another chance. So you know, the timing for him was just a little bit out, but a little bit unfortunate. He does talk about, you know, feeling like he was robbed of Test matches that winter. When he then does get the chance again in 1991, plays against the West Indies, does quite well, takes 5 wickets in his final in the final Test here at the Oval. Gets to New Zealand, and of course, again, niggles are just kind of getting in the way. He has a side injury that keeps him out of the first 2 Tests against New Zealand, but eventually he's fit, ready to go for the third. Bowls quite nicely, bowls 27 overs in the first innings. Game is petering out into a draw, going absolutely nowhere. But as I said right at the start of this conversation, he only knew one way of bowling. So even though this is a dead game, not really going anywhere, he comes charging in that second innings. He's got a little bit of a, he can feel a bit of a twinge in his
handmaid's knee.
Housemaid's knee. Housemaid's knee, they call it. Yeah, he said to the physio, I've got a little bit of a twinge in my knee, and it was diagnosed as housemaid's knee, as if, you know, you're on your knees cleaning and you know, it's just a little bit of soreness. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately for Sid, that's, you know, he wishes it had just been a bit of soreness, because coming into bowl, as he lands, the kneecap splits and fundamentally ends his cricket career. It certainly ends his England career, but after 5 Test matches, he's done.
I hadn't realised how young he was when that happened. That must have been extremely difficult for a young man to deal with. He was still in his 20s at the time. Yeah,
28 when it happened. Actually, kind of coming into his prime years, you know, peak years as a fast bowler. He's, as I say, been a little bit unfortunate, you know, before that. But at 28, you're thinking to yourself, especially if you look after yourself, look after your body the way that he did, he should have had maybe 5, 6 years of really top-level international cricket in him. And I think that's what he was really hoping for and kind of expecting. So to have it ripped away so suddenly and so violently by this injury really hit him quite hard. It was really quite traumatic. And that's one of the things that we kind of talk about throughout the book, about some of these dark times and how he coped with just feeling so frustrated, so sad. You know, whether it's kind of depression, you know, depression's a strong word, because we know that's a real, you know, very serious kind of, you know, mental condition. But he certainly recognises just how low he got and how these waves of sadness washed over him during that period, trying to come to terms with, you know, a lifetime's ambition that all you want to do is play at the highest level, and you can't. And he certainly had a couple of years where he says himself he was lost and he didn't really know what the future held. But that ultimately he's a positive character, and that in the end that kind of comes through, that shines through. And he finds a second career in the hospitality industry, which he goes on to have a great success in. All the while knowing that there's an itch that needs to be scratched. That adulation, that performance that he wanted to put in front of people is missing, and he needs to find it somewhere.
What was he like to spend time with? Because throughout the book, there are lots of very well-known figures, but also characters that are mentioned, and he'd often describe them as great mates. He talks about Courtney Walsh. There's the moment with Viv Richards, Jack Russell. He makes Princess Diana laugh and ends up going to Princess Diana's funeral. What was he like to spend time with? Because, as you say, he packed so much into his life.
He was a vibrant, wholehearted kind of character, and so in his presence it was just a lot of laughter. You felt alive when you were talking to him because he was full of energy and enthusiasm, and so on. I was generally quite fortunate. I spoke to a few people who worked with him throughout the sort of late 90s, early 2000s in his bars and clubs and things. who said much the same thing, but also he had a temper. He wanted to, because he wanted to help people and support people, especially the underdog, and he was absolutely a bit of a mentor to a number of kind of young people that worked with him, and he supported people in the gym that he went to and things like that. He could get on your case. He could take you down a peg or two if you weren't doing the right things, for yourself. If you were struggling or you weren't putting the effort in, if you weren't trying to do the best that you could do and make the most of your opportunities, he would let you know. A guy, Alistair Baker, who ended up kind of being like a carer for Sid. Certainly he drove him around a lot and really helped and supported him in these last sort of 18 months or so. He worked with Sid for a number of years and really talked about how he kind of went off the rails a couple of times and needed some support, and actually he found it with Sid. But he also said that my ears were ringing at times after a bashing from him because I wasn't pulling my finger out, I wasn't doing the things that I needed to do, and so it all came from a place of love and support. But Dave could certainly let you know that if he wanted to be really kind of serious with you. When I was with him at times at home, when he obviously been diagnosed and couldn't get around as much, I'd go and sit with him. The front room of his house became his bedroom, and that spirit, that person was still there. And even though he couldn't necessarily be as demonstrative as he used to be, he would still kind of tell you, give you instructions, tell you what he wanted. Have you done this with the book? Have you done that? What's the promo going to be like? Where are you going? Are you speaking on this stage? And he was very much involved. As I said, it's in Sid's voice. With me, it's not my book, it's his book, and he very much had control over kind of what was going in. That character was still very much to the fore, right to the end. And even when I felt, and I could see, there were times when he'd get a bit down about things and he'd get a bit upset. He'd kind of have a tear, have a cry or whatever, and then push that was gone, and then back to the Sid that I'd got to know and love. And I can't remember too many occasions when spending time with him was anything other than a positive experience.
Talk about those stern words. He was arguably the beneficiary of some himself in his early days. He obviously packed so much into his life. And you said that he drifted away from the professional elite game 5 or so years after he stopped playing. But he then came back to it, becoming the Gloucestershire president for the last 3 years, but also last year after his diagnosis, having that incredibly special day at the last finals day that Gloucestershire unexpectedly won. He has that very special moment with James Bracey with the trophy. How appreciative was he of the outpouring of love that he got in the last couple of years? Because he is, like other players of his background from his era, an underappreciated figure at his time, and probably people around him probably didn't know quite just how much racism he experienced on occasion, both subtle but also overt. How appreciative was he of the love that he got towards the end?
Yeah, he was definitely very appreciative of it. I don't think when he was playing, yes, he was aware that he was the first British-born black player to play Test cricket for England. But that wasn't kind of the motivation or significant thing really at the time. I think he's reflected on that kind of more over the years and realised just what a inspiration and a trailblazer he was in doing that. I think that you mentioned that T20 last day. I remember I was with him before he was up in the box. We actually came down pitch side in between, I think, the first and second matches. trying to raise money again, trying to support PCA and the Cricketers Trust, because that's a sort of charity day for them. And so he was with Sean Udall, who's also struggling with Parkinson's, and so the two guys who've played cricket against each other all those years ago, in front of this huge crowd, he got a bit nervous. Actually, it was a bit overwhelming for him. He wasn't sure what people would think, seeing him in a chair the first time in many cases. But again, just that strength of character and that ability to kind of rise to a challenge. Yeah, there were a few tears on the side, but together with his son Buster, who has been just an amazing support for him. Of course, I mean, it's his son. They love each other dearly. Of course they do. But there's such a strong bond between them. It's a beautiful thing to see. And Buster just gave him a few words of encouragement. Dad, you can do this. People want to see you and celebrate you. And on he went. Spoke to the crowd, and actually, I think that really gave him a bit of energy and gave him a boost just to see and feel that warmth kind of coming back to him. And then, obviously, the day progressed and panned out the way it did. Gloucestershire winning that trophy, doing it under Mark Elaine, a great friend of Sid's, former teammate, together with Gloucestershire, and seeing Mark. He'd spoken to Mark about racism in the past. He'd done a couple of films where he spoke to Mark about maybe the lack of black coaches in cricket. There were a number of players, but Mark himself had kind of struggled to get a top-level job in the game, even though he won all those trophies for Gloucestershire as a captain, had taken on the role in charge of MCC's Young Cricketers programme, and yet really struggled to kind of get interviews, let alone a job in the game thereafter. So to see him triumph and succeed was a huge moment of pride for Sid. And then, yes, as president of Gloucestershire, to then have the trophy presented. James Bracey, who I think it just kind of shows how, some people are just kind of magnets. Just people want to be with them and are inspired by them, and I think that was the case for Sid. What James did was a very organic, natural thing. It wasn't planned, wasn't designed. A bit like Pat Cash climbing to the players' balcony at Wimbledon. James just wanted to put the trophy in Sid's hands. You're our president. We've done this obviously for ourselves. We've done it for our families, for our team, but we've done it for you as well. And you can, that is almost an iconic image now of Sid's kind of emotional response and just pride in what the players had done, and to involve him that way, I thought was just a very lovely and kind of organic moment. And he was very proud of it. And look, when you're facing your own mortality, as he was so very clearly, you do start to think about your legacy and about how are people going to remember me? How people, have I lived a good enough life that people are going to talk about me sort of warmly? And thankfully for him, he actually was able to see just what people thought of him while he was still alive. There was an event put on by his former teammate Andy Brassington, who's a great friend of Sid's and just had nothing but love for him. Put on this event at Bristol City's Ashton Gate. Over 700 people turned up for this dinner to celebrate Sid, raise money for MND, and just want to show him what he meant to them. The local community, as much as cricket community were there, but it was people from the bodybuilding community, the nightclubs. Ronnie Size, a great friend of Sid's, drum and bass DJs, mates with Massive Attack, Grant Marshall, all these guys and women who he got to know growing up in that part of the world. They're all there supporting, showing some love for Sid, and I think that just reflects the sort of person he was. We've tried to put it down in the book as much as possible what kind of person it is, but sometimes it's quite hard to talk about yourself and say, this is what I'm about and this is how people respond to me. But I can tell you in the last year or so, the response to him has been absolutely incredible and just speaks volumes for the sort of man he was. So yeah, a pretty decent, positive legacy that he's left behind.
How challenging was it putting the book together with his condition deteriorating over those final few months?
Yeah, so technically, in the end, it did become quite tricky. So when we started doing the book, we thought we had all the time in the world. So we just kind of, went through the process where you start to put a few ideas together. I spoke to him in the sort of preliminary stage, got a kind of idea of where the book might go, got a couple of stories, did a sample chapter, the sort of things, put synopsis together that you would send to publishers to get some interest in it. So we were in that process. And then, of course, all of a sudden, time is of the essence. We've now, got to get this done, albeit I did have a wobble. I did wonder whether he might not want to do it after the diagnosis, maybe. But credit to him, he said, "Yeah, we're good. I still want to do this. We better crack on." So we came up with a plan. Every day, 10 a.m., Monday to Friday, my alarm would go off on my phone. I'd pick it up and give him a call and just say, "Look, are you up for a chat?" Some days he'd say, "No, not at all. I've had a rough night. I've got to go to the hospital," whatever it might be. Other days he'd be like, "Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Let's talk about. I want to talk about Australia. Or I want to talk about England Day, or whatever it might be." And we talk for, on average, I'd say about half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. And over a period of time, I could clearly hear his voice diminishing, getting weaker and weaker. And so what used to, over half an hour, you get initially quite a lot of clear, engaged chat. That would take a lot longer. The longer we went on, the wider the pauses, the more I had to kind of ask him, "Sorry, could you repeat that?" just to try and, get it right in my own ear. And then by the end, we did this over it was end of September. So September was the finals day, and so yeah, September, October, and then into November, it really started becoming kind of quite difficult, until the point where I said, actually, look, we've got enough, and I can hear it's quite difficult for you, quite painful for you. I think we're done now. And then I wrote it in January and February. I put it together, and yeah, it's how many 20? Let me have a look. Just double check. 21 chapters. That was it. I thought it was going to be 21 chapters, covering all sorts of topics, all sorts of stories. Lots of things that I didn't know about him, and certainly fans won't know. Little appearance from Mick Jagger and John Paul Getty. It's all in there, in Sid's voice. Yeah, very, very proud of it.
Mm. We could talk about Sid's life all day. Dino, it's been fantastic having you on. In Sid's voice, the extraordinary life of Dave Lawrence.
Yes, and I should point out there is donation going towards both the MND Association and the Cricketers Trust. So yeah, money going to both those charities from every copy sold. So go and buy it.
Go and buy it. It's a brilliant and beautiful book, and you've done an amazing job putting it all together alongside Dave. We're back at the Kia Oval. Surrey resuming 597 for 3. Dan Lawrence unbeaten at 166 on strike. We've got a change in the commentary box. Dan Norcross is going to kick off the afternoon session alongside Katya Witney.
I could not help but think, when the 5-minute bell was rung, that the Durham players must have been thinking, for whom does this bell toll? It surely does toll for me, because, oh, can you think of anything more dispiriting? And coming back out on the hottest day of the year, 567 for 3, with 2 batters well set, first run after the break.
Let's try and be positive. It's a lovely day.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to be positive because there's opportunities here for these two batters to go really, really, really big. I mean, they've got... Oh, it's driven firmly back past the bowler. I don't think it's going to be... well, it is. It is going to be a boundary because the fielder at long on is absolutely exhausted. And I really don't blame him.
No electrolytes at lunch. Get those energies back up. Go again.
600 up as well.
Yeah.
Now, I could do with actually moving all this stuff that's right in front of me. It's going to be rather dangerous. So let's see how this goes. Oh, I've succeeded.
If we could get a view of Dan moving that from the camera in the commentary box, that would be very much appreciated.
Now, a couple of things to look out for if you're of a statistical bent. Dominic Sibley began today on 840 runs. He was 169 not out. So if he gets to 329, there's a long, long way away. 1,000 runs for the season. That's his 250. Let's see if he acknowledges the 250. Well, he looks a little reticent about that, actually. Helmet still stayed on.
There we go.
Yeah, raise on the bat. It's been quite the knock. Concentration required. I know it's a feather bed. I know it's a very friendly ball.
That imagery of the first over back after lunch with the 600 up, down the ground for 4, Dom Sibley's 250, that doesn't bode well for Durham.
It's not a cheering prospect, is it? And you're without Ben Rain as well, who's probably been the smartest person in this match so far to get an injury. Bowled 10 overs yesterday. I don't expect him to bowl again, really. Right, so Hogg is going to bowl. He's brought up his 100. He's none for 101. At the other end, Drisell's 1 for 172. Just the one maiden for Drissel and also for Hogg. And look, we could add all our numbers up and go, what if they go at 8 and over? Bat the full 32 overs of the session. Get them to 840. I think it's kind of needless and pointless for suspecting. I think we're just going to wait and let's just see what happens.
Penny for the thoughts of Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
Out for 10 yesterday.
Yeah, well, you looked quite gutted at the time, as indeed did Rory Burns, I think. He was out for that brisk 55.
Well, you say featherbed, very favourable conditions, pretty benign ball. There's almost a pressure that brings in itself, like, got to get runs, got to get runs.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Perhaps there's something in that for Dom Sibley. You don't get many opportunities to score a triple.
When you do, and it must be on his mind, surely.
Like a double, he had one of them before.
Yep.
Fairly sure he'll get another opportunity in his career to score another one of them, but a triple.
That's carved away nicely. Asking another question. Stopped inside the boundary, just a couple of runs. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? As an opening batter, you will get opportunities to get a double 100 because, you know, your captain, as a general rule, wants to get 450 plus. That's where you get your bonus points. And you also want to get, you know, you want to bat big in the first innings. But 300, especially if you're Dom Sibley, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, but he's not going to go as quickly as the people at the other end. Oh, what a shot that is from Lawrence. Well, as if we didn't know what the plan was, but I'm charging down the wicket and got that past a static mid-wicket. 4 more.
So much power. He really leathered that one. Just look on the replay here. Hopefully you get a feel of it. You can barely see the bat. Whipped. Ooh.
Oh, he's got him. Oh, he's got a really super catch at point. The first wicket of the day, and Dan Lawrence shaking his head. He had a double 100 there for the taking, and he's got to go. But look, the manner of his dismissal was very selfless. He's looking to get on with it. And a sharp catch by Connors at point. Does really, really well. Diving away to his right. Sorry, by Connors. to take that catch. And Lawrence departs for what has been a fantastic knock. 148 ball, 178. You can see him shaking his head there, greedy for more. He wanted more and more. And he was obviously feeling in terrific touch. He just smashed a 4 through mid-wicket, but no. At the moment, he'll be a little bit disappointed. But when he looks back on this, 19 fours, 4 sixes, standing ovation from everybody here at the Kia Oval for a thoroughly entertaining knock. He got a 4 off his first ball, a 4 off his penultimate ball, and probably would have got a 4 off that ball if it hadn't been intercepted by the sub.
It almost felt like no one was particularly happy for that wicket. Dan Lawrence was devastated.
Let's take
it again.
That's a really good catch. I mean, I suppose the sub hasn't been out there for quite as long as everybody else, which gives him something of an advantage over his colleagues.
Now, if you look at the huddle with the Durham bowlers coming in, they almost look devastated. Look at that. Look at the hog there. Almost looks devastated by how long that's taken him. And he, you know, you kind of feel for him. You've got Will Jacks coming in now. I'd say you almost feel robbed of half hour of Dan Lawrence and those wrists. But when you've got Will Jacks coming in.
Well, exactly. And a partnership of 334, we should point out, for the 4th wicket. Began the day on 407 for 3, so they'd added 205 in 34 overs today. It's kind of come out of the blue, just reaching for a ball a little bit wide and couldn't keep it down. Jordan Clark's padded up there, so any thoughts of a declaration, we can put that to one side. Will Jacks here, though, this is one of these situations. You know, when England scored 903 for 7 on this ground in 1938.
I remember it well.
Should do. Because Dennis Compton and Eddie Painter, I think, between them. Or was it? I think it was, yeah. Compton and Painter scored 1 run between them. Nicely off the mark straight away with a languid drive for a single. So that'll be one of the things that Will Jacks doesn't want to do. You were talking about how the pressure of playing on a really good pitch is, as a batter, you want to score loads of runs. Well, to have your pads on for all of this morning and for much of last evening, and to be salivating, that must be somewhat annoying. Here's some of Sibley's best moments today. Very controlled to start with, made sure he got himself back in. He began the day on 169. Drop there from Driscoll. The ball was hit firmly at him, but characteristically splendid off his pads. Got him to 200, and he has just continued on his merry way. The first 100 came off 238 balls. His next 151 have come off 173, which is a pretty good rate.
Well, as much as you can marvel at some of the shots that Dan Lawrence plays, or some of them that we might see from Will Jacks, or that brilliant innings from Sam Curran yesterday, there's something about watching a batter so firmly in control of everything that's going on. Never looks in danger of overhitting it. In such supreme form, Dom Sibley. Been a complete masterclass.
But he's a leading run scorer in the country, is he not?
I believe he is, overtaken Asif Hamid.
Overtaken Asif Hamid. Well, I presume Hamid is at the wicket as we speak. So he'll have his opportunity to try to retake that lead. We will, of course, be keeping a close eye on proceedings down in Taunton.
Currently 16 not out, Asif Hamid.
Well, interesting to note there, isn't it, that before lunch, I opened the bowling with Matt Henry, but Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan, very prominent in that lineup on what we think is a used pitch. But yes, for Will Jacks, he's not going to want to miss out on the fun, so I think we can expect a shortish period of consolidation here as Jacks gets his eye in. Just understands the lie of the land. It's a 51 over old ball, pretty much.
I guess talking about that pressure again. That pressure's almost heightened when you're coming in, you're known as a stroke maker, you're known as the player to come in and provide entertainment and increase that already very healthy run rate up even further, up past 5.
616 for 4 at the end of the over. Yes. Now, I'm sure they're not thinking about this in the Surrey changing room, but Surrey's highest score in their history, is it 811?
I'm sure it'll be something like that.
Highest individual score, Bobby Abel, 357. I say these things because Surrey could feasibly get to 800 by tee. Dominic Sibley, the pace he was going in the first session, could get close to that iconic landmark.
Again, I was saying earlier, here's hoping. What a week not to have Andy Sampson in person.
I know. We've got him remotely though. We've got a virtual Andrew Sampson, and he's very, very keen for Surrey to bat on and on and on. He's expressed a desire for Surrey to score so many runs that they never use a Kookaburra ball in England again.
I think you'll have 1 or 2 Durham players in line with that. So game's gone. Let's get something out of it.
Yeah. Well, has it gone? Durham bat very quickly. If they would have scored 900 in reply, there could be a little bit of bother on the last session.
There would be.
Yeah.
All for that as well, you know. All for as many runs as possible, as quickly as possible.
You love runs, don't you?
I find it very... I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. I am all for when in these kinds of conditions, trying to break as many records as possible.
Yes. It's nicely pulled by Sibley. He's going to pick up 4. It's not a shot you necessarily see from him that often. It gives you an idea of just how well he's seeing it. Yet another boundary for Sibley. Moves to 256.
I tell you what else, that this might not be popular, but I actually think that trying to break as many records as possible can be much more entertaining than actually legitimately trying to win a game.
Well, I think I'm sort of with you there, but I mean, I remember that year, I think it was 1990, when they experimented with a different ball. And it became just a bit silly in that every game, bowlers just didn't have any belief that they could take 20 wickets. And there were some very, very good bowlers wandering around the county circuit in 1990. I believe that year, Michael Atherton was in the top 20 bowlers. I think he averaged about 26, 27. It's a curious statistical quirk. Early on in his career, he bowled quite a lot of leggies when he first started. What Durham have made absolutely sure of, they actually had a very, very slow over rate through much of yesterday. But they've assessed conditions and thought, well, it's hard enough getting 1 bonus bowling point. We're not going to throw it away with a poor over rate. So now their over rate is +4. They're entirely safe on that score, which also allows them in these very hot, torrid conditions not to have to rush.
Yeah, and the sun will be at its peak now. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sorry, 5 off the over, 6:21 for 4. And that's another part of it, isn't it? I mean, Surrey have got the opportunity to avoid bowling in the most enervating and exhausting conditions. So, bearing in mind that tomorrow is also due to be pretty hot.
Hotter.
Hotter? So you sort of... It's a bit of a balancing act. They want to have enough time with the ball to try and make inroads, but they know that if they're going to take 20 wickets, it's not going to happen in a rush. There will be toil to be done.
Well, maybe tea time, when it's got a little bit cooler, just after tea, maybe an hour left, that's when you start thinking about it.
Are you saying an hour after tea?
I'm saying...
You really want 900, don't you?
I really do.
I didn't know this greedy side to you, Katya.
You don't often, I've said it before, you don't often get your chances to break these kinds of records. Do you not want to say I was there when Surrey scored 1,000?
I do. I absolutely do. I don't know whether whether dressing rooms take those sorts of things quite as seriously as we do. I suspect not. Probably quite correctly as well, because they are in the business of trying to win matches. But Now, I'm sort of very much team Witney on this.
Perfect. Maybe we can lobby the dressing room.
Especially because I've got to go to Edgbaston tomorrow for the test match the day after, so I don't have to watch the consequences of the game petering out into a tedious draw. Right, Jax is starting now to open those shoulders. Picks out deep mid-wicket. But you know that there will be an assault at some point. If he's still in 10 or 15 minutes, then I think there will be a concerted effort.
Yeah, there was just a hint of venom in that.
There was, wasn't there?
It's a warning shot. Be interesting if Jax does tee off, what, if any, effect that has on Sibley. Does he purely go blinkers on towards that triple? Does he have some fun too?
4 singles off the over. 6.25 for 4. Sibley keeps the strike. I mean, I think we all want Dominic Sibley to play within himself until he gets to 300. Because, as you said, 300s don't come around all the time. And I was sort of halfway through explaining why it's even more difficult for someone like Sibley, because he bats at a less aggressive pace, but crucially, other players in this team go quickly. So for him to get to 300, Surrey have to score in excess of 700 because there are going to be more runs coming at the other end while he's batting. So it's very rare you get a situation where a captain's willing to go on that long.
Well,
these are those unique well, I say unique, but these are those very rare circumstances where the captain will want to go on. And so if you can, get it.
We saw a little bit of that in that game earlier in the season when Sibley carried his bat, but was nowhere near getting that kind of score. So it's not just the pace at which he scores his runs, but actually as an opener to get a 100, you're relying on not just if you're Sibley, you're going to bat long enough, but if you're batting that long, who's there with you at the end?
Exactly. Shot. Only bringing the single as the batter's nearly collided. And Dominic Sibley raises a hand in apology.
Had to go a long way wide of the pitch there, Dom Sibley, to avoid crashing into Will Jax.
So the last thing you want is a run out. You're in sight of a 300.
Well, there was one threatened earlier on, wasn't there?
There was. Well, there was one that nearly did for Sam Curran yesterday, wasn't there?
It's not the quickest in between the wickets, Dom Sibley.
Well, it's a weird thing. I think he's very quick running the second run.
Okay.
I think he gets really good momentum. He picked up a lot of good twos yesterday, but perhaps his opening speed isn't quite as fast as others because, he's a bigger man, taller man. But
maybe he needs to adopt the Glenn Phillips approach as the non-strikers end in the sprinters starting blocks.
Right.
To build that momentum a bit quicker.
Oh, he does do that, doesn't he? I like that.
Sometimes he does.
Sibley's highest score before today, 244. So he's gone well past that. Of course, if they were really greedy, they'd be eyeing up 502.
Again, all for it, as many as possible.
You really are. You really are. You've got me sucked in now.
It's an
I won't settle for anything less than 1,000. This was Andrew Sampson's point. His distaste for the Hooker-Borough experiment. He thinks somebody has to take a stand. This is the stand.
I come at it from a different angle. I'm fairly ambivalent towards the use of the Hooker-Borough ball. I have very few thoughts on it whatsoever. Okay. But I have very little faith that any bowling attack is going to take 20 wickets in the next 2 days on this pitch.
So you might as well
fill
your boots with records now.
And I think it would be actually quite boring watching Surrey try.
These are the thoughts of Katya Witney, not the Surrey live stream, I hasten to add.
Well, it would be boring watching anyone try. Well, not boring, but I think it'd be more entertaining watching Surrey score well over 1,000 runs.
Except that you... Oh, no, it wasn't you. I beg your pardon. I think it... think it was Kirsty, said something to me very interesting yesterday. Or you're both very interesting. I get you mixed up. 6:29 for 4. She'd been talking to Lauren Winfield Hill about exhaustion. Because the women are playing an awful lot more cricket than they have been doing recently this season, with the nature of all the different competitions. And she was talking about the side effects she'd noticed from that is just getting tired meant that she wasn't really as able to watch the ball as an area. Roughly where the ball was going, right?
That's what Lauren said on the Wisden Women's Cricket Weekly podcast as well.
Oh, right.
She said the same thing. She said when she's tired, because she talked about driving back or having to get the coach back from away games back to Chelmsford, where she's on loan at the minute, and then having to drive home at silly o'clock in the morning. And how when she was fresh and not tired, she feels like a bit of a live wire, and she's watching the ball and everything's in HD focus when a catch is coming towards her. And then when she's tired and she's potentially driven back and had a couple of late nights, she's watching an area around the ball, so she's aware of the ball coming towards her.
Yep.
But it's not in that pinpoint focus as it would be. And she talked about doing her warm-up as well, and she said when you're not tired, you feel electric, you feel light on your feet, and when you are tired, it feels like a chore. You feel heavier.
But this was raised sort of in connection to what you just said there about what will it be like watching a team trying to take 20 wickets. But if the batters you're bowling at are absolutely exhausted, then you can induce a few more errors of judgment, just not being able quite to focus on the ball quite as well. And that's partly what the value is in keeping Durham out there, because, look, it has been hard work, but it has only been one day and one session. You think back to the past, I've just been reading about the 1954 5 tour. Australia kept England in the field for 2 days upon losing the toss and being asked to bat by Len Hutton at Brisbane. Amassed 600, took an awful lot longer over it. And sure enough, England's first innings were 12 for 3 in no time. You've got a bunch of really quite exhausted batters. You've got very energised bowlers. You've got so many runs on the board they can afford to attack. The whole nature of the game is very different. So the value, I think, in batting on in this session is not just to be measured in the quantity of runs, but in the quantity of time and just sort of morale-sapping misery.
Exactly. So there you go.
Professional sport's a cruel game.
It is.
So just that speaks to your point. Score more runs
than
they've ever conceded before and get the mental disintegration.
Score 1 million runs and that is your best chance of winning the game and breaking the records, and then everyone's happy.
It's a virtuous circle, Katya.
It is.
Will Rhodes down there signing autographs for a load of kids who clearly know who he is. It is Schools Day today. There are plenty of them in the concourse, and many are clamouring like chicks in a nest demanding food from a parent, holding their autograph books out like hungry beaks.
I'd be interested to see how many autographs they're managing to get, actually. Which players have they managed to get?
Actually, if our cameraman could have a look down there, number 8, down at long leg after this ball.
Oof.
Here he goes, he's going back in for more autographs. I don't know if we're able to spot him down at long leg. Fair bit of it about.
It's a massive thrill in being a child and getting a player's autograph that you've sought after for so long.
What was your first one?
I went to a test match.
Sorry.
A test match versus Pakistan. I think it was Pakistan. At the Utilita Bowl, as it's named now, and it rained all day.
Nice.
And the England players.
It's driven through extra cover. I think it'll be cut off. Fielder in earnest, eager and honest pursuit.
So
Still scoring to 2.
to make up for the lack of cricket that was played that day, a few of the England players came down from the dressing room to sign autographs for kids, and I spotted them, but I didn't have a pen, and my dad didn't have a pen either, and there was an old man who was scoring next to us, and he very kindly offered me his pen. It was quite a nice pen. And I went over and I got Andrew Strauss to sign my little 4 card, and then Graham Swan walked down with his arms aloft and he signed it too, and I was so excited.
2010, was it?
Yeah.
That's nicely worked away by Jackson. Must be the single.
However, I was so excited that I forgot to get the pen back off Andrew Strauss.
Oh.
And I went back to show my dad the autographs that I'd got, and that the score guy asked, the person who was scoring asked for his pen back, and I didn't have it. And when I went back, both Andrew Strauss and Graham Swan disappeared.
With the pen?
With the pen.
Pen thieves.
Yes.
Typical. You can't trust England captains.
No. Light fingers.
Well, my first autograph was Len Pascoe here in 1977. He just scrawled it on a scorecard. I think he might also have been the last autograph I got, because in getting the autograph, I have to say I kind of realised that there was absolutely no autographs.
That's true.
I was fairly quick to abandon the autograph hunting.
I also remember there was a game in 2018, it was just after ball tampering, when Australia came over here for a white ball series, am I correct? Yeah. And they played a warm-up game against Sussex, and that was when Justin Langer had just become coach. And
nicely cut away. There might be 2 here, or not. No, they decided against it. A single to finish the over, 4 off it. Surrey 638 for 4. You continue your story, and Yaz Rana's going to come in to replace me.
So lots of parents of the generation that would have watched Justin Langer in his pomp for Australia, very excited for their children to be getting the great Justin Langer's autograph. Standing next to them at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for him to come down, and he stood at the top of the stairs with his arms folded and didn't come down at all.
So I think the last cricket autograph I got was when I was a little bit too old to be asking for autographs. Not 31 yet, so no. But I think this was in the early 2010s, and it was a Middlesex T20 game at Lord's, and the Middlesex players were all queued next to each other at the end of the game, and kids could get autographs. And I had a pen, but I didn't have paper. Ooh, reverse sweep from Sibley. We saw him do that a couple of times yesterday. It brings him 4. Another show of intent from the Surrey opener. And I looked through my pockets and had a tube map. So I have Steve Finn's autograph on a London tube map from about 2010, 2011, when I would have been about 14.
Which...
Just a little bit too old for it. A little bit too old.
Which tube line has he got across?
I think his handwriting wasn't so small that it was confined to one line, but I don't think it was just him. I think I had a few players in the Middlesex team. I think John Simpson was in the Middlesex team back then as well.
Might be quite valuable now, he's scoring so many runs.
I want to say Scott Styrus as well. He goes again, and it's the same result. 4 more to Sibley. Just one man behind square in the offside. And Sibley very noticeably targeting that space. Bit of width from Drissel. Slightly over pitch 2.
There's a big space down there. If Sibley just gets it square enough of that fielder, it'll be disappearing straight down to the boundary, and he spotted that gap. 2 of those in this over.
Yeah, belated field change from Alex Lees. Points gone back to the deep third boundary. Slightly shorter side of the ground this week. Given a bit more flight this time. Rare occasion where the batter is beaten. 8 runs from the over. Surrey now 646 for 4. Dom Sibley 271 not out. You were talking about records that are under threat potentially today, and there are some all-time Surrey records that have existed since 1899. that are potentially under threat today.
Now we're talking.
So the highest individual score from a Surrey player is the 357 that Bobby Abel scored on this ground 126 years ago. Against Somerset, and it was in that same game that Surrey scored 811. So 811, Surrey's all-time record score in the Championship. 357, their record individual score.
Quite a lot of discussion before. So, oh, they were one short in the last over.
It looks like they've spotted at the last moment that they had not, in fact, completed the over. Dom Sibley takes a single off the final ball of a longer than expected 137th over. Surrey 6 for 7 for 4.
Yeah, closing in on that 650, that'll be the next milestone they reach.
Imagine if you got an extra batting bonus point for every 50 runs that you scored with no time limit.
It's kind of like the discussion over whether if you get a 6 out of the ground, you should get 8 or 10.
Hogg's done a lot of bowling, 25 overs, 1 for 122. All the most overs of the Durham seamers.
Just ticking along nicely at the minute. Will Jack's 14 off 19. Don't really feel any urgency, well, there wouldn't be.
You were talking with Dan about what are Surrey likely to do. Are they going to push forward for a declaration imminently? You'd say from the way that Jacks has started his innings, batting at his natural tempo, that it doesn't look like Surrey are going to make a decision anytime really soon. Lovely shot from Sibley. Finds a fielder, but another crisply struck on drive.
No, and I don't think Rory Burns will have a particular number or a particular time in his head. I think as you get closer towards that tee interval, that's when those discussions will start about, right, how many do you think we need, or how long do you think we need to bowl them out? Will 2 days be enough? Do we want more? Do we want a session tonight? Do we want an hour tonight? I don't think runs will be a particular factor in the conversation. I think it'll all be on time, or perhaps when the optimum conditions to bowl will be.
Yeah, a long way to go in the day, but Cam and I were talking before lunch. What's your best way? If you think that the conditions aren't hugely helpful for seam bowling, what's your best way to get a quick 2, 3, 4 wickets? It's when your opposition are completely knackered. Maybe mental fatigue as much as physical fatigue playing a role in a potential Durham collapse.
Well, that's what Dan was saying as well. When your batters are absolutely knackered and they've been in the field in the heat for 2 days, that's when those mental lapses come into play. But equally, perhaps there'll be some weighting given to what the report from the batters out in the middle are. Are there any cracks appearing? Is this pitch starting to break up? If so, let's get a bowl on it.
Also, obviously, conditions have favoured the batters so far in this game, but the Surrey attack will have some confidence from last week. They're one of just 2 teams to win with a Kookaburra ball in the previous round. The other, Northampton Division 2, helped by a adventurous Middlesex declaration. Yeah, we were talking about it before lunch. Ben Stokes' England have really pushed barriers in terms of what you can do on really, really flat pitches with their historic wins in Pakistan over the last few years, famously in Rawalpindi in 2022 and then scoring 800 against Pakistan in Multan in 2024. Part of the way they got to those victories was by putting up huge totals but doing so at a rate quick enough that almost adds time into the game. If you think of a normal, in inverted commas, run rate being at around 3 to 3.5 runs and over, Surrey are 1 full run and over ahead of that, and they batted a lot of overs, so they're 150 runs ahead of where a team could completely feasibly be in the same position. That again is more than a session of batting at a normal run rate. Jack's looking to reverse sweep. A field has been brought in for Jacks, who'd gone to the boundary for Sibley. Also, much straighter delivery to slightly harder to reverse sweep, but yeah, one look at that shot and the field has changed. Short third has gone back onto the boundary rope. He goes aerial, and it's just a chip. It's gone for 6. Brilliant shot from Will Jacks.
Yeah, taking that behind square option out of it. He's gone down the ground. Let's look again. Quite lazy, that almost. I was thinking of the ball before when he tried that reverse sweep. The difference between the Sibley reverse sweep and the Jacks sweep was how much power Jacks put on the sweep. But that one, he's taken the power right off it, and all timing dinked over the boundary.
Yeah, and another indication of part of the reason why scoring rates have been so high in this game is because of the dimensions of the ground. Playing strip this week is 7 or so strips to the left of where we'd expect the pitch to be a test match, and that change means that the gas holder side of the ground has a relatively short boundary. So as we saw those reverse sweeps from Dom Sibley and that straight 6 from Will Jacks, you don't need a lot of power to reach the rope on that side of the ground this week.
There's that reverse again.
I think the other point is as well, it's totally understandable why Durham are bowling their off-spinner from this side of the ground, because they are bowling the ball turning into the right-hander with a longer leg side boundary. So if you're able to access the offside against the off-spinner, then it becomes a very, very difficult ground to defend.
That reverse sweep is almost a dab round the corner from Dom Sibley. It's so gentle, it's so effective though, especially on a fast outfield like this. Just runs away. Rothesay now figures of 1 for 202. He's 39 overs. Double ton up.
Which was at the Oval in 1995, 30 years ago.
That's a much more calm autograph scene than excitable primary school children.
Those of you in the stands, particularly on the somewhat side of the ground, please make sure you keep an eye on the ball as the ball's been flying into the stand today. Quite regularly.
Change in the Durham bowling attack. Daniel Hogg is going to take a breather, and he's going to be replaced by Matt Potts for the first time this session. Changing the commentary box too, Cam Ponsonby coming to join me the next passage of play. Two men out on the leg side boundary, Potts into Jacks. Another example of Surrey's excellent running between the wickets there, really scampering through for that second run. Obviously 660 for 4, difficult position for Durham. I suppose one of the difficulties is it's quite hard to find almost a purpose and intent into what you're doing.
Well, Durham, if they had the option, they'd be simming game at the moment.
Exactly.
They'd be skipping to the next part.
Oh, here we go. Bit of anger with that shot from Will Jacks.
I think Matthew Potts might have just had a bit of a laugh at the expense of his England teammate. It's a hell of a situation to be bowling in. 660 for 4. You've got to keep running in the heat. I was trying to work out when Durham might get the third new ball boost. There's a big swing outside the off stump and a smile from Will Jacks.
Much more classical shot. It brings single. That's probably the first time from Will Jacks that he's played something that's strikingly unorthodox. Even that 6 down the ground in the previous over was no more than an aerial check drive. Right, and if you're Durham in your head, you're thinking sim game. It's very hard to play the game with a normal intensity, which might actually be why that Potts has been brought back into the attack, because if there's one player you can guarantee 100% from at all times, it is Potts.
Well, I can't imagine Durham will get to the third new ball, because it will come, well, it will be due in here. I'm assuming they took it immediately in the first innings. I'll have to check that.
Yeah, it's 20 overs to go until the third new ball.
Perfect, and that will take us exactly to tea time. So they'll be they'll be hoping not to be bowling in the third session today.
I think there's a reasonable chance there will be. Just as I was saying to Katya, just by the tempo that Jacks has batted. He's been at the crease now for 27 deliveries. There's that one real shot in anger. But someone who's naturally fast scoring with the arsenal of shots that Jacks has at his disposal, there is a world in which he comes out with a even quicker tempo.
Well, spare a thought for Surrey's number 7 here, Josh Blake.
Keen followers of the England team will know that Gilbert Jessup is named quite a lot when England are scoring quickly. The holder of England's fastest ever Test 100. I think we are in the territory of talking about Bobby Abel a lot. 357, the all-time Surrey record score. Achieved 126 years ago on this very ground against Somerset.
It is good stuff. Records being broken. Now, my comment about Josh Blake earlier. He's only playing his second first-class match ever, and he's batting 7 behind a star-studded, fully international top 6. He's going to have to come out potentially 700 for 5. Oh, I say spare a thought for him. Might be the best case scenario.
A single.
Help yourself to some runs.
Bringing up the 50 partnership. Sibley goes aerial as well this time. And it goes all the way. We saw Jacks go straight down the ground in the previous over. Sibley does it this time round, uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and it's a clean strike that takes the ball over the long on boundary for 6. He moves on to 280.
Well, Andrew Sampson over the WhatsApp has confirmed that this is now Surrey's highest ever total against Durham, beating 652 for 9 at the Oval back in 1995.
There have been a lot of overs like this today where Surrey have got a boundary in early and have just been able to take singles off the other balls, and it just means that that scoring rate has risen and risen. Nearly 5 and over the entirety of the Surrey first innings.
Andrew Sampson's provided us with another statistic that George Drissel is not going to want to hear. That in conceding his 207th run of the innings. He's gone past Callum Parkinson for conceding the most runs ever in an innings by a Warwickshire bowler.
Durham,
that'll be it. Callum Parkinson's one came against Warwickshire last year, the opening game of the season. That was a remarkable, another Kookaburra match.
almost as if the Kookaburra ball behaves a little bit differently to its Duke's counterpart. One of the joys of watching Dom Sibley construct an innings of significance is he shows off his array of shots.
He's had 449 opportunities to do so.
I remember when he scored his first Test 100 for England, him unveiling a slog sweep that hadn't been seen until he got to three figures.
Remember to stay hydrated, plenty of water fountains around the concourses.
Still in the first half of day 2, Surrey have already scored, pushing 300. 265 runs scored today from the first 45 overs of play. Surrey operating at pretty much a runner ball on day 2. Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley both hitting career best scores. Sibley now just 17 runs away from a potential triple hundred. We've got 18 overs remaining in this session. That all-time Surrey score, just over 800, that's probably out of reach for this session. I tell you what, if they back through till tea, they won't be far off. It's a genuine edge from Sibley, but no slips in play at the moment. This is the thing, even in these quieter overs, no boundary scored so far, 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries. Even when a rare false shot is induced, Surrey able to take a single. Field is really spread out, 4 men on the boundary, no catches in play. Down the ground. And 4 more from Will Jack. Slightly full from Matt Potts. And as soon as the ball was in the vicinity of Will Jack's arc, he wasn't going to shy away from hitting that back over the bowler's head for a 1 bounce 4.
Well, we are having sporadic displays of aggression from Will Jacks. He's almost going on length more than anything else. As soon as a bowler gets a little bit full, he's happy to throw his hands through it. That'd probably be true regardless of the game situation. If the ball isn't moving much off the wicket, nor in the air, it's not going to be much of a reason to not kind of take a risk and put your hands through it.
Always hit that so hard. He's hit that so hard that my first reaction was of concern for Matt Potts' safety as much as anything else. He put his hand up as much to protect himself as to try and catch the ball, I think.
I'm with you. I did a little grimace there as the ball was struck. The end result was 4 runs. And it did actually pass Matthew Potts a fair distance away. It's a reminder, these players do hit the ball so hard. And there is an awful period of time where the bowlers, there's not much they can do about it.
So that shot, as Potts completes his 23rd over, brought mid-off and mid-on back to the fence. And I was just wondering, Cam, obviously it's been hard work for Durham, but what's changed in the last nearly day of cricket is they've really struggled to just contain the Surrey scoring rate. There was a point yesterday where the score felt relatively normal, the scoring rate. Will Rhodes, I think his first 12 overs went for under 30. But today, they just haven't been able to slow Surrey down. We're talking about almost letting the game go in simulation mode. They haven't been hugely defensive. They haven't tried to hide the ball one side of the wicket. Reverse sweep again. Aerial, but it falls short. The man at deep third.
I know this may sound ridiculous, but Durham do still have 4 fielders in the ring, as it were. And they don't have to have fielders within that kind of imaginary 30-yard circle. We are, of course, playing a 4-day game. They could have all 9 fielders on the fence.
Yeah, they're slightly more defensive now to Will Jacks. Just 3 men in that imaginary ring. Jacks, long off, very gingerly ambles into mid-off for Sibley. Tossed up, driven, just be a single.
Something that always reminds me just how much cricket these guys play. So Dom Sibley, his career first-class averages going into this match is 40.19. Now, ...286 unbeaten runs later, he's gone all the way up from 40.19 to 41.4. That's it, 1 run added to the average for what could be a triple century.
No boundary off the over so far. 5 singles from the first 5 balls of the over. And Durham escape with a rare boundaryless over. And they do. 6 singles from the over. Surrey now 688 for 4.
I don't know if you and Katya referenced this earlier when I was in the back of the box, but this round of county championship matches now is the most runs ever scored. Right, let me read this out in full from Andrew Sampson, because otherwise I'm going to get it wrong. The most runs in the first innings of a round of county championship matches, brackets starting on the same day, was 4,016 in the 8 matches that started on the 20th of September 2006. Currently, this round of matches has beaten that record, and we're on 4,046 runs scored as of now, with 5 innings still going. So this is the most runs ever scored in the first innings of a round of county championship.
That'll be 4. Hit firmly behind square on the offside. Full again from Potts. Bit of width. Jacks throws his hands at it, picks up 4, moves on to 44. I suppose, to me, the most alarming aspect of that stat from Samo is that at 2:36 p.m. on day 2, 5 of the 9 teams that started day 1 batting are still batting. I think a consequence of what we're seeing play out, not just in front of us here at the Kia Oval, but more broadly across the country, record-breaking round already. Just 2 results from the 9 games last week. I think we might see ground staff retaliate.
I think next week's going to be some Bunsen burners, some long grass.
Yeah, Why not?
It would have to happen.
Looking at some of the scores in the country, this is my point around Surrey's scoring rate. Kent are 5 down, but have 170 fewer runs than Surrey do at the moment. Middlesex, 220 fewer runs than what Surrey currently have. If you take the normal scoring rate to be somewhere between 3 and 3.3, 3.4 runs and over, Surrey have effectively added a couple of sessions to this game. And I know we talked about those England wins in Pakistan. Those were achieved across 5-day games, but I wouldn't totally put it past Surrey, given how quickly they have scored. This is unusually fast scoring. And it is significant that even when Durham construct a pretty good over, they're still taking 6 or 7 runs from it.
How about this as a game plan? We've got 16 overs after this delivery until tea. If you score 100 runs off those 16 overs, which is as good as a runner ball, that takes you to 794, let's call it 800. That leaves Durham requiring 650 to avoid the follow-on. Is that your moment where you go, okay? No, says Daniel Norcross.
Slower ball from Matt Potson, as Dan will no doubt inform you about in his upcoming stint. All eyes on those records from 1899. Bobby Abel's 357, Surrey's 811. To take you through the next 8 overs, Dan Norcross.
Of course, how could I have ever forgotten Surrey's all-time highest score? 811. Is that their highest score at the Oval or highest score overall? Or both?
I think it's their highest score overall. I was going to ask Andrew Sampson if he could dig out triple hundreds at the Oval as well, because there have been a few. There's been Bobby Abel, there's obviously been Len Hutton, there's been Kevin Peterson.
Hashim Amla.
As the players now take drinks. There's Surrey 694 for 4. Will Jacks is, as Adam Collins would say, getting into his work.
Absolutely. I'd say he's already into his work.
Another thing to look out for, by the way, kids, is we get given a little fact sheet off to start, and it'll say things like Jordan Clark needs 3 more wickets to take 200 for Surrey, that sort of thing. And you're normally given things that could happen in the game. You know, I think Dom Sibley, was 1 century away from 25. What wasn't put down on our sheet was that Dom Sibley needed 329 runs in this innings to be the first player to 1,000 runs this season. For the very good reason that no one really expects someone to score 329 runs in a match, let alone an innings. But Dom Sibley currently has 288, so he's 41 runs away.
From the race to 1,000.
Race to 1,000, exactly. So there's that to consider as well. It's impossible not to speculate about when Surrey might declare, but I do kind of tend to think that there are very good arguments for both pulling out now and for putting more and more miles in the Durham fielders' legs, and most importantly, the opening batters. I mean, if I was going to be really ruthless, I would bat till tea and then actually, and I know it's not really the done thing, but go out and do another 15 minutes after tea just
to annoy them,
because then they've got to get off the pitch and have less time to get ready, don't they?
I think that is a very valid method of skullduggery.
Well, I mean, it's in the game, isn't it?
Of course, no.
It's in the game. It's what you would do to get your maximum advantage.
I can't imagine the kind of mentality and mindset of being in Durham top 3.
Yeah.
you, of course, always. I struggle to keep pace with your wit and sharpness of mind.
Steady.
But if you are a Durham player now, if you're Alex Lees,
I know
you've been conducting this innings from your position at mid-off in the sweltering heat, just trying to get your troops through it.
But you know, Cam, I mean, there's something in there's a lot in what Yaz was saying there, but he's talked about how Surrey have scored these runs quite quickly, and they have. As Drissel will start another over. Sibley takes a single, first ball after drinks, which is that whilst the score looks forbidding and you think, well, that must be absolutely horrendous to field through that, it has actually only been a day and a half. And I say only because it's nowhere near the marathon sessions people have had in the field in the history of cricket. You know, I mean,
it has been 32 degrees as well.
Yeah, but only today. Only for 3 hours. If you really want mental disintegration, you make them keep doing it for 4.5.
It was hot yesterday.
It was warm. Got after that, and it's going to bring him for a drag down from Drissel, which can be forgiven at this stage. And Jax is onto it. He moves to the threshold of a half century. Yet another Surrey player to notch a half century so far. Burns, Sibley, Sam Curran, Dan Lawrence have all made it to 50. 3 have made it to 100. Jax has got time for that as well.
Well, Will Jax had that remarkable innings here a few years ago, where he struck. He went to his from 50 to 100 in something remarkable, like 18 deliveries or something. I remember because I was perched in the Wisden office watching it unfold. I'm going to look it up.
Do that, Cam. Ooh. Yes, can you do something? Sorry, our TV suddenly decides that we need to give it tender love and care, or else it'll turn off. And that's a single that will bring up both the half century for Will Jax and the 700 for Surrey. A rare and enormous total. With more to add, you fancy. Jax is 50 off 45 balls. He had a long time to wait to come out to bat. He'd have been champing at the bit. He took a little time to get going, just assessed the nature of the pitch, didn't play any flamboyant shots, just tapped the singles around and then started to unleash a couple of marvellous lofted drives back over the bowler's head. We've had 4s, we've had 6s, and you just sense that he's eyeing up a rather pleasurable 55 minutes here. Now, I know the scoreboard says 144.7. Don't worry, they haven't suddenly introduced 8-ball overs because it feels like a very hot day in 1950s Australia. There have in fact been 145 overs, as you can see there. And what a rare and magnificent sight that scoreboard is. 700 for 4. Dominic Sibley, 11 runs away from a triple century. Andrew Sampson hasn't been back in touch with me. This virtual Sampson isn't working. Bring me another one. That Pot's back in the attack. It brings Sibley back on strike.
I noticed Durham there went, for the first time, kind of uber defensive in their field setting. For Will Jax, they had just 2 men on the single, as it were, and 7 on the boundary. Now Sibley's back on strike. There's 5 in the ring. So it looks like they're kind of almost looking to keep the man on 289 on strike. And they failed to do so.
Just a little push and go from Sibley. This is an immense feat from Sibley because 457 balls in sapping heat. And he's been running the 1s and 2s. So, look, just because he's on 290, it doesn't make it a foregone conclusion that he's going to ease his way to 300. It's a feat of endurance. We talk about sapping the fielders. Well, they're not the ones running up and down. Ball after ball after ball. I mean, in fairness, he has moved into amble mode on certain of these longer agreed singles.
Well, you mentioned how whilst the run total is kind of astronomical. The actual time spent in the field for Durham is a very long time, but not necessarily extraordinary. I've just looked up Dom Sibley's unbeaten 140 from when Surrey chased 500 to beat Kent 2 years ago. And on that occasion, he faced 415 deliveries. So yes, he's into the 290s now. But in terms of length of innings, he's not too much further along.
Since you've got that scorecard, it's one of my favourite because it contains 3 contrasting hundreds that were all perfect in their own way. Do with the number of balls that Ben Folkes, Dominic Sibley and Jamie Smith all faced for their hundreds.
I can absolutely do that. And for a bonus point, can you remember who was batting at number 3 for Surrey?
I'm not sure I can. Not just like that, so to speak.
Kiwi, currently playing for Warwickshire.
Tom Latham.
Yes, correct. So, Dom Sibley, 140 not out of 415 deliveries. He spent 580 minutes at the crease, aka 20 minutes short of 10 hours. Jamie Smith, he made 114 off 77 deliveries. Strike rate of 148. He spent less than 2 hours out there. And Ben Folkes, 124 off 211.
It's sort of perfect. They were perfect. 3 perfect centuries. For, if you were going to chase 500, that's how you do it. Nice effort ball from Potts to finish the over. 5 singles from it. 85 miles an hour as well. It's doing well to keep up that kind of pace on a day like today. 705 for 4. Sorry.
I might have told this anecdote before. I don't believe it's sharing any state secrets, but a friend and colleague of ours who works within the kind of the Surrey backroom staff says he remembers going into the dressing room after they had chased that 500 and seeing a still padded up Dominic Sibley with an ice cream in hand.
Aww.
And he thought, that is well deserved and a very content man.
That is a long time to bat, isn't it?
It's a very long time.
You know, chase like that isn't doable without somebody who's willing to just dig in. Sort of allowed the others to play their games. He's gone after this as Jacks, and he's going to get more runs. 4 of them. That's happened a couple of times to Dressel. He's just dragged it shorter. It's the long part of the boundary. It's why Dressel's bowling from the Foxhall end, because he's got a longer boundary to defend, but the power of Jacks meant that that ball whistled across the boundary. Must be a single. Sibley into the 290, 291. What an iconic number that is at the Oval. What does that scream out to you, Cameron Ponsonby?
It screams out to me a Daniel Norcross anecdote.
It's now 292. The very first game of international cricket I've ever watched live was here. Viv Richards, 291. 1976. What an innings that was. And a very hot summer, parched outfield.
Did well to make that your first. So that was your first ever trip.
Fortunate, yeah.
First ever trip to a test match, or
test match, yes. I think I'd come to a county game with my dad before. I was only 7 years old, so I can't remember the details of the county game quite so well. But the test match is seared into my memory. I was sat in the lock stand and didn't move all day. It was absolutely salmon pink at the end of it. Very hot day. The 100 partnership has come up. It didn't seem that long ago that Dan Lawrence was out.
Well, on that match,
taken signal for Sibley.
In that match where Viv Richards made 291, West Indies finished their first innings on 687.
Yes. Well, their second innings is really fun because they didn't enforce the follow-on.
Well, I was going to make a note of that. They batted 180 overs, so they were still, well, how many overs have Durham bowled? 147, so
exactly
35 overs to go. Yes, they didn't enforce the follow-on, despite having a lead of 250. give or take. A double century for Dennis a miss. And they went back out there and they...
Sorry, did you just call Dennis a miss?
I want to be a miss, don't you? There is a joke there.
There is one, yes.
I haven't been able to make it.
Will Rhodes is back into the attack.
Wow, it really was a historic match. Michael Holding's 8 for 92.
He took 14 wickets in the match, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Bowled from the Vauxhall end from memory. Got a lot of bolds because it was a very flat deck, so a lot of his wickets were bowled. Very full.
Well, of his 8-fer, there was only 1 caught, 2 LBWs, and 5 bowls.
There you go. I mean, the memory's beginning to fail me, but there are some things that will never pass. And that match in 1976 will stay with me for forever, I imagine. Now, Sibley on strike. Rhodes into the attack. He's conceded 86 runs now. Rhodes, only 3 Durham bowlers have actually gone for 3 figures, which feels quite rare in a total of 714 for 4. They've used a fair few bowlers. 7 in total.
Poor George Dristle's been asked to bowl 43 overs. And, well, he's toiled away with some effort and some success, but, well, in conditions like these, you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing.
Just 2 men saving 1 now with the keeper standing up. So Durham just trying to protect the boundary. He's got a lot of fielders out on the short leg side boundary. Long on, deep mid wicket. They come in somewhat like an exhaling lung. So now we have 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Try and keep Sibley honest as he moves towards his 300. We were talking about this earlier, Katya and I, about how rare it is to get the opportunity to score 300. And especially so if you're a batter like Dom Sibley, because in 4-day cricket it's rare, not in any way castigating him for the speed at which he goes, but his natural pace is not as fast as you tend to need to go. So you think about the prominent triple hundreds this season, you'd be thinking, or last, you'd be thinking Sam Northeast, who's a bit more pugnacious, Tom Banton, who's naturally flamboyant, aggressive player. It's quite hard in 4-day cricket if you strike at around about 50 to get the time. So I'm sure Dominic Sibley will be very keen to get over the line. Sorry, he's still just content to take these singles.
There's not been unheard of triple centuries in the county championship of late. You had Tom Banton earlier this year, as you mentioned. Same too with Sam Northeast last year away to Middlesex. Daniel Bell Drummond made one the year before.
Yes. But again, he's a player, isn't he, that we sort of associate with a bit more
flair.
Yeah, pugnacity. End of the over, 5 singles from it. Dom Sibley, 1 boundary away from that big figure. I wonder if we can get just a little look at the Surrey dressing room, because, of course, it is possible that one of the landmarks that Rory Burns might be looking out for is whether Dom Sibley can get to his 300.
So
I think I see Jordan Clark still padded up on the balcony.
Are we in Josh Blake pad watch territory? Are they on or are they off?
Yes.
Well, it'll have to be on now in case Jack's got out.
Well, Clark could come in next, couldn't he, I suppose?
Well, that's a tough day for Josh Blake. Well, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, I think they've been tougher days.
He's got his feet up, watching 700 runs score. That's a tough one.
Hot day in an air-conditioned, very nicely appointed changing room. I'm saying that he will point to some worse days. On the other hand, if you're Durham player, you arrived today fearing the worst. With Surrey 407 for 3. Well, you've kind of got that. 312 for 1 Surrey have scored today in 52 overs. Yes, you made the face, the correct face. One of some dismay. But they have stuck at their task, Durham. Not least George Drissel. 1 for 233.
Good news though, they're 4+4 on the over rate.
Yes, they don't have to worry about that at all. That is taken care of. And it's all rather good for spectators as well, because I think we're going to get a pretty prompt tee. Another single for Sibley, takes him to 298. The over rate has been good so far today. We've got another 11 overs to go till tee. Or 340, whichever happens later. Jacks will keep the strike, tapping the ball down to long on. It all looks a bit too easy, doesn't it? 722 for 4 at the end of the over. Jacks on strike on 63. So Dominic Sibley will have to wait.
I guess the mindset Durham have to take into this is it's not like they're kind of being battered and bruised here. It's just that they haven't had their turn. They'll have to look at this wicket and say, well, there's a reason why Surrey is 722 for 4. They are good batting conditions. It is possible to score lots of runs. And so rather than being, goodness me, how could we ever recover? It's just a case of, okay, game of two halves, to use a cliche, and now it's our half, and we get to bat. And it's what Ben Stokes spoke about after the opening test match, where he was kind of being criticised for having elected to bowl first, and whether he'd questioned himself after the first day when India had got off to such a good start. He kind of thought, imagine thinking it was the wrong decision to bowl first before you've even had a chance to bat.
Yeah. Rhodes starts a new over. Jacks carves that away for another easy single. You imagine Will Jacks going to have a fair bit of bowling to do in this match. Sibley back on strike. As Cameron Ponsonby just practices his bowling alongside me here in the box. I think you need to just get a little bit more rotation in your hip.
I do.
You do. Field comes in again for Sibley. Oh, that slightly annoy him there. It was full on the pads. We could have just got it either side of that mid-wicket. Runs would have been there to bring him his maiden 100. He's going to pick up one here to move to the threshold. 299, of course. Great Martin Crowe made 299, didn't he, in a test match? You're pacing. Are you expecting to be relieved?
Bit of both. I think I know my.
I think Jeremy Coney's due on next, isn't he?
So my allotted time is over, but also I just kind of enjoy being on my feet whilst commentating.
You do, don't you? Yes, I've noticed that. I'm very much a sedentary commentator. Just bring a single. It'll bring Sibley back onto strike. It'll bring a change of field. Fielders will now come in. How many will come in, though? Well, there's just a temptation just to try and squeeze a bit more. Doesn't look like it at the moment. So fans wait. Oh, that's a bouncer. It's flown down to the boundary. It is just byes. I wondered if it was going to be a wide, but Will Rhodes wasn't really helping his keeper out there with the keeper standing up. sailed over Sibley's head. Well, he's not going to get it there, and he's going to have to wait another over. At least 7.29 for 4. 150 overs have now been bowled. Highest score for Surrey, that very famous 357 by Bobby Abel. I don't know if Sibley's going to get the chance to scale that height, but you never know. It's possible. Don't know what's in the mind of the skipper at the moment. See people scoring there. If you were actually doing paper scoring, you'd be at that point when you were very much running out of space. When you have to start sort of scoring around the edges of your scorecard.
Dom Sibley's innings would definitely have gone into the number 11's box at the moment.
Yes, that's right. That's how you do it, isn't it? You head straight down to the bottom. All right, Drissel starts his 45th over. Brings Sibley on to strike. That single. The hubbub rises. It's a very rare thing, a 100 at the Oval for Surrey. There will be people who will have seen Kevin Peterson's, and there will be people who've seen Mark Ramprakash's as a couple. Of course, Mark Church will have seen them both. Here we go. Tickles it round the corner. They go for the single, and he's home. He's done it. He's made it. Just the 600 for Surrey in the County Championship at the Oval. It has been a monumental effort from Dom Sibley. He gets a righteous hug from Will Jacks, who called him through for that risky run, selflessly running to the danger end. And a look of relief and joy and happiness. These are moments that don't come to a batsman's life very often. And my word, Dominic Sibley has deserved this. A 472 ball epic. He has been out there throughout these 2 very hot days. And it's been an innings which has had many gears. Started quite placidly. Then he really got going when he brought up his 100 yesterday. It's been a slightly different gear today. It's been around 3.5, 4th gear. But it's been a very entertaining knock. And as I say, a very, very rare one. Just the 6th 100 for Surrey in the County Championship at the Oval. Mark Ramprakash with 301. KP, Kevin Peterson with 355. 357 by Bobby Abel. He's top of the tree. Jack Hobbs, 316, not out in 1926. Tom Hayward in 1898. Just those 5. And in all first-class cricket, this is the 12th. Right, he's got hold of that. And it's gone all the way. 6 more to Jacks. He'll be eyeing 100. The agony just goes on for Durham, but Cam Ponsonby. What a knock this has been by Dom Sibley.
Well, it's an epic achievement as much as anything. A feat of endurance as well as talent and application. For Dom Sibley, as you mentioned, he's used to batting these enormous amounts of time, but to have the enormous amount of runs to go with it, there's not going to be many occasions across his career where he'll be able to look at a scorecard next to his name and see he's made 300. But today is one of those days. Well, today's the only day so far. It looks like as soon as he's made 300, Durham are going to have to find a new ball. We're doing some searching by the sight screen.
Right, which gives us a chance to give you some of these incredible stats. So let me run you through all the first-class 100s at the Oval. Top of the tree is Neil Fairbrother's 366 back in 1990, that year when they experimented with an appalling ball. Rather, it's a parallel somewhat to this, perhaps. Len Hutton, of course, is 364 in the Test match in 1938. Bobby Abel's 357 not out. KP's 355 not out, we've mentioned. Walter Reed for Surrey against Oxford University, 1888. 338. We mentioned Hayward's 315 in 1898. Keaton for Nottinghamshire against Middlesex in 1939. Why was that game being played at the Oval, I wonder? Hashim Amla, 311 against England in 2012. Duckett, 306 not out against Oxford University in 1919. Mark Ramprakash in 2006 against Northants is 301. And Roman Summer-Rowe for Northants against Surrey in 1958. So the venues with the most first-class triple hundreds. The Oval was out in front with 11 over Taunton's 10. Make that 12 now. Melbourne with 8. That slightly surprised you. Only 12. I mean, when you think how long cricket's been played at the Oval, the oldest test ground in England, test matches since 1880.
I guess that correlates. If you think the last 2 triple centuries here by a Surrey player at least, with Kevin Peterson and Mark Ramprakash, you've had, so what have we had, 12 here now at the Oval, and you average about 1 a decade.
Roughly, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that does kind of work.
So we've seen a once in a decade
yeah,
achievement here from Dom Sibley. So I look forward to being back here in 2035 and watching him do it all over again.
Now, George Drissel has also got a record, which we'll come to in a moment, as he completes the over, 11 from it. 1 for 247. Keep your eyes on that, because that's the most number of runs conceded by a bowler in the county championship at the Oval, beating Claude Henderson's 235. Records are falling galore. Sorry, 740 for 4.
Well, I think the record's a bit more stark than that, actually. It's not that it's the most runs conceded in an innings at the Oval.
Is it any county championship match?
Any county championship match.
That seems quite low for any county championship match, doesn't it?
Well, I might have lied. I don't think I've lied. That was my interpretation of the stats.
But it did take place at the Oval, didn't it?
It did take place at the Oval, yes.
That's a hot day, so various drinks are being brought out. We've got 9 overs to go till tea. Enough time for Will Jacks to bring up 100. Is there enough time for Surrey to get to 812, their highest score?
I think once you've made it this far, it's the sunk cost fallacy. You have to keep going now. Even if it's in your benefits to declare and win the game, that's your best route to victory. You might as well make history whilst you're here.
I think Jeremy Coney's arrived to offer you some relief.
What joy? What relief?
Yeah. Your colleague and friend.
Great colleague and great friend.
Great colleague.
Thank you very much.
Great friend. Yaz Rana's going to come in and replace me in a moment. Just going to wait for us to effect the change here. As Rhodes continues. It's slammed into the offside. Rhodes moves to 94, if you like. Jacks to 75. Surrey 741 for 4. Time for various changes in the commentary box. I'm going to hand you over to Yaz Rana, who'll take you up to tea.
Thank you very much, Dan. Got a double change in the commentary box by the looks of it. It looks like Cam's taking a break, and Jeremy Coney's going to join me up until the tea break. That'll be 4 more, slightly aerial from Sibley. But in that gap, just to the left of short mid-wicket. He's got to that 100, but showing no signs of easing up at all. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Afternoon. Yes, how are you?
Very good. Really, really enjoying this exhibition from Sibley and Jacks. Goes aerial again. Caught. Finally, the end of a truly epic innings from Dom Sibley. 305. Just the 6th 100 by a Surrey player in the county championship. He's been batting since 11 a.m. yesterday. It's 3:12 today. Will Rhodes, the wicket taker. And Sibley walks off after receiving handshakes from the Durham fielders. He raises his bat, acknowledges the members in the pavilion who stand to applaud. A truly brilliant innings from one of their own.
Yes, crowd standing as he departs. Surrey Oval. It's been a fabulous innings, really. A chiselled kind of defence right throughout the whole effort. Occasional flamboyance, but the occasionals in capitals. A formidable kind of mental power, I've got to say, to protect his wicket. Somewhat robotic cricketer, you'd have to say. I think that's being true. His movements are tuned, aren't they? Rehearsed, I would say, and great control over his emotions. He seems to scorn indulgence and excessive kind of play, and doesn't stray from his game. He sings his song.
I think that's exactly it. He knows exactly what his game is. He knows exactly what his run scoring options are. And sure, when he passed 150, he went through the gears a little bit.
Yes, he did.
But even then, there was precision to those increases in intent. Those reverse sweeps that he played earlier today, very deliberate, taking into account the ground dimensions, a shorter, deep third boundary on that side of the ground. He's a man in sublime form, just short of 1,000 runs so far this season, the leading run scorer in Division 1. Change in the Surrey batting lineup. Jordan Clark comes in at number 7, so still no sign yet of Josh Blake. And Clark is off the mark straight away. Quick single into the offside. That change in batting order, perhaps an indication that Surrey have their eye on an imminent declaration, perhaps even before the tea interval.
Yeah, well, it's sometimes nice to be able... I mean, have they got enough? Of course they have. It's a question, is it too much? And we'll talk about that in a moment. But I think to have 2 bites of the cherry, one before tea and one after, is a good thing. You'd have to say, I think at the moment, I mean, let's not forget Alex Lees won the toss. He had a choice. So that's I would make that point as well. The stats supported that decision, actually. But this pitch has been benign.
Drilled through cover for 4. Hit so hard from Jordan Clark. He's straight into his innings. Boundary off his second ball. And even with that wicket of Sibley, 11 runs coming from the over that brings up the Surrey 750.
Yeah.
Not a sentence I've said before.
But it is the ball and the pitch together, it's created pretty benign conditions for batting. Non-threatening, soporific almost, I'd have to say. Anodyne. That's enough of that. The ball hasn't swung, the ball hasn't seemed. The bounce of the deliveries really, for a back of length ball, has been knee high, and you can stand up and punch the ball if you want to. So the barometer is set fair for the next day at least. One bowler short down with Ben Rain off the field still. One short side for a boundary. So, they've got enough, as I say. They've had enough for some time. This is about now cooking Durham. They put him in the pot, and they are at the moment taking energy out of legs and will. And so, Surrey, to me, they have to win here. Because of the way other teams play them when they are away from home.
Short, pulled into the leg side, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket.
I guess we'll know whether this is a good decision, I reckon, after 20 overs in the next innings. Is the Surrey attack better?
There'll be confidence in the Surrey attack. They were the only team to win in normal circumstances last week with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, but that pitch was doing some stuff actually up there, I have to say, at New Road. This is not doing it, not the same. But you're right, they were the only ones, and that's why they're in the position of second at the moment.
Jacks uses his feet again, just be one.
So that attack of Worrell particularly, who's been given the rest from away games, which is a sensible thing really, if teams are going to go and get 660 for 5, I think it was. Was it at Warwickshire? Something like that, wasn't it? 500 somewhere else. But Worrell is an attacking body. He got the most wickets, I think, last year for Surrey. He will be one to watch. I think he might even open the bowling. Whether Fisher, after the good game he had up at New Road recently, we better just... It has been Sibley's day, hasn't it, for a day and a half, really. Here is some of the way he went about some of his shots. He always liked, for however many deliveries he faced, you got that little shimmy. That's the dismissal of him. What you've missed out on is the other 300 that he scored.
First time he veered away from what he normally
Yes,
does.
that's right.
When you look at that wagon wheel, he really did score all around the ground. It's a question for you, Jeremy. So if you were a captain at the start of a game and you were confronted with...
well, that's Jack's now.
Now Jack's wagon wheel, now Sibley's. He really did score all around the ground. He's so good through mid-wicket. We saw the wagon wheel appear yesterday, earlier on in the innings, and he was particularly prolific behind square on the
Yes, he was.
But as he grew into his innings, a little bit more 360.
That's correct, and he's come into the V a lot more today, scoring down the ground. So you're about to... You ask?
Yeah, so if you're a captain before a game,
yeah,
you're confronted with conditions you think are going to be particularly batting friendly,
yeah,
what would you view as your most likely route to victory? So on the toss decision from Durham won the toss, decided to bowl first, and it's not gone well for them.
No.
But they had a game earlier in the season against Nottinghamshire where they won the toss, chose to bowl first, and Nottinghamshire scored 410 on the first day. Hasib Hamid scored a double 100.
Yep.
And
They won the game, didn't
ended up
they?
winning the game. And their coach, Ryan Campbell, on the Durham live stream, explained the decision. He won the toss and chose to bowl, not because they thought conditions would be particularly bowling friendly on the first day, but they thought, one, conditions would be even better on days 2 and 3, but also, because it was flat, their best way to take 20 wickets was their bowlers having a break. And now, Surrey, to win this game, to take 20 wickets, and it's going to be very difficult for them to do that.
Well, they won't get a break.
Without getting a break, exactly, because of how many runs they have scored and that they are batting first. So if you were captain, with conditions particularly good for batting at the start of a game, what would you view as your best route to victory?
Well, you have two choices in a situation like this. You either go on to a large total, but then it commits you for the rest of the match, and you've got to weigh up the relative strengths of your bowlers and their batsmen. Now, we don't quite know their batsmen yet. We haven't seen them in these conditions and with the ball we're using and so on. So, but you make a judgment, I think, about that. And the time and the overs that are available, well, there are quite a few, aren't there? It doesn't look as if rain is going to interfere with any of that at all. You look at the nature of the pitch. I think that's a key part to it. And then you look at the styles and the attitudes of your own bowlers. Do they need that break? Are they those sorts of bowlers?
Drilled past the man at short cover, and that'll be 4 more. Will Jacks, he's raced along to 85 of just 73 deliveries.
Yeah, and then of course the last sort of thing I think I would think about would be the degree of risk that the competition and my team is, and the standing where they are, and does it permit this kind of approach? I think all those things need to be thought through, and then you'll come to a decision. A decision at the moment, 766, it's committing themselves to the one way of winning the match. As I say, this is about cooking the opposition and seeing how tired and how listless and perhaps mistakes will occur, and that you'll trust that your bowlers will actually bowl better than we saw from Durham in the first session of this match, where they bowled too full and they didn't hit the pitch hard either.
Ackerman to continue from the Vauxhall end. What have you made of Surrey's scoring rate? Pretty much exactly 5 runs and over. And there was an interview that Leicestershire seamer Logan Van Beek did after the last round of games. Van Beek, Dutch international, he plays a lot of his first class.
Plays at Wellington.
In New Zealand.
Yeah, he does.
He had a very good Plunket Shield last year. And in New Zealand first class cricket, the Kookaburra ball is used as well. And he was saying the difference between New Zealand and England, that'll be 4 more. In front of square this time, short from Ackerman. And Jacks, well, his eyes lit up when he saw the length of that delivery. He moves on to 89. Van Beek basically said that the Kookaburra ball in England, for whatever reason, essentially leads to slower cricket. It's difficult for the bowlers to make inroads, but it's also quite difficult for the batters to score freely. That is not what we've seen here.
No.
And if you compare what we've seen here to other grounds in the country, about an hour ago we were comparing Surrey's score to the other teams that were still batting who started batting on the first morning, and Surrey were 220, 230 runs clear of some of the other teams batting. So why do you think we've seen run scoring at this rate?
Bowling. I'm afraid it's just not quite consistent enough. It isn't quite demanding enough. There have been periods when they've been able to piece together perhaps 4 or 5 overs where you build a little pocket of pressure, but then it's released, and then you have to go back and find another little place. That's what cricket is. It's building little bits of pressure. Then there is a release, perhaps a half shot, where you might have created enough pressure and the guy's made a mistake, but you don't quite take the wicket and you've got to start all over again. But generally I think the bowler down hasn't helped, so... And he's a key bowler too. He's been rather like Jordan Clark has been for Surrey this year, bowling the most overs and taking the most wickets. I guess the pitch and the ball and the bowling all together wrapped up has meant that Sibley has been able to play his game the way he wants to, and that taking the second new ball was a bit of a risk. You either go with the thought that I might get a wicket or 2, and they actually needed 3 at that time to get another bowling bonus point, but that was a long time ago now. But it also runs the risk of getting runs, and we saw yesterday in the second session, after that 80 overs, Sibley and Curran just opened up, didn't they? And that really changed the rate of scoring throughout the day.
Well, Curran, a centurion, was out 500 runs ago now.
Yes.
Sorry, if piled
extraordinary, isn't it?
500 runs in less than a day of cricket. Road to continue.
I mean, look at the field at the moment. Look what it's been reduced to now. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary, on the leg side, which is the shorter boundary. You've got long off. You've got a square cover on the boundary, which is the long side, and you've got a third man. So where do you bowl as a bowler now to really prevent a run? It's very hard to prevent a run now being taken, unless you miss it. Yeah.
Exactly, and my point I was going to make was there've been a really noticeable lack of dot balls all day, and that is always going to happen when you have the field this spread out. Understandable when you're on the back foot, but at the same time Durham haven't been able to prevent one boundary and over as well, which has meant that the scoring rate has just been so high, up above 6 runs and over for the entirety of the day. If you look at the last 5 overs, Surrey have just very quickly put on 44.
Yes. Yes, yeah, and you don't notice it after a while, do you? I mean, they will down there, but up here you don't now, because we got because we've become so accustomed at seeing the bat dominating. Durham could be 3 or 4 down tonight. In which case you'd have to say this has worked a little, this period we're watching right now. But if they're 1 down...
Width, and that's nailed past, short extra cover for 4 more. One of the 2 fielders not on the boundary, but Rhodes offered Clark real width there, and that's his favoured area through the covers.
And so if they're 1 down tonight and then they get the rest and they come back and withstand tomorrow morning, then there are a few question marks, and I'm going to look around this changing room and I'm going to talk to people. How do you think they got too many in that first innings, fellas?
Aerial down the ground and 6. Jordan Clark deposits the ball 6 or 7 rows back into the pavilion. Bit of width the previous ball, bit too full this time round. And Clark has only been at the crease 15 balls, but he's already on 24 in this partnership. In no time, worth 40.
So at the moment, Durham needs 635 to avoid the follow-on. You can't declare behind to bring the game into...
Well, another over where the score rate has gone on quickly. Goes aerial again. This time he doesn't quite connect with it. Rhodes underneath the high ball, takes the catch, and that brings the end of a quick-fire cameo from Jordan Clark. 24 off 16 balls. Will Rhodes with his 2nd wicket of the day. Surrey 785 for 6. And just in case you're wondering, would that wicket bring the declaration? The answer at the moment is no. Josh Blake, we presume, will come out at number 8. Will Jacks 9 runs away from a 4th first-class 100.
Yeah, so that's what's it now, 3:30 basically. So looks as though they're going to bat till tea, and therefore I don't know how long, whether they're going to declare at tea or whether they want to bat into that last session as well. They're asking I think you've got to at some point say, this is enough.
Is this about mental disintegration? It's
well,
a phrase that we heard.
As I've said, it's about cooking them. I would have thought 2 bites would have been my choice in even going this far. I personally might have considered for some time even 580 and pulling out at that point and allowing the opposition to think we're going to be batting last, and therefore that might be. See, one of the things about the surface as well, I just don't think these surfaces are hard enough I think they're too soft for a Kookaburra ball. And also the way that the pitches are prepared here is such that you should have entropy. A game should slowly the pitch should be worse at the end of the game. And these are getting better.
It's what we've seen throughout.
And that's not good for the game. That something's happening that's not right. Now, some people say it's the heavy roller. Some people might say, well, yeah, your grounds are so well drained nowadays that the surfaces don't, you put more water into it, away it goes again, and so you're not getting those green, seamy little pitches that you kind of associate with the UK any longer.
Well, it's been an unusually dry summer.
Yes, it has.
I wonder if that's played a part.
Why haven't spinners then come into it? Why hasn't reverse swing come into it? Because we've got surfaces now where you see all the square. Some of them are very dry indeed, and you'd think of the ball coming in and thrown in or being hit into those pitches alongside the one that we're playing on, the ball would get damaged in some way as well. So reverse swing might come into the game. Well, we haven't seen any of that.
Well, it's a good point about how pitches in England at the moment don't seem to be deteriorating that much as 4 or even 5 days progress. Blake off the mark, first ball. We've seen on the other side of the river that sometimes teams at Lords bowl first, regardless of the conditions, with the belief that day 4's the best day to bat. We've seen...
Well, that was the World Test Championship. For example, day 3, only 4 wickets fell, and 2 of those were number 11 and number 10.
Exactly, and that actually followed the pattern of almost exactly what happened in the games between Middlesex and Kent earlier in the season, where day 1, team bowled out for 150, day 4, teams chasing 370. So we're not seeing pitch deterioration in the way that we ordinarily presume, at least this summer.
This doesn't look like doing it much either, does it?
Jacks goes down the ground again, doesn't quite get hold of it, dropped!
Neesham.
By Jimmy Neesham, along off. Had a lot of ground to cover, but he did get there. Diving to his left.
Yep, got there 2 hands. It was a sprawling kind of attempt for the catch. He didn't get hold of it. He sliced it slightly, but away to Neesham's left. He made ground, good ground, but spilled the catch.
Jacks on to 94. And now 95. 1 blow away from a 4th first-class 100.
I would make the point also about declarations that wherever possible you aim at an impregnable lead and you trust that your bowlers will win the match for you. I think that's the best way to think about it. I think most championship winning sides will win most matches by bowling sides out twice, not relying on declarations. And that's, I think, if you go over the last few years here, that's what's happened. It's been Worrell, it's been the seamers that have dominated things. And that's why sides, when they play away now, are preparing these shirt fronts. And you're getting lots of runs scored against Surrey at the moment. And what's the point in tiring your bowlers out? And I think that's the view that the management seemed to have taken here by giving Laws 4 games and Worrell 4 games and Nathan Smith 4 games. They're choosing 2 of those guys each to go with Fisher and with Jordan Clark, and that's their seam attack.
Even here at the Kia Oval, conditions haven't been quite like what they've been in the last couple of years. A couple of draws earlier on in the season against Hampshire and Essex, where again conditions just didn't get any harder for batting as the days went on. So it's been difficult nationwide this season. It's why Nottinghamshire were 20 or so points clear a few weeks ago, was because they were the only side in Division 1 who could consistently take 20 wickets.
Well, they had Josh Tongue, they had Fergus Neal, was it, from the Aussie?
Yeah, Fergus O'Neill, who...
He'd got fantastic figures. He only played 4 games and he had nearly 22 wickets or something like that.
Amazing first-class.
Yeah, he did.
Just 20.
He did well in Australia too.
Yeah. Only 24 years old. And Mohammed Abbas has come in and done really well too. And they've got 2 really good spin options, Liam Patterson-White, the left-arm spinner. And
then Ryan Ahmed's brother.
Yeah,
that's right.
They've arguably got a 3rd in Calvin Harrison, who's on loan at Northants this season, doing well. So they've got a well-rounded attack. They've got Brett Hutton, who's been there for years, who always takes wickets.
He's getting wickets too. So and then Dylan Pellington's there as well. So he hasn't quite got the same records as those other guys you've mentioned, but he's still there and a useful man. I think he's played 3 or 4 games.
But Surrey's win last week at Worcestershire was significant because they were the only team in Division 1 to get over the line and force a win.
With the Kookaburra ball.
Exactly. And a lot of Surrey fans will be interested to see what's happening at Taunton, by the way. Not 116 for 2 in response to Somerset's 379. Ben Slater, 63 not out. 4 runs away from 3 figures for Jack. 6 runs away from the Surrey 800. Driven slightly uppishly, but falls safely.
Only 3 minutes to tee. You don't want to get involved with personal scores. For example, Jack's 97. If he doesn't get to the 100, if you are contemplating, surely he's been told, we are going to declare at tee. If you haven't got it by then, don't complain.
Tom Laws, though, padded up.
Padded up.
It is a little bit more than 2 minutes till tee, because we go until there are 32 overs left to bowl.
Oh, do we?
So we have
these are rules,
2 overs. Sometimes we've got away with it today, Jeremy, but some days we have these mammoth afternoon sessions.
All right.
If they start slowly, this is when we catch up in the middle. But thankfully, the over rate's been pretty good today. So just 2 overs to go until the tea break.
2 overs, right. Oh, well, that's enough deliveries if they take a few singles here and there, that's plenty of time.
But yeah, we're beyond the point now where Surrey could declare before tea and have a bowl before tea.
Yep.
Ackerman into his 12th over to Jacks, who is on 97. Pulled hard into the gap and 4. There he is. Will Jacks with his 4th first-class 100 and the 4th Surrey man to reach 3 figures in this innings. Wonderful knock from the Surrey all-rounder. Surrey, of course, already in charge when he came to the crease, but he's ensured they've kept moving this game along at a quick rate. That run rate for the entire innings now 5.05 runs and over. And Surrey 1 away from 800. Here Dan Norcross in the background, very excited about a potential record being broken. 13 runs away from the Surrey all-time record. And that's the 800. He's greeted with a round of applause from the Surrey faithful. So yeah, Surrey's all-time record score, 811, achieved against Somerset 126 years ago, here at the Oval. We could see history, Jeremy.
Yes. Who was playing in that match?
Somerset.
Yeah, for Surrey. Who got? Yeah, I mean, what was?
We have a wicket.
He's gone. Goodness.
Blake has chipped Ackerman back to the bowler, and Josh Blake, who waited so long for his opportunity with the bat, unfortunately for him, departs for just 4. It's the 7th wicket to fall. And again, all eyes on the Surrey dressing room. And yeah, it looks like Tom Laws is going to come out at number 9.
Josh Blake caught the ball by Ackerman.
So this Surrey innings continues.
Yeah. Little caught and bowled for Ackerman, Colin Ackerman, trying to just to chip it onto the leg side, but he's got a leading edge and a very comfortable catch, a nice height. A spinner obviously threw his follow through there, and he's nicely balanced to take that 2 hands. So Tom Laws now comes out. He can use a bat, and is a useful kind of, I suppose he's a bowling all-rounder, I think you'd probably describe him. A swing bowler. Whether he's able to swing the kookaburra, we'll wait and see. But he hasn't quite got the figures that he used to achieve this season. Not quite so sure why. We'll just keep an eye on that. But he's a very useful member, I think, of this sort of 7, 8, 9, that part of the lower order. And he joins Will Jacks now, who's just got his century.
Yeah, broke into the side a few years ago, scored a lot of runs actually in the One Day Cup, and at the time it was almost a position people weren't sure, is he more of a batter, is he more of a bowler, but fought his way into the Surrey Red Bull team, head of some really established names. He forged a role for himself as being a bit of a golden arm, someone who able to take wickets when it feels quite flat. He's quite a speculative seamer, tries different things, bowls lots of Yorkers, bowls generally fuller than most seam bowlers, not afraid of slipping in the odd bumper. Been a really crucial part of this Surrey team as they've gone back to back to back in the Championship over the last 3 years. And he's off the mark straight away. Retained the strike. Sorry, 801 for 7. Yes, 801 for 7 with 1 over to go in the afternoon session.
And they've nearly scored 400 runs today in 2 sessions. And that just shows you the domination of the bat over the ball so far today. Yes, we've talked about one bowler down, an important bowler too. You should underline that. But nevertheless, that is some effort to be getting 200 a session, 200 runs a session. I mean, normally 100 a session, people say, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, Surrey resumed today, 407 for 3. Nearly 400 runs in 2 sessions. Will Rhodes to bowl the final over of the afternoon session. So 10 runs away from the all-time record.
So yeah, I would have gone, I think, I certainly would have thought hard about going the declarations route, the way that the ground is and the way that the pitch is, and I'd make sure that the opposition knew they had the better chance because they would be batting last.
That'll be 4. Well, maybe not quite, no. Nathan Salter at deep third runs around to cut the ball off. I wonder, Jeremy, a consequence of the slightly later than usual declaration is that Surrey can be really quite aggressive in the field, and not just with the field but also in terms of what their bowlers do and what their spinners do.
Well, they've got to be careful. Well, when you say attacking, I think what we saw in the first session was just the length was too full.
Given. Rhodes has his 3rd wicket of the session. Tom Laws looking to lap the ball to fine leg. But in the end, he's been trapped in front, LBW. And that looks like the end of not just the session, but the Surrey first innings. We await official confirmation of the declaration. It may just be that a wicket has fallen in the last over for tea and therefore it's tea, but I think...
Well, we don't know, do we?
We don't know. We are awaiting...
And
we are awaiting confirmation.
It has stemmed the tears from behind us as we make a quarter turn to our right. A number of people here wanting, of course, the 813, did you say?
Yeah.
Be eclipsed here. But whatever it is, it's a fantastic effort with the bat in benign, as I say, benign conditions. But they have slowly worn the opposition down and really got to a point where you had 6 or 7 men around the boundary and dominating every ball, really. They lost 2 or 3 wickets towards the end of the session, but it doesn't really matter, does it, when you've got 800? So, interesting. We're just going to have to wait and see, I think, through the tea period, And the duration of it, whether in fact they have declared or whether they're going to come out after.
I've got news for you, Jeremy.
Yes.
They have not declared, so the record is still in play.
Look at them all now. Suddenly, handkerchiefs go away, heads rise.
Oh, this has been
breathing begins
one
again.
of the iconic cricket grounds for a century and a half, and we could be here to witness history after the tea break.
All right. Yeah, that's good.
Anyway, the cricket will be back in 15 or so minutes. But we have a special episode of Surrey members who do interesting things. John Surtees is joined by Jim Watson, who is the founder of London Centric, for which I'm a subscriber, by the way. It's good stuff. Get involved. To hear all about it, here is John and Jim.
Thanks so much, Yaz. What an extraordinary afternoon of cricket, and it does appear that Surrey have not declared. So do stick with us, come back after tea for some potentially record-breaking exploits. But now, the latest episode in our occasional series, Surrey members who do interesting things. So far this season, we've had Dan Whitehead, who drives second-hand ambulances to the Ukraine, and we've had a member who if you're listening, sir, if you're listening, I apologise to you, sir, because I forget your name, but produced a fascinating anthology of cricket writing by non-cricket writers. So, Jim Watson, you're the third person in our feature. Jim, tell us about yourself. You're a Surrey member who does an interesting thing.
Well, I've certainly not driven any ambulances to Ukraine or anything as dramatic as that. I'm just a humble local journalist, but I've just set up a site called London Centric, which does local journalism, investigative journalism about London. And I was previously worked at The Guardian, worked for national newspapers, and just sort of chucked it all in to try and do something proper about the capital, to get in depth, to do stories that no one else is reporting. And it's an honour to be on this live stream. It almost feels preposterous to be talking about what I do when we're looking at this total that's coming up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to be talking about that. Plenty of cricket still to be played. You know, and that's such as the beauty of cricket broadcasting, is there's time in the day for many different things. So Jim, about London Centric, one of the things I wanted to ask you, as a former journalist myself, the traditional career path is to start small and go large. You've been large. You were the media editor of the Guardian. You know, quite a well-known face in those papers. Broke some pretty amazing stories. What was it that sort of caused you to go from large to small?
Well, I've been really lucky in my career. I've been a Westminster correspondent. I've interviewed the Prime Minister. I've sort of flown on the planes. I've sort of done the sort of stuff that a lot of people aim for. And I'm getting way more fun out of doing local journalism than I ever really did covering national stories, because you actually get to sort of see change that you can affect, things that you can actually hold people to account on. And so I had this opportunity to chuck everything up in the air and start out from scratch. London Centric's part subscriber based. There's no clickbait. There's no advertising. There's nothing that's going to distract you from reading the journalism. And the model's pretty simple. I go out every day into London and try and find interesting things that no one else is reporting and tell people about them. I write them down, I publish it, and more people are going, that's good enough. I'll stump up for that and I'll read about it. So whether it's investigations into sort of those dubious Harry Potter shops that are all across the city, got nominated for a Private Eye Investigative Journalism Award for work on the safety of Lime bikes, which I was very amused to see the England players arriving at the Oval the other day on their bikes to beat the traffic.
I think is a key destination for Lime bikes.
Exactly. And really trying to go, okay, here's a city of 9 million people. There's not enough stuff that's going on where people are just really taking an aggressive take on reporting this thing out, telling people what's really going on in their place, and hopefully making people feel like they understand the way the city actually works a bit.
Yeah, because that's something I wanted to ask. In the context of New York, let's say as a comparable city to London, you just had the primaries last week in the New York mayoral elections, and I'm a subscriber to the New York Times website. Fantastic, got an amazing deal on that. Really interesting new media organisation, and I was amazed, and it really, the coverage of just the primaries for that was the in-depth coverage they did was incredible. There were interactive maps about vote counts all over the city. There were think pieces about what this means for the city, and talking about the future of the failed candidate, the future of the successful candidate. It was really almost the sort of coverage that you would get in a Westminster election in the UK, and London, you know, as a very, very comparable city to New York, doesn't have a single local newspaper. It doesn't benefit in any way from that coverage. So you know, what is it? Why do you think that is the case, and what is it you sort of hope to do about it?
I mean, it's partly business, and it's partly the fact that certain media owners have slightly neglected their publications. So you know, without sort of picking on anyone particular, the Standard's owned by a man called Lord Lebedev, who you know has chosen to take it out of print and to cut back a lot of the stuff. So they've had a lot of cuts. There's just physically not that many journalists out there doing anything other than rewriting press releases, and that's the problem. I don't do any rewriting of press releases. I don't do anything that is just sort of churn that you could find elsewhere. I'm going, okay, what are the stories that are not being told? What is it that no one's noticing about what the mayor's up to? And then certainly come the next mayoral election, you know, I want this to be the place that you're coming to find out what's really going on.
Oh, yeah, because it's interesting, isn't it? The development of London, you know, has actually happened quite a lot in the last year. You know, the Times now has a London editor. You've got the Londoner as well, you know, has started to come along, which is, I think, doing a slightly different job. You know, all three organisations are sort of doing a slightly different job, but it's almost like a bunch of people have realised simultaneously that there is an opportunity here.
There is just a massive gap. You've got, as I say, you know, you've got a city with a population the size of some Central European country, and there's, you know, maybe 2 dozen journalists covering it. And journalism's pretty simple. The more people you put on a story, the more doors you knock on, the more people you phone up, the more you do things the old-fashioned way, the more interesting things you find out. And it's got to the point where readers just send in stories all the time. A reader got in touch the other day and said, didn't get it from me, but Google's new HQ has been overrun with foxes on the roof. And the moment I got that text, I just laughed and was like, I need this story. This is hilarious. Yeah. This is the big building up at King's Cross that they've spent about $1 billion on. And that's that's the funner end of it, when you just go, that's classic local news. Yeah. Someone's built a big building and the urban fox has still conquered it. Yeah. But on the more serious end of things, it's holding the mayor to account. It's turning up and going, you know, what is it that they're not doing right on this policy? Why can't anyone afford to live in this city because housing's too expensive? What can we do to sort this out? And you know, so yeah, there we are.
So tell us a little bit about your tell us a little bit about your Surrey history as well. So you've got a fascinating cricket story.
So I'm probably one of the only people who. Probably one of the only people who's got into cricket through the 100, and I that's probably going to put off almost everyone. So probably one of the only people who's got into cricket through the 100, who's now a county cricket member coming to county matches.
No.
And so that is really, really, I know that's sort of probably anathema to most of the people who'll be watching this stream, but and I'm not even being paid by the ECB to say that, but it does get people in through the gate. It got me in through the gate. I bring people along now, and so if I've got someone I want to get into cricket, come along, have a look at 100, and then wander around here, go on the outfield at a county match or something like that. And I know that's not a popular view among a lot of older Surrey members, but it does work. It's more understandable if you've never been into cricket. I wasn't into cricket before 100 really, and now I'm coming along here as often as I can.
So what was it about the 100 that intrigued you?
I think, you know what, honestly, it's the free-to-air thing. It's the fact that there's something on TV that you can watch and there's a bit of a media buzz around it. And these streams that people are watching now, these YouTube county streams, are what has kept me interested in Surrey cricket, because you can now have that on at work. The quality is amazing. The work that you and the team have done to get people watching them is incredible. And so people just, you know, you can actually follow a match even if you can't get along to the Oval on a particular day. And that's how I find myself now. You know, if you told me 3 or 4 years ago I'd be watching the end of Somerset Surrey at the end of last season, trying to see if there'd actually be a result. It was, you know, that's not where I expected to be.
Yeah, amazing. That's so. It's such a fascinating story to hear. Now, a lot of what you write about, sometimes London centric, you know, London phenomena, the way that London socially is changing, and different things that people are coming to do. Tell us about one of these new phenomena that I've heard about this year from a number of different people. Obviously, you've got the post-COVID WFH, you know, working from home culture. Tell us about WFO. I've heard a lot about this.
This is my theory that you can do a day's work from the Oval if there's a county match on. So there's nothing quite like if you take the laptops up, you're sending a few emails, you're keeping on top of things. The back of a stand, get a nice coffee, come along on a quiet day. Yeah, it's perfect. I think people don't realise that Surrey membership is not just a way to get into every T20. You can come along and you can sit there, nominally keeping on top of things. I'm not saying it's the most productive day, but on a Friday afternoon, it's the perfect place to be keeping on top of your emails.
Yeah, it's amazing. So you would endorse the quality of our Wi-Fi, for instance?
WFO, it's the future. Yeah.
WFO, it's such another brilliant benefit of Surrey membership. What can you say? So yeah, I guess one of the things I was interested by as well is to talk about Surrey members is the profile of Surrey members. So there is, I think, a slightly sort of misbegotten caricature that can appear in the newspaper sometimes of what a county member is, and I think that's very unfair. In your times you're spending here, who are you seeing around the place? What to you does a Surrey member represent to you?
Oh, that's a really good question. I still feel very new to this. I'm sort of like politely on the edges, working out sort of where I'm allowed to sort of fit in, and it is it's a bit of a baffling world if you're new to it to work out where, let alone where you can even go as a member or sort of what you're allowed access to. But the main thing, as someone who used to be more of a football fan, is going like this. Compared to a season ticket at a football ground where you're shuffled in, you're not allowed to really do anything to enjoy yourself. You sort of, no drinks in view of the pitch. It's like, come on in, wander around, go where you want. Don't fancy the view from over there, go over to the other side. And particularly the membership, just being able to go up in that pavilion is just, it feels like incredibly good value for money apart from anything else.
Yeah, I mean, London is quite an expensive city, and I think genuinely, yeah, I would so far listen to the character if he would say this, wouldn't he? But yeah, I genuinely do think that in the context of London, Surrey membership is very, very good value.
Yeah, and it's really, and I love, my kid is now in the Lions thing, the sort of like the cheap Lions, that's the one. So he gets his sort of stuff through the post, and living in South London and being able to pop along here is sort of one of those benefits that I've only just really realised since COVID was available to me, and I'm doing my best to bring people along and convince them that they also ought to join in.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, talk about your son, talking about your experience with the 2023 Ashes test. Now that's
I brought my newborn daughter, who was a few months old at the time, I had strapped to my front, which is amazing for two reasons. Because A, when you're carrying a couple of beers back, you just get everyone cheering you on. and secondly, baby changing facilities at the Oval, brilliant. And you get to skip the queue for the gents, so can't endorse it enough. Bring if you're ever on parental leave and you're lucky enough to be doing it in summer, bring your newborn along and spend a nice day at the cricket. It's the perfect place to be, and the Oval has everything you need to keep them quiet.
And you tell me about Josh Hazelwood. There was
we were down in the Ashes test, and a few people a few drinks down were trying to get him to come over and sign the baby, but luckily I was convinced not to pass the child down to the front.
Well, because you do have to wash your child at some point. I think it's frowned upon getting something tattooed into a baby at such a young age. So it would have been a shame to lose it.
Exactly.
Had he done it. But so a few Surrey questions for you. By the way, do stick with us here, guys, because Surrey are 803 for 8. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm told, there is no declaration. The all-time record for a Surrey score in a first-class match, we have 180 years of this club. The all-time record for a Surrey score is 811. So Surrey require just the 8 runs to match, 9 runs to beat it. There are 2 wickets left. Will Jacks is not out on 100. You got Matt Fisher and Dan Worrell still to come in. But yeah, Jim. Final question as the outfield clears of members and the players are sort of starting to be seen emerging, possibly begrudgingly in a Durham sense from the dressing rooms. Sorry players. Any favourite players?
Well, I was cycling here today and I rushed into the ground just in time to see Dom Sibley's 100 and that 300, and that was. I was hearing it going up as I was dashing here in my ear, listening to the commentary from Dan, and it's amazing just to see that sort of thing. I'm still new to this. This is all new. I'm still getting used to sort of who to look out for and things like that. But it's just a really fun and welcoming place to come along, and that's the bit I get out of it.
Well, look, Jen, it's really, really delighted to have you on. Thanks so much for taking the time. final question. Do feel free just to give yourself a big old plug now. London Centric. What is London Centric?
London Centric is.
How do you subscribe? All that sort of thing.
Just Google the words London Centric. It's proper investigative journalism about London, and I'm very proud of it. And the stuff there that I think you'll find interesting.
Yeah, and it's a subscription. If you want to come on and subscribe, you're on Substack.
Yeah, but there's also a free list if you just want to give it a go.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, so Jim Waterson, London Centric, a Surrey member who does a really interesting thing. Thanks so much for joining us. My name's John Surtees. I'm going to hand you back now to Cameron Ponsonby, who will be taking you through what could be and might hopefully be history.
Well, thank you very much to John and Jim. You saw my T-shirt on the TV there. Don't worry about it. I'm going to move this camera down. History awaits us here at the Kia Oval. 9 more runs, I beg your pardon, for Surrey to make their highest ever first-class score in the county championship. The record stands currently at 811, which Surrey made against Somerset in 1899. So let's have a quick look at the story of the last session. Lots of runs were the tail of the tape. And it was dominated by one Dominic Sibley. Started with a wicket. Dan Lawrence fell and he could not believe it, but that was not before he'd made his first-class high score, going past 175. A few more wickets did fall for Surrey. These really were moments of rare joy for Durham, who managed to take a few wickets with them while Surrey continued to rack up the runs. That man on screen there, Will Jacks, he's unbeaten on 103. He's reached his 4th first-class century. But Surrey, they do know that they're 9 runs away from breaking a record that's existed for well over 100 years. You've got to go back to the 19th century for how long this record has stood for. Matthew Fisher will be the new batter. And can I believe it?
Yes.
I'm joined by Daniel Norcross. I couldn't hope for a better partner in crime.
Well, do you know what the thing is? I mean, many questions arise.
Yeah.
Do you take the 3rd new ball?
You know what? I was talking to Yaz about this earlier. And I went, I was going to say there's a bit of hope for Durham. The 3rd new ball's not too far away. And I went, that'll be at tea time. They won't get there.
Well,
look where we are.
But what is significant here is that I think Surrey would love to make history, but Dan Worrell was bowling on the outfield, so he didn't have anything like pads on. So if a wicket were to fall...
So there's jeopardy, is what you're saying?
Yes. I don't think those 9 runs are a gimme by any means. New batter at the crease. He's got a face, of course, because the wicket went down in the last over before tea. What a time to be alive. 1899, this record was set. The Bobby Abel match. Those who were there are in fact all dead. And so it's hard to ask them how they felt at the time. But
soon we might be able to ask each other.
We might be able to take the baton from those hardy souls and say, we were there. Either way, we were there when they scored 803.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dan, because I know this is such a special day for you, I will take lead for now. But when we get within a shot, Will Rhodes is going to complete his over. Defends the ball tentatively back down the ground.
Do you think you could move that case, which is very unhelpfully in the way of the screen?
I can do anything you want from me.
Thank you very much, Cameron.
You want from me? Yeah, that works.
I actually think a lot of people will be shouting and cursing and saying this is ridiculous. I actually think it's the right tactical manoeuvre is to bring Durham back out to field, not knowing when they're going to bat. I mean, you can do that at tea, of course. You can just delay your declaration until 10 minutes into the tea break.
Say surprise.
Exactly. But I imagine they were expecting that to happen the whole time. So do what your opponents least expect. And that bell must have been a bell that caused great sadness in the Durham dressing room when they realised that we've got to go through this all over again.
Three forward defences from Matt Fisher to get us back underway. And the 3rd new ball is available. Now we wait with bated breath to see if Durham will take it. Of course, the downside of taking the new ball is runs do tend to flow a little bit easier.
Yeah, but it's not for very long. I'm fairly sure that the target is 812, I would think. You could sort of tell by the way they were batting before tea. You know, Tom Laws was trying something pretty fancy when he first came in. There was a lot of thrashing. So I'm pretty sure that we've got this quite a rare situation where the players are in tune with the statos. We are brought together as one.
Finally. After all these years.
I know Andrew Sampson is thrilled. He's shaking with the anticipation of a chinchilla on his wedding night.
Very famous reference, of course.
Well, you ever seen a chinchilla?
Not on their wedding day.
They're even more shaky than normal.
Well, we have quite the field set here. There's short, fine leg.
I like that fielder.
And then everyone else is standing on the boundary. Colin Ackerman to Will Jacks. And that's short. They've turned that into that gap. And they're going to run to. And cricket coaches around the land stand and applaud Will Jacks for his wisdom. Takes two, with a risk-free two.
So, it's a lovely, lovely little two, isn't it, then? 7 more to get. I think the deep mid-wicket might want to just linger where he is. And he has done, actually. He's just staying 15, 20 yards inside the boundary.
They go for it again. Ollie Robinson will cut this one off, though, so it will just be 1 run on this occasion. We'll now see the fielders swarm in to surround Matt Fisher.
Matt Fisher, though, he's shown some capabilities with the bat this summer so far.
So if you're Matt Fisher, there's a chance to be a hero here. Loft it straight for 6 and break a record that stood for 126 years. Instead he pushes it for 1. Ever the sensible man, Matthew Fisher.
Out goes the field again.
I wonder if we'll see the same tactic from Will Jackson. Just try and drop it into the leg side and take 2. Do indeed. Matt Fisher will think about 2 and decide against it.
I think he gave it very little thought on that occasion.
We are playing for history here, it feels like. I think everyone out there knows the game. Jax isn't looking like he wants to take a risk. Neither is Matthew Fisher.
Just needs to block this ball.
How are you feeling, Daniel?
Much like that chinchilla on its wedding night.
It's cut away to cover. It's a dot ball to finish the over. The score is 808 for 8.
Now, you know, one of the things that occurs here is, if you're a member of the Surrey stats group, and we get through the stats, there's a whole bunch of things that they haven't had to change the whole time. Ever since they were created, there were whole fields that just stayed completely untampered with. Here is an opportunity to nip into an Excel spreadsheet and put a new value in a cell. And you can't ask for much more out of a game of county cricket than that, can you?
Don't go anywhere, fella. Don't go anywhere, folks. There are spreadsheets to be changed imminently.
Field's a bit different here.
So we have Will Jacks on strike. Daniel Hogg to bowl, the fast bowler. We have cover and point in the ring. Everyone else scattered around the boundary's edge. 4 for the record. He's gone for it, and he's got it. Lifted into the stands, and Surrey have broken their all-time highest score. 814 for 8, surpassing the 811 they made against Somerset all the way back in 1899. And I'm alongside Daniel Norcross, who looks to be tearing up.
Well, I am. I never thought I would see the day. 56 years on this earth, born in 1969, exactly 70 years, almost to the day, since that record was made. And here I am, able to witness it, along with, All the children have gone.
He goes again. I can't see it, but I know it's 6. And on we bat. We thought we were just waiting.
Well, end of the over
to fall.
You take the over, don't you? You take what runs are on offer. I imagine there'll be a declaration at the end of the over.
It does look that way. Well, Daniel Worrell has his pads on. Everyone else are in their whites, but Daniel Worrell does have his pads on. Have a look at the replay. It's full. Jax triggers across his stumps. He launches the ball into the SSE Energy Solutions stand. Well, we could have another record. 2 sixes to start the over.
Oh my goodness! Don't stop it. I don't know how I'll be able to cope with that.
I don't think Jax is going to slow down anytime soon. He's on 119. He goes again. That's just up. The fielder is underneath it. It should be caught. It is caught. And does Surrey declare? We wait for the wave from the boundary's edge. And Rory Burns points to his teammate Daniel Worrell and says, you know what, mate, take him off. That's enough. So Surrey's mammoth innings has come to an end on 820 for 8. It is an all-time record, beating their previous best of 811. Made 126 years ago. Well, Daniel, some thoughts, please.
Well, there'll be a lot of people who think that this was indulgent nonsense, but actually when you get the opportunity, if you're a side that's won 3 county championships running, you're trying to impress on the folklore and the history of a club. You want to put yourselves in the same conversations as some of the great teams of the past, the teams of the 1890s, the teams of the 1950s, the teams at the turn of the century. And it's very unlikely that you're going to see 820 beaten anytime soon. That'll be the new benchmark, and it's been set by these players. It's a fantastic achievement. Just take a look at that scorecard. 4 Centurions there. It won't just be Surrey nerds. There'll be plenty of people who will look at this scorecard and think, oh, yeah, 305, a 178, a 119, a 108. It's a remarkable scorecard to look at. But I think there was also tactical sense to it as well. Once you've got to this point and you've kept Durham in the field, you've decided that the way to go is to really sap the energies of your opponents. People will argue, well, yep, they threw away the 2-over change between innings, things like that. But what you're sort of hoping to do is that by making Durham go back out and field and then have to go off and get their pads on, that you're making even more sort of panic, less time to prepare, even more exhaustion, irritation in your opponent. And that could result in a couple of early wickets. It could buy you wickets that are going to be very, very difficult to come by. We've seen this pitch is very tricky to bowl on. Poor old George Drissel there with 1 for 247, the most runs conceded by anyone in county championship history. 3 other Centurions there. Matt Potts, if Matt Potts is taking none for 105 with only 1 maiden, a very, very fine bowler, it tells you this is a very difficult pitch on which to take wickets. I mean, the score tells you that as well, for that matter. A couple of wickets for Hogg. Rhodes' figures don't look too bad, do they, at 3 for 131? But look at the number of maidens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 maidens across 161 overs tells a story that runs are not that hard to come by. And so how do you find ways to break the narrative, the cycle of this match? And one of those ways, I think, quite legitimately, has been to go back out, bat a little bit longer. And for everybody here, it's part of the magic of the game. It's 126 years since that record was set. The Bobby Abel match, the 357 not out. All of these things are set into the very fabric of the club. And from now on, what's set into the fabric of the club? 820 for 9 against Durham. And the players that played in this match and in that innings will be part of that fabric for eternity.
And there's something to be said, not just for the performance in the context of history, but in the context of this match. If you are Durham, when would you have been least happy for Surrey to declare?
About now.
about now.
Yes.
Would you have preferred to be chasing or going in after they got 600 and you'd spent 2 hours fewer in the field? No, this is probably about as demoralised as you could potentially be having been out in the field. And now they have to rewire their brains to remember that, no, there's a reason we've spent the best part of 2 days out in the field. It's because it's a very good batting wicket. And for all the kind of relative lack of jeopardy that we've suggested and jested about over the course of this match, because Surrey have put up such a kind of ludicrous looking score, the fact of the matter is that this is the point of maximum risk for Durham and maximum reward for Surrey. There is now going to be a 10 to 15 over period where you've got fried and physically tired and mentally tired batters against a new ball with facing Dan Worrell, who's had his feet up for the best part of 2 days. This is an opportunity for Surrey here to win a match which, for all intents and purposes, will be very difficult to take 20 wickets across. But there is an opportunity for them to take 3 in quick succession here. We would expect them, well, you see there on your screens there, the play will resume at 4:23.
28 overs remain. So the other part of it is it's a very hot day. And what they've allowed themselves here is to go absolutely hell for leather, their bowlers, in this abbreviated session, 28 overs. The likes of Fisher, Jordan Clark, Tom Laws. They've got 2 spinners as well, Dan Worrell. So, you know, their fast bowlers can bowl 5 over bursts and they can go as hard as they like. And then they can also try and see what happens if the spinners come on. There's some left-handers near the top of the Durham order, which could bring Will Jackson, Dan Lawrence into play. As don't forget, Sam Curran may have a role yet to play with the ball, as he could maybe be creating footmarks outside the right-handers off stump. So I personally, I'm defending the tactic. I think it's probably the right one.
I also think I'm frustrated myself because I can't think of a better word than kind of brave decision from Surrey, which sounds ludicrous given it's not brave to keep batting at 820. But what you do by scoring this many runs and by batting this amount of time is you're effectively saying your only route to victory is to take 20 wickets in a row.
Yes.
You're going to field twice. So that would have been a conversation within the dressing room where you go, okay, guys, do we want to pull out at 550, 600, try and bowl them out once, and then us bat again and have a rest, and then try and our best to take another 10 wickets? Or to maximise time in the game, are we going to try and take these 20 wickets all in one go? And given the heat of the week, that is no easy task. Given the difficulty of taking wickets with this much maligned Kookaburra ball on this wicket, where the combination creates for a lack of seam movement and a lack of swing, to put your hands up and say, right, that's our route to victory, that's what we're going to do, comes from some form of team spirit, I would say. A fair assessment?
I think so. And also, you know, one of these very hot days is today, and they won't have too much taken out of them in a 28-over session. Tomorrow is going to be the really tough day. It's going to be a hot day. The forecast for Wednesday is a little bit shabbier, and the temperature drops quite considerably, which could play into their hands if they're able to take 10 wickets. I mean, we're talking about 20. 9 have gone in 5 sessions, and let's be frank about it, nearly all of those wickets were in the eager desperation to manufacture quick runs. I mean, Sam Curran was caught on the boundary, Will Jacks was caught on the boundary, Dominic Sibley was caught hitting an aggressive shot, Dan Lawrence was out, caught at cover point, trying really hard to get on with it straight after the lunch break. So look, we haven't seen anybody nicked off to slip. We haven't seen the spinners turn the ball past the outside edge. We've barely seen a ball beat a bat so far. So you have to try all sorts of different things to get wickets, and one of those is a little bit of a funky declaration and just a sheer helpless demoralisation of being the team that will forever be in that little cell in the Excel spreadsheet. When you look at Surrey's biggest score, it'll always have Durham next to its name instead of who it once was, whom we've all now forgotten because they're history.
Our history. Been signed. Somerset, we will never mention your name ever again. You see the ground staff rolling off the pitch at the moment. Ground, we are 2 minutes away from resumption. You saw Will Jacks.
Well, so I'm just pointing at the auto roller, which is basically how you can get Matt Roller's articles without using Matt Roller.
We're here at the Kia Oval. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Daniel Norcross. You're watching a record-breaking day here on the Surrey live stream. Surrey are about to have ball in hand for the first time this match as Durham look to reply to Surrey's mammoth total of 820 for 9, which means if Durham are to avoid the follow-on, they must reach 670. 671. You look at that scoreboard, the number of runs oozing out of it. Dom Sibley with a fantastic feat of endurance, his triple century. Now it's up to these two to reply.
I mean, it cannot be a fun thing. You're an opening batter. If you were told you get to bat on that pitch, you'd probably be gleeful. But it must be very hard not to have the negative thoughts in your head, the negative suggestion, which is, don't get out. You've just been out there for 5 sessions on a flatty.
Well,
how's it going to look if I get out for a duck here?
It is absolutely the kind of classic joke of any club cricket or any cricket genre going. A vast scale of runs, and you see the innings swap over and there's a kind of a duck next to the opener's name. You think,
yep,
goodness me. Well, final words from the skipper, Rory Burns, before him and his men go out in pursuit of 20 wickets. We do assume they'll have to enforce the follow-on. They do bowl out Durham successfully. But that's no mean feat. The two batters walking out for Durham. Internationals in their own right. Alex Lees, of course, was the original opener of the Bazball era. And Emilio Gay, currently tipped for England. Well, tipped for England in the future, but currently of Italy. He's churning out many a run for Joe Burns' side.
Is that right?
It is indeed.
I have to say, I'm a little bit ignorant on how well the Italian national team's doing at the moment.
Well,
but you've commentated a fair bit with them, haven't you?
Well, I was over in Rome for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup Europe Division 2 qualifiers.
Yeah, rock and roll.
Which Italy won.
Was Emilio playing?
Emilio wasn't playing for the women's team. That was. He plays with
it was the women's qualifiers. I'm sorry, you did.
Women's qualifiers. I
didn't quite catch that bit.
Italy did it exceptionally well. They're doing exactly what I would do in their situation. Whereas if I was in control of a new kind of national team, you basically play a game of Football Manager and you go around the world and you find out who's got an Italian grandparent they didn't know about.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So players such as Chloe Paparo, Chloe Wickman, both very fine Australian domestic players. They've managed to give a phone call to and flown them over half the globe. And it was wonderful. It was an exceptionally interesting week to be a part of, and speaking to captains of the Isle of Man team and how they started only playing cricket on the island about 3 years ago. And, you had to get a special dispensation from the ICC to be allowed to complete, because you need to have 8 women's teams to play.
Is that right?
They only have 6. But never mind. We are back at the Kia Oval and Dan Worrell's getting us underway. And Alex Lees is getting Durham underway. Tucks that ball into the leg side and away for 2 runs. So
I think that will be among the most relieving 2s scored in this match.
Just the 818 to go, lads.
Yeah,
here we go.
I mean, but just...
No, I agree.
That ball would have... It might have been a little bit of fluttering going on in the depths of his stomach before he faced that one. Now, we're nothing if not impartial on the Surrey live stream. So it does behove us to just briefly spitball. What is Durham's route to victory here? So I think they need to score 1,000 and declare and allow their bowlers half an hour before tea on the 4th day. Think that's about right? Give them a little sniff.
I don't know why the word 1,000 in a cricketing context. It's so funny. It humours me every time. Well bowled by Worrell, who's started his work well, although Alex Lees played 2 very fine clips into the leg side.
Durham's over rate, by the way, is +7.
Did they get anything for that?
No.
Oh.
But what they do is they don't lose anything for it, so it's worth having.
Does an overrate kind of roll over?
No.
Okay.
Only within the match. Now, some people may think that Dan Worrell would be just the right man for the Kookaburra ball, being as he is Australian, but I think he has been quoted as saying that one of the reasons he really likes playing over here, and one of the reasons he didn't think he'd be selected to play for England, was that there wasn't much got with a Kookaburra ball.
That's what I was just thinking. I was running through that similar thought process. I was like, well, Worrell should be over good with this. He was Australian. I mean, there was a reason he left.
Yes, that ball.
Left alone by Alex Lees. It's the first time I can remember seeing a leave many an hour. You can see there that +7 on the right-hand side of your screen. There's a nod to Durham's overrate, and then the points scored by the team. So Surrey got maximum batting points with 5 after they reached 450 about 7 or 8 years ago. And then Durham with 1 bowling point. They picked up the necessary wickets. I say 7 or 8 years ago, it was only earlier today. Lovely shape there from Daniel Worrell. The opening over comes to a close. Durham are 2 for no loss. You have a look at that. Trail by 818. They're numbers you're not going to see on a scoreboard very often.
Well, ever here.
Oh, ever, correct. There was,
and I don't think they used the word trail in 1899, so even then they didn't have electronic scoreboards, so you had to do it all yourself.
Where's our leader, John Surtees? There must be a Surrey member here whose mother or father was at that match.
Maybe grandmother or grandfather.
There must be a Surrey members here whose grandfather or grandmother was at that match, and we'll be able to kind of 6 degrees of separations our way through history.
Or even just 3.
It's not a phrase, though. Matt Fisher to Emilio Gay, and he's off the dreaded 0 immediately as well, also with a 2.
So Fisher with the new ball, he's come back off a really good game against Worcestershire with a Kookaburra ball, albeit on a much more responsive surface. I think he's been very luckless so far this season as Matt Fisher, but he got good rewards against Worcestershire at New Road.
That'll be more runs for Emilio Gay. Essentially just 1 on this occasion, although no, he runs well, turns quickly, and makes it back for 2.
Yeah, so there's one thing that you absolutely definitely do not want to be is run out in this game. Well, in most games, to be honest with you, but having worked so hard in the field for 5 sessions, you don't want to be throwing it away with a run out.
Left alone by Gay in his first full season at Durham after grew up at Northamptonshire. Very exciting. I think Gay does qualify still as an exciting young player. I imagine he's around 26. I'm going to double check that with my trusty use of Google. It's 25, I beg your pardon.
You were close enough.
That works for me. Average of 35, 36 in the first class game. Stifled appeal, but I heard 2 noises through our headsets. Not much interest from Matt Fisher and co, and the umpire agrees, gives it his runs.
Well, you can see why the appeal came.
Absolutely, it's very adjacent.
But must have been a little inside edge, a little tickle.
Yeah, that must be. Is that the first appeal we've heard today?
It's getting up there, isn't it?
I don't remember any LBW appeals. There was no LBWs in the match. There was no caught behind appeals today. So I think
I only saw the ball beat the bat once.
So
that was off the spin of Drissel. drive, I think, that Dan Lawrence essayed.
So just gone 4:30. We've had our first question asked of the umpire. Fisher finishes his first over with a dot. 5 runs off his opening over, 7 for no loss.
So 26 overs to bowl. I'd imagine Rory Burns is going to want to have a look at most of his seamers. He's got 5, hasn't he, in this game?
Oh,
right.
So he's got
Laws, Clark and Curran still to bowl.
Yes, absolutely.
With 2 spin options on top of that, which might be another reason that it sort of informed let's bat on, because it's not very voguish to do the old follow on and be in the field for 2 and a bit days, but I suppose if you've got 5 seam options and 2 spinners, it means that you can reduce workloads for all your bowlers.
You're right in that you probably will want to share it around in a way that sometimes there can be a paralysis of choice if you have too many bowlers, and you don't necessarily give the spells that bowlers need or deserve to really find their rhythm. But in this instance, being able to rotate round 5 in the heat is going to be a real advantage. You'll have that point of difference in Sam Curran. Although he's not express pace, he is left arm. And if it really does get a bit desperate in terms of the lack of wickets, you can... Well, the first time today the ball beats the bat. And that is the danger period that Durham are currently in. Because no matter what the context of the match is, Sam Worrell has a new ball in his hand. There will be good deliveries in there. And it's up to Durham to basically get through this 15-over period. And they'll be a long way, as silly as it may sound, to home, even with just over 2 days remaining in this match. They scamper a quick single up to Jordan Clark. And think about 2. I would suggest you don't run that one. Alex Lees and Emilio Gay, and they settle for 1. Almost feels like we've resumed playing cricket.
Yes, it does feel like that, doesn't it? There's just a little bit more jeopardy out there, which you'd expect with fresh bowlers, new batters, and a new ball. For large portions of today, it did feel very much like, when does Rory Burns want to stop? And that was all that was the jeopardy.
Lees drops the ball into the offside and they take a gentle single.
It must be very comforting as a captain in this situation, really not to have to think about runs for quite some time. I mean, obviously, as Durham get closer to 671, it might become something that he wants to think about. But certainly, for the rest of today and all the way through till after tea tomorrow, he won't really need to glance too much at the scoreboard in that way.
Gay drops into the offside and runs. Another single added to the total. Now, there's going to be a bizarre moment in this innings where one of Rory Burns' bowlers turns to and asks for a sweeper. Rory Burns is going to go,
why?
Well, it's been a pretty solid start from Durham so far. There has been one sign of life from this Kookaburra ball, and it came from when it was in the hand of this man, Dan Worrell. Driven up to cover, well fielded by Ryan Patel. 3 overs gone, the score's 10 for no loss.
Rich Prue has emailed. P-R-E-W. And you can all do that if you go to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And he said, I sat through all 4 days of Surrey 711 versus Lancashire 893 in 1993. Neil Fairbrother 360 plus as a teenager. That was a flat one. Well, I wonder if the people in that aeroplane looking down can just see the scoreboard through their binoculars and go, 820?
Bold! Surrey have a breakthrough. Emilio Gay has to go. And this is Surrey's route to victory. 800 runs on the board. A 25-over period for Durham to bat. And even with this new ball, which does less than its Duke's counterpart, there's still enough life in it. And Surrey will be delighted with this start. Emilio Gay has to go. Fisher is in the wickets. Durham are 10 for 1.
Yep, those stumps are splayed. It's a sight we have not seen in this match. Stumps have not tended to be hit. And let's take a look at how he managed to do that in a moment. Matt Fisher with the breakthrough. He's in a good vein of form at the moment, is Matt Fisher, but you've got to spare a thought for Emilio Gay. He dived around all over the place in the field. He never let his energy levels go down. And there must have been a large part of him thinking, you wait till I get my bat in my hand. Well, he has, and he's only scored 7 runs. Sort of capped a pretty miserable day for the young man. He's exposed his stumps there, and Fisher was just, you hit, you miss, I hit.
Is that taking a little bit of thigh pad on the way through? Or was he just walked across his stumps and almost been bowled behind his legs?
I think if we see the front-on angle, we'll get a good view of that. I'm sure we'll come to that in a moment. Here is the front-on angle. Oh yes, I think has it come off a little bit of pad.
I'm still not quite sure, and I've seen it 3 times and not been able to make up my mind. There was definite shape on that delivery though from Fisher, which is really encouraging for Surrey. And this is what we were talking about in terms of, yes, there's been this almost comical scale of runs scored in this match, but for this 12 overs, this 15 overs, when the ball is new, there is still jeopardy in the wicket, in the ball, and for Durham. There's a real chance that Surrey could nab 2 or 3 here and all of a sudden have a bit of a head start on this match. And Will Rhodes, the former captain's in at number 3, left-handed also. And he leaves this one through to Josh Blake. And an exclamation mark comes out from the slip cordon.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen any kind of jeopardy for the batters.
It's been an ooh and ah-less game.
It has largely. I mean, it was mostly from the moment Sam Curran came to the wicket. There was a sort of inevitability that Surrey were going to score big, not quite as big as they have scored. But I mean, today they added 423 runs in basically 2 sessions.
So let's have another look at this wicket. I think that comes... I'm going to need to phone a friend here.
I think it's come off the pad as well.
It does, because
as he turns, I think he's just glanced, but it might well have been LBW if it hadn't hit the stumps.
Well, it did hit his legs in front of the stumps, so... Goodness me, that's taking the outside half of Will Rhodes' bat and finds Sam Curran at backward point. But definite shape on show, and that's what did for Emilio Gay. And here we go, they're giving me another chance. And it does take just that little flap on the thigh pad. I thought, you know what? I'm going to illustrate my cowardliness here.
Yes.
Because that was my first
instinct.
I didn't back it.
No.
Alas.
Oh my goodness.
Leave from Will Rhodes. The oohs and ahs from the slip cordon continue. We will have one more delivery of this over. This is good from Surrey. How long can they keep this little bit of movement coming from this ball? Here we go, replay once more. Well, this time of that leave. I think that's called a pressure building leave, and that it was missed the off stump by several inches. Surrey fielders wanted Will Rhodes to know. And again, this time, I think that one was closer. You just saw the wicketkeeper, Josh Blake, shuffle across to his right-hand side as the ball continued to shape back into the left-hander. But after 4 overs, Surrey do have their breakthrough. It's 10 for 1 here at the Kia Oval, and I'm going to make way for Yaz Rana.
Well, what a terrific over that was from Matt Fisher. He did get the ball to move a trifle, and he picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay. Surrey eyeing 20 wickets. They've got there first. Well, Yaz has joined us.
They're bowling well, Dan, but they're also oohing and ahhing well.
They are.
Sometimes you've got to
good.
manufacture environment that makes life, make it feel as if batting is difficult, even if the conditions aren't necessarily in your favour as a bowler. Worrell from the Vauxhall end to Alex Lees.
The very apex of that, I might suggest, was when Virat Kohli's India.
I was just about to say that.
Came after England at Lords, was it? They had about 60-something overs to bowl England out. And they were very nearly thwarted by a combination of Ollie Robinson and Josh Butler until a wonder ball from, who else? Jasprit Bumrah, round the wicket, slower ball, cutting back in, trapping. Was it Robinson, LBW?
LBW, yeah. I think Coney told his team to give England hell for the next 60 overs.
Just a little bit of a hint. A couple of balls keeping a touch low from the Vauxhall end.
Well, it was something that you guys remarked on commentary yesterday, that maybe Durham didn't bowl straight enough with the Kookaburra ball. Maybe fewer edges carry. Got to bring the stumps into play as much as possible. Look for any possible inconsistent bounce.
They're leaving well so far. Well, Rhodes especially, he's left pretty much all of the territories he's faced hitherto. When we saw the umpteenth replay of the wicket to fall, it's one that's not that uncommon, but it must be really frustrating for a batter when you get hit at the bottom of your thigh pad. The ball has an uncanny habit of deflecting straight back onto the stumps. It doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't deflect away. It's almost like it hits that overhang and just comes straight back into your stumps.
What news from Taunton, Daniel?
What news from Taunton?
So in the same minute
yes,
that Matt Fisher dismissed Emilio Gay,
yes,
Jack Leach dismissed Joe Clark.
Oh.
So Nottinghamshire are 3 down for 144.
Spin to win for Somerset.
Bad news though, Ben Slater is currently 81 not out. You aware of the significance of Ben Slater reaching 3 figures?
Do you know I am not? Would he go ahead of Dom Sibley for the most number of runs this season?
Ben Slater is currently the 4th leading run scorer in the country in Division 1 with 789 runs.
Right.
Without having scored 100.
Ah.
So, for me, the dream is Slater tops the run scoring charts for 2025 without scoring
100.
Difficult.
Yes. But he's not been helped by Dom Sibley scoring 305, has he?
No, he hasn't.
He's now up to 976 runs this season, is that right?
Correct, and Slater's 789. 950s from 9 matches. No 100.
Mm. So the way Somerset have gone, which is not unusual, is they've gone for spin, they've gone for Leach and Vaughan, a used pitch.
And they'll bowl last.
In theory.
In theory, this is true. It's the end of the 5th over. Successfully negotiated by Will Rhodes. Durham 11 for 1.
I'm going off commentary shortly, and it's rare that I get time off at the end of the game, because our marvellous Supremo Certs likes to stick me on to the last session, often last. You know, Colo, when he's here, he has to get home, doesn't he? So I'm going to sit and watch the game. That rarest of opportunities, sit out with crowd. Where should I go? Where do you think's the best spot for me?
Genuine player missed. Lee's looking to drive the ball through the offside. Fisher, really good start. Good week up at New Road last time round. Early wicket. Already in this Durham response. Nearly a second.
I want access to a bar. A good view and plenty of sunshine.
I think in the shade or near the shade at the back of the just by the pavilion by the SSE Energy Solution stand. I think that's where I'd go.
Underneath the scoreboard where it says Fisher 2.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5.
Almost under the 5.
Under the 5.
Where I'd go.
Okay. Because there's some quite handy bars, aren't there, along that side?
Oh, very nearly chops on. Another false shot from Alex Lees. He picks up a couple of runs, but far from convincingly. And Fisher, who's bowled well without a lot of reward at times this season, looks to be bowling with really good rhythm here.
Is it time to have a separate bowling averages for Kookaburra ball and the Duke's ball? Because I tell you, Matt Fisher and Nathan Smith, of course, will be up there as having the best figures with the Kookaburra. England did want their bowlers to bowl with a Kookaburra, and if Rob Key's going to inflict this experiment on the rest of humanity, and more importantly the County Championship, I do hope he's watching that Matt Fisher, England's Matt Fisher, is performing very well with it.
Though Durham trail by 807, Dan, I do feel that the next hour is really important, just because for all the talk about the properties of a Kookaburra ball, it is genuinely understood that it's still relatively useful for bowlers when it's new, when it's got that hardness, still has the shine. I am going to keep referencing the score for the rest of this game, I think, just because you get to say numbers you don't normally get to say. Another ball left outside the off stump, but isn't too far away. Another impressive over from Fisher, 2 runs from it, but those are the 2 runs that came via the near chop on. Again, I'd say good oohing and ahhing.
Good oohing and ahhing.
Actually wasn't that close.
Can I just say, you know, what a comfort it is that you appear to have been as excited as I was at this statistical feat. I'm aware that most people consider me to be completely insane. So it's nice to know that there is somebody else in our team who shares these attributes. And with that, I am going to read you something before going off air. Andrew Sampson has pointed out that Surrey's score is now the 2nd highest first-class score ever recorded after being sent in. I was going to ask him that. Behind the 880 by Jharkhand versus Nagaland at Kolkata, only in 2022, which is extraordinary. And Jordan Weatherby has been in touch at surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Defended late from Rhodes, not that close to dropping onto the stumps, but again, not out of the middle of the bat either.
So Jordan Weatherby watched his first game of cricket ever yesterday, and glad it was part of a record-breaking one. A lovely day out at the Oval, he says. And to finish off on the stats, the previous highest championship score after being sent in to bat, Glamorgan versus Sussex, Colwyn Bay, 2000. Well, they chickened out at 718 for 3.
Oh, again, it's a play and miss. Genuine attempt to play the ball, I think, from Rhodes.
Good pace as well from Worrell. I think the break is helping. 84.5 miles an hour, that ball.
Yeah, sometimes you see left-handers hold the line of at a round off stump, but just for a millisecond there, Rhodes followed the ball.
And he's not off the mark yet. We were talking about how nervous you might feel coming out to bat when facing a score of 820. I, like you, will be using that number quite a lot today. Oh, goodness me.
And little nibble from Rhodes. It's an excellent start from Dan Worrell. The sun's out. Pitch is good. We're using a Kookaburra ball, but with this brand new ball, Worrell and Fisher have been dangerous. And again, bat follows ball just for a moment. Living dangerously, Will Rhodes.
Well, the pressure will be building on him with his side so far behind. And he's not yet off the mark. He's done plenty of leather chasing. He's done plenty of bowling as well. So he'll be tired legs.
And again, this is brilliant bowling from Dan Worrell. And the crowd senses it. A hearty round of applause for a third consecutive play and miss induced by Dan Worrell.
So you say it's not just the players who are doing good oohing. It's the crowd as well.
Yeah, team effort here at the
crowd getting into the oohing act.
But Dan Worrell giving them plenty to ooh and ah about.
He is.
Worrell in again. Defended to mid-wicket. No run. It completes a maiden over, but one in which the bowler came close to striking at least 3 times, I'd say.
I'm off. Let's have a drink later and celebrate. Toodle-pip.
Dan is off for the day. Katya Witney will join me for the next few overs. This is exactly the start that Surrey would have wanted with the ball, showing that at least with the new Kookaburra, they can pose a serious threat to the Durham top order. Those 3 slips will be interested. Several plays and misses in the past few overs. Already the early wicket of Emilio Gay. Really good start from both Fisher and Worrell. Katya, it feels very different to play earlier in the day.
Yeah, it does. You should say that, well, you would say that being, what was it, 11 for 1, 10 for 1, something like that, after having conceded 820 is deeply embarrassing, but Fisher and Worrell have bowled exceptionally well. It's much more threatening than we've seen at any point during the last 2 days.
Yeah, the new ball absolutely key with the Kookaburra.
Perhaps it comes back to what you and Dan were saying earlier on, that you've kept these batters out in the field for near 2 days in a lot of heat. And while Fisher and Worrell have bowled very well, the ability to cope with that just becomes that bit harder. Your body's moving that bit heavier. Maybe your reactions aren't quite as quick as they would be. Equally, I guess, when you know there's a very slim chance of actually forcing a result that's going to go your way.
Left alone again by Lees.
We talked earlier about the pressure of coming in and scoring runs on a pitch where you know you should score runs, but then coming in and scoring runs when you're already 800 runs behind on a pitch where you should score runs, knowing that if you don't, you're going to lose. That's an even different kind of pressure.
Yeah, it's been a good start by the Surrey Seamers. That new ball, there is good carry. There's been enough movement to pose some problems for the Durham top order. Oh, and again, doesn't quite time it, Alex Lees. Not too far from dragging it onto his stumps.
Maybe Surrey are actually making quite a good pitch for the Kookaburra ball then. Score 800, break a record, everyone's happy, come in, and find some movement.
I was, obviously, you don't see teams score 800 very often, but I was intrigued by their scoring rate. The chat around the Kookaburra is that not only is it difficult to take wickets, but it's difficult to score runs. And a combination of a Durham attack short of a bowler, boundary dimensions as well with one short side. But we've seen it at points this season, not just at the Keir Oval, but across the country, that sometimes when it gets really flat, it can be quite hard for the batting side to force initiative too. And that was absolutely not the case today and yesterday for Surrey, basically scoring 400 runs in 2 sessions today.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think when we see something like this, it's often used as almost a confirmation bias for people who think, oh, the Kookaburra ball is just hard to take wickets with. But then when you actually look at the facts of it, and equally, this is a, 126-year high. You're not coming out and scoring 800 runs every single time the Kookaburra is used.
Yeah, I think it'll become slightly different when the ball loses its hardness. It loses that shine.
But that's the other accusation against the cricketer as well, that it doesn't produce exciting cricket. But again, this isn't happening every game, and I'd challenge anyone who was here today to say that they weren't entertained by the cricket that was played today. It wasn't a contest, it was a different kind of entertainment.
Warren and Fisher have been absolutely brilliant with the new ball. Creating pressure, that was something that Durham were not able to do for large sections of the Surrey innings.
Which potentially also, there's very few sides in the country that could do what Surrey did in that situation. There's few sides you have players like Sam Curran and Will Jackson, Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley, and all these players coming in one after the other who can create this kind of match.
Left alone again. No, it's a good point, and I think in particular the 6 hitting ability of this Surrey side is unusual in county championship cricket. You look through the card, Lawrence with 4 sixes, Will Jacks with 4 sixes. Lawrence and Jacks both with hundreds at better than a runner ball. Sam Curran with a 100 strike rate of 87. Even Dom Sibley with his triple, strike rate of 64. Burns strike rate of 74. Surrey scored quickly throughout. Oh, another tentative prod from Will Rhodes. Again, I think for just a moment, the bat followed the ball as it swung away from him, keeping the slip cordon alongside Josh Blake. Very interested indeed.
You're talking about records for sides being put in as well. This stacks up in the decision of and the ranks of worst decisions at the toss ever as well. Don't think Alex Lees will be allowed to forget this one for a while.
I think Durham were buoyed by their win over Notts earlier in the season, where they conceded 400 on the first day, and their philosophy was that's the best way of winning a game on a flat pitch, being able to have a break essentially. They conceded 400, scored 600 themselves and completed victory in the final hour.
I can see the theory.
Driven down the ground, excellently fielded by the skipper Rory Burns, saving 3. Rhodes off the mark.
Yeah, I think the practice of conceding 800 then scoring 1200 might be slightly more difficult.
But I don't think conceding 800 was the plan.
Maybe not.
And we saw last week Ben Stokes receive a lot of criticism after a day at Headingley. And Ben Stokes then reminding everyone, cricket, Test match cricket is 5 days long, so you shouldn't come to judgments too early. I think a big part of the reason why Surrey scored 820 is Durham being a bowler down so early in the day. Ben Rain bowling just 10 overs. You wonder as well if there's some concerns over workloads with a lot of that Durham attack as well, which meant that Will Rhodes, who's not really a frontline bowler, actually ended up bowling more overs than any Durham seamer. George Drissel, relatively inexperienced off-spin bowler, had to bowl a lot of overs, 45 overs in the end, and Colin Ackerman 13-2. So,
but even Jimmy Neesham playing his first-class game in the last 3 years. It's possibly the worst scenario to throw him back into. Do you reckon it'll be another 3 years before he plays another one?
Who knows? Again, it's a good lead from Rhodes. It's been a feature of Durham's season, really. Even though that on paper they've got a really good, exciting group of quicks, they've just really battled to get them on the park. At one stage in the season, signing 3 players on a short-term basis, 2 emergency loans, 1 extremely short-term overseas signing, Cozy Youssef, who I think made his test debut this week in Bulawayo. So losing a senior member of their attack so early on in these conditions would have been really difficult. Still a long way to go in the day. 18.4 overs. Plenty of time for Surrey to make a few more early inroads. Left again, well Rhodes.
You feel time is really of the essence with this ball, though. You want to nip a couple out before the last of that shine really comes off it, before that seam flattens out completely, and it becomes much harder to take wickets. And also you look down the Durham order and players like Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark. They've got their own firepower. And while it's a bit of a moot point about getting up to Surrey's total, it's still demoralising to run in again and again.
Oh, that's so close. Maybe another early sign of uneven bounce.
Looked like it kept very low.
Have a look at the replay now, but that felt like that was really close. Maybe not quite as close as I initially expected, but yeah, definitely kept low. And we did talk about it even yesterday. Did Durham bring the stumps into play as much as they could have? Could Surrey bowl ever so slightly straighter? Now we've seen several plays and misses from both Lees and Rhodes. A bit leg side, and Rhodes is able to tuck that away for a single. It's the end of another Matt Fisher over. 1 run from it. Durham 15 for 1 after 10 overs. Sure, it won't be too long before we see Jordan Clark come into the attack. Tom Law's another option in the seam bowling department, and 2 off-spinning all-rounders too, in Dan Lawrence and Will Jacks, and the left-arm seam of Sam Curran, so plenty of different options at Rory Burns' disposal. That'll be 4. A little bit leg side from Worrell. And Rhodes quickly onto that, dispatches it towards the leg side boundary for his first boundary of the day.
It's the first boundary of the Durham innings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been slow progress in response to 820. Surrey have bowled well, very, very little width. And Rhodes has left really well. Good pace again from Worrell, approaching 84 mph.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what role those spinners do play as the game goes on. Just how much will this surface give up? It's baked again today, it'll bake again tomorrow. 33 degrees, I think, tomorrow.
I think that's too hot.
I think perfect cricket temperature is slightly colder than perfect actual temperature.
Yes.
So I think perfect actual temperature is somewhere between 23, 24 degrees. I think perfect cricket temperature is around 21, 22 degrees.
Well, I was in Edinburgh this weekend, and I tell you what, 19 degrees is really nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I thought when I looked at the forecast, it looks a little bit chilly. But actually, no.
I was went on a walk through near around Putney and through Barnes. Very nice. And I saw a cricket game being played. It was 30 degrees. I was not jealous.
Yeah, sometimes we can forget the coolness of this commentary box, just how warm it is outside. Worrell, 2 balls away from the end of his 6th over on the bounce. Slightly straighter this over. If you're being ultra critical, maybe Surrey haven't bowled straight enough early on, but a noticeable switch in Worrell's line of attack this time round. Conceded 4 earlier on in the over when he strayed a little bit too leg side, but Surrey do have 801 runs to play with.
I don't think I'm going to get tired of saying that.
Especially when it begins with an 8. Fielded by Rory Burns, that completes the 11th over. Durham 19 for 1.
Yeah, the pace of play just slowed down a little bit. It's probably the slowest we've been going in terms of runs and wickets throughout the entirety of the 2 days. It's felt a little bit frenetic at points, a little bit helter-skeltery, motoring towards that 800 run total. Slight normality has been resumed. It actually feels quite odd.
This is much more normal. 19 for 1 after 11 overs. Jordan Clark going through his warm-ups at mid-on. Fisher to continue from the pavilion end. And that'll be 4. Cut firmly behind backward point. And that's Lees' first boundary of the innings.
Yep, said it a few times, that boundary is much shorter on that side of the ground. Anything you get past that field is going to race away.
Yeah, it's been difficult work for Lees so far. Been at the crease for 45 minutes. He's been really patient. He's left the ball diligently. Brings a lead under 800.
Saying something starting with a 7 is still nice.
There's a point I've made a couple of times today, but Surrey have scored very quickly in this game. pretty normal to see a team score about 300 runs a day in the Championship. Durham could feasibly bat for the rest of the game and still be behind what Surrey have scored in their first innings.
That'd be quite fun. I think, genuinely...
Would it be fun?
Well, genuinely, Surrey could very well win this game. But if they don't, I'm much more for having the most obscene game of cricket possible. You know, Durham to still be 200 runs behind Surrey's score by the end of the final day, whatever it is, or to be like 900 for 3.
So you want to rock up on Wednesday morning with Surrey, or Durham rather, 400 for 1?
Well, either that or the game to already be nearly over because, you know, Matt Fisher's taken 2 fifers for nothing. If a game is already ridiculous, it just needs to be the most ridiculous game possible. Anything else, like you score 800 runs in a day, anything else is a disappointment, so you want to up the ante from there. If that's your starting point.
Real effort ball from Fisher. Turns around in frustration somewhat. I wonder if he feels that bouncer ought to have been a little bit straighter. You saw Prasid Krishna have some success in that recent Headingley test with the short ball. And actually some of the focus was on the shot making of the England batters taking on the short ball, but actually I don't think that Krishna got enough credit for how well directed his bouncers were. Forehead height and straight. Last ball of Fisher's 6th over. Defended into the offside for no run. 5 runs from the over. Durham 24 for 1 after 12.
The next test of that series starts this Wednesday at Edgbaston. You're off up to Birmingham, aren't you, Yaz?
Yes. Yes, I am. Looking at trains this evening rather, and pleasantly surprised at finding a much cheaper one than I thought. It does involve leaving Marylebone at 6:04 in the morning.
Oof. How much?
Less than 20 quid.
Wow. Oh, it's at Union Birmingham, and I remember trying to get trains that weren't ridiculously priced. It was outrageous.
We have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. Tom Laws into the attack from the Vauxhall end, replacing the impressive Dan Worrell, who finishes his first spell wicketless. Bowled with real threat. Oh, is that a chance at backward point? Bit of width from Laws. Lee's cut the ball hard. Judging by the reaction of the fielders, that may well have been a chance. Jordan Clark at backward point.
Yep, that looked very like a drop. A sharp chance diving to his left, but he did get hands to it. If it carried, which I think it did.
Yeah, hit really quite hard. Just a quick look at the replay here. Laws has a handy knack of being a partnership breaker when things feel a bit flat. It was a bit of a loosener, but very, very nearly brought him an early breakthrough. Oh, that's another edge. And it's gone just to the left of Dom Sibley at second slip. Laws straight into his work and causing problems.
He hung his bat out there a bit, Alex Lees. Not really anything in that shot, just leaving his bat outside the off stump, if you look there.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing shot, really. And it flies past Sibley at a catchable height, out of his reach. 3 slips in play for Worrell, 2 in the gully for Laws. It's a good start from Laws.
Yeah, that's more solid sound.
Yeah, let's have a look at that edge from Lees again, just to Sibley's left. Quite possibly would have fallen short to that hypothetical third slip.
Yeah, thinking about the one before, the drop, if it was a drop. It was quite similar to the Dan Lawrence dismissal earlier today.
Again, another swipe from Lees. Again, potentially signs of a bit of uneven bounce. Ball dying on Josh Blake behind the stumps. Aerial again from Lees, but doesn't carry to Sam Curran at short mid wicket. An eventful first over from Tom Laws. Durham gets through it. They're 28 for 1 after 13. Change of the commentary box. Time for Cam Ponsonby.
Yeah, Lees just needs to settle here. Those chances in that over, they weren't necessarily generated by Tom Laws' bowling. More Lees slicing one to that fielder with the drop, then hanging his bat out, then leaving his bat outside his pads. He's flirting with danger there as Durham captain.
Jordan Clark.
Well, Jordan Clark is going to come into the bowling attack. The bowling changes, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease, let's bat for sustainability together. You do wonder, given how difficult it will be to take 20 wickets across the course of the next 2.1 days, let's call it. A little bit more. How costly it could be. But promising signs for Surrey, who in the first 13 overs of their efforts with the ball, they've made 2 chances. They've dismissed Emilio Gay. Matt Fisher clean bowling him after, well, it clips Gay's thigh pad on the way through. Then a dropped catch by this man, Jordan Clark, last over. Rhodes in behind it. He's on 6 off 35. Tough going for the former Durham captain.
We said it before, just how long Surrey can keep this Kookaburra ball in shape before it completely flattens out. That'll be key. Got the 1 wicket, but first change bowlers now on. They'll be eyeing up a second at least tonight before potentially getting the spinners in play when that ball becomes a bit more chewed up. It does remind me a bit of a dog's ball, Kookaburra.
There was, I can't remember, it might have even been Yaz, or it was a colleague who was reminding me of last year. Matthew Potts took a 5-wicket haul, and took a photo of the ball and shared it on kind of social media afterwards, and just you could see how much it had fallen apart. And it's interesting because the ball is used so widely across the world. It does seem to be a combination of the Kookaburra ball and England, as opposed to kind of a damning assessment of the Kookaburra ball as a whole.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because if you talk to our friend Adam Collins, he'll tell you about how the pitches in Australia have changed so much over the last 10 years since the kind of moral panic over how England bowl with that Kookaburra ball in Australia, and that with the combination of the conditions in the Kookaburra ball, it makes for more of a contest, maybe is the best way to put it, in the Sheffield Shield and in test matches in Australia, which we have seen slightly more recently. So I think sometimes we do lump a lot of things as, oh, that's gone badly, must be the ball. Whereas in actual fact, when you look at the combinations, like you look at this weekend is it's unusually hot. This is record June temperatures now. It's unusually hot. We've had a very, very dry summer. pitches are hard as anything, outfields are fast and dry. It's almost like a perfect storm that brews up into the day we've just had. So you can't just lump it into that. The Kookaburra ball goes soft so quickly. That's a part of it, but it's not the whole picture.
Tight lead from Rhodes, but judges his off stump well. And to your point, in Australia, Test matches have now become almost seamer dominated. Nathan Lyon, one of the kind of best Test match spinners of the 21st century, was playing kind of a bit part role in the most recent series against India. And that's because the combination of their Kookaburra ball with their pitches has seen a lot of movement off the seam, off the pitch surfaces. Driven up the ground. And that'll be 4 runs from Will Rhodes. It's taken him a while to find his rhythm, but he'll be feeling much better for that. He moves into double figures. He's on 10 off 40. Durham 32 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Full face of the bat, straight down the ground. Don't need to run for that.
So we've still got 14 overs left in today's play. The Kia Oval is a very different sight and sound to what it was earlier on this afternoon. We had Schools Day. Surrey had given away, I believe it was 6,000 tickets to local schools, and you best believe a lot of them were in here and making a lot of noise. It was a great sight. Tom Laws into Alex Lees. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Wisden's Katya Witney, and you're watching and listening to the Surrey live stream.
This kind of feels like the grown-ups portion of the day, doesn't it?
It is. This is after this is post-watershed cricket. Kids have gone to bed. The beers are out. People are sunning themselves in the evening summer sun.
None of the 5 and over nonsense from earlier. Let's have a proper grind it out. New ball, 2.23 and over. End of the day.
This is the difficult challenge that Durham are having to navigate at the moment. And that, yes, on the one hand, it's just a little bit of a little session at the end of day 2 that they've got to navigate. But actually, 28 overs is a considerable amount of time. It's almost an entire session. That'll be 4 runs. A bit of width from Tom Laws, capitalised on by Alex Lees. And he was very early on that shot. Jordan Clark at cover, almost intercepting the ball on its way through. But it's a second boundary and 4 deliveries for the visiting side.
Yeah, I just feel like these Durham batters are settling now. Tricky period early on, but a good few boundaries in the last couple of overs. And Surrey are realising well, it's all fun and games when you're the one scoring 800 on it, but not so much when you're the one's got to take 20 wickets.
Poor Emilio Gay. Fielded for the best part of 2 days. And it was a good delivery from Fisher. It swung back into the left-hander. Just clipped that almost hook on his thigh pad and rebounded down onto the stumps. I think if I was him, I'd be eyeing up, having a look at best restaurants in South London this evening.
You can take Ryan Patel out.
Ryan Patel's got a field tomorrow. Emilio Gay. It's a feet-up day for Emilio Gay. I was reading a piece in ESPN Cricinfo by Vidushan Ahantharajah about the history of kind of England men's test batters at number 3. And Mark Butcher was talking about his dislike of using the night watchman. And his reasoning was, well, if I see the day through, I'm 20 not out. And if I get out, I can go out.
That's a good logic. I completely agree with Butch. I'm sure I've ranted on the stream before about how I don't think a night watchman should be allowed.
What's your reasoning here? 37 for 1 after 15. Why no night watchman allowed?
I think it's genuinely unfair. As in, you have bowled all day. You could have taken a 5, you could have done whatever, and then still And all you can do really is fail in that situation. I feel like you're set up for failure. You're against the new ball, you're against bowlers who are fresh, you've had their feet up. You would never, ever say to a batter, oh, it's the end of the day, I can't be bothered to bowl. And your arm over?
So yours is purely from a kind of moral standpoint of efforts and workload, not from a place of kind of potential cowardice.
I was literally about to go on to the cowardice argument. I think it's also an admission of failure. It's an admission of I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I think it's lazy. I think
this.
Everything in cricket should be against the night watchman.
I don't hate it. But then I think if I was a bowler, I'd quite like being a night watchman, because you're like, you're going to give me a chance to bat. Go on then.
That comes on the premise that you like batting.
That's a good point.
Okay, I'll allow you a night watchman, but I absolutely will not allow you as a second night watchman.
Well, that does get into quite murky territory, because the quantifiable data about whether night watchmen are effective is kind of blurry and inconclusive at best. Because the whole point of listing and ordering your batting order in the way that teams do is because you want to maximise the amount of time your best players can have in the middle. If someone has a night watchman and they may individually feel better off, it means your number 7 is batting number 8. They have less time to impact the game.
I mean, I've thought about this for all of 5 minutes now.
Yep.
And I think a potential solution for this is that you have to name your top 6 before the start of the game as your designated batters. And that is the only order which you're allowed to change unless injury necessitates it. And that injury has to be approved by a doctor. So that still allows the flexibility of, we need some quick runs. You know, let's promote Will Jacks up the order.
Well, there are some quick runs as well. Just waited on the back foot, Alex Lees, a bit of wit from Jordan Clark. And as soon as that ball disappeared to the boundary's edge, Will Jackson, the slip, started twirling his arms. And his skipper, I'm ready. We'll have a look at the replay here. Just a bit of width. No foot movement from Alex Lees. Punches the ball out to the fence.
Yeah, he's made that look very easy. But yeah, so you have your top 6. You can have some flexibility in that, but it prevents a number 10 and number 11 being promoted up the order to bat out a couple of overs in the evening, having toiled all day. And then, potentially, if he succeeds, having the reward of coming back the next morning against fresh bowlers again and having to do the exact same thing.
Well, we'll start a whip round. Start campaigning, we'll start petitioning. And we'll bring an end to the night watchman. We'll enact the law of the top 6 written down. Well, Alex Lees and Durham's top 3 are doing a fine job so far. And Surrey just needs to inject a bit of intensity here in the fading evening light. I say fading, it's end of June. Short ball from Jordan Clark. I don't mind seeing that at all. Looks like we're going to have a quick drink. Durham's 12th and 13th men are running on supplies. Jacks once again has just gone through his action from the Vauxhall end. I think we'll be seeing some spin soon. Although it may be a feeling of being up against it from Surrey's perspective, and they are staring down the barrel now. That may sound ludicrous with 800 runs on the board, but they know the size of the task they have ahead of them to grind their way to 10 and then potentially 20 wickets. This is still their best chance of making early inroads. The ball is 16 overs old. The lacquer will have come off. Although we've not seen much movement, there's still a chance of just nipping out a couple of wickets this evening, coming back tomorrow on day 3 in a really strong position.
Yeah, and they also know they're facing fielding for another 2 days, which is going to be one of the worst prospects in cricket, standing in the field for 2 full days.
They do, on the flip side, have the opportunity of a really historic win.
They do.
Our colleague Daniel Norcross has continually making the point that these records aren't broken often. And now these 11 players are able to say for the rest of their lives, presumably, that they were part of Surrey's highest ever score. And they're not gonna pin it up on their wall or anything, but it's a cool thing to be a part of. It's a memento to your career. And they'll look back on these 4 days so much more fondly if they're able to kind of push that stone up the hill and force their way to a win.
They might pin it to their walls, you never know.
Yeah, I don't want to tell Tom Laws how to interior decorate his house.
Well, they're really going to have to hold on to that thought of sealing that historic win during these 2 days in the field. Keep that level of concentration. Fielding is... do you enjoy fielding, Cam?
I do enjoy fielding, but I don't enjoy fielding for 2 days. I think I remember coming down here, I must have been about 17 or 18, and Surrey were on 500 or 600.
Not 800.
Not 800. I remember looking at a fielder, I think they were playing Hampshire or something. There was a fielder at deep square leg, and he looked so sad. And at that point, I went, you know what? It's okay, I'm not going to be a professional cricketer. Because I am not jealous of that man at all. I'll go back and play my low-level club cricket and be fine with it. Were you a fielding fan?
It's actually the reason I took up keeping.
Nice.
Because I hated fielding so much.
I thought you were going to go the other way of that. I thought you were going to... I love wicket fielding, so I wanted to do it every delivery.
No, I despise fielding. Especially running boundary to boundary, which I think is a universal hate. But I'm not great at maintaining concentration in the field, whereas if you've got a ball flying towards your head...
You have no choice.
Every few minutes, you've got no choice. So I felt that kind of sharpened me up a little bit.
Well, beautifully bowled there from Tom Laws. Just getting that ball to leave the left-handed Rhodes. Maybe it's an indication of a lack of pace in the wicket. That Rhodes is on 11 or 47.
Yeah,
maybe it's an indication that Surrey are just getting the ball to do enough. So very sun safe from this man. Putting on some sun cream. Driven firmly to cover. That's no run.
You've got to do it. You've got to get the sun cream on.
I reckon the UV index really is your friend. 41 for 1 after 17. And, well, to be fair to him, it's still 3.2. And as my Australian friend told me, if it's below 3, it's free.
Well, I'm sure that you can build up a resistance when you live in Australia, because that's how science should work. You've got to get that SPF on every day. Even in the winter, you can burn in the cloud.
Can indeed. I've been there, done that. You see a man there on the right-hand side who's taped up his floppy hat, which insinuates he was once upon a time a good player. I always find it funny. I don't understand why people feel the need to tape up their club cricket caps. It's fine.
I can see it if you have changed clubs.
But if someone's playing for a club in Middlesex and they're wearing the same helmet that they wore for a club in Liverpool, and they just don't want to spend another 100-odd quid on a helmet, I think that's fine.
I think so, but I do remember an example when I went to the uni in Birmingham, and there was a Masters, which I've now managed to get into conversation twice in the last 15 minutes.
Lovely.
Played on the cricket club there, and I do remember a Masters student who had been to uni, I think Sheffield, and had their own, for the first match of the season, hadn't managed to get club kit and only had their Sheffield kit, and taping up their Sheffield logos on their hat, which was a different colour to our hats anyway, so it didn't really work. But it felt like solidarity. Confirmation that the allegiance had switched.
Well in behind it from Alex Lees. Short ball from Jordan Clark. We've seen that a couple of times in the last 2 overs. Surrey do have 2 men out deep on the leg side, so they give themselves the option of bowling that short ball.
Yeah, it was well ducked. I guess the uneven bounce from this pitch as well leans into that kind of plan. If you get one that sits up, gets that bounce around head height, and the next one just scuttles through. Got to work with whatever this pitch can give you. Solidly in behind that one. Well evaded from Alex Lees. He went to duck initially and then he just swayed out the way. 18 overs of Surrey's Durham's innings complete. There's 10 overs left in the day's play. Maiden there from Jordan Clark. Yeah, just looking at this one again, you can perhaps see an element of that uneven bounce in play. That one didn't quite get up as high as the previous one that Lees was able to duck down below.
Well, a man with a roof terrace to envy. I do know actually that that block of flats that you can see, they all have access to that terrace. So it doesn't belong to just one flat. So if you see where a very well-built man is perched with his top off on the far right, we're a long way away from him now. He's perched up there, and then all the houses to the left and everyone in that block, or a lot of them, can access that roof terrace. I remember it's often sent around as someone in their 20s who's grown up in southwest London. Well fielded at backward point by Ryan Patel, saved a certain boundary.
Still just about in your 20s?
I've got 1 month and 4 days to go.
Lovely.
So look forward to it. So 5th day of the Oval Test match here against India.
What a celebration.
When it's 2-all and it's going down to the 5th and final session, just take a moment to think of the little guys. Patel in the game again. But no, Zoopla and all this kind of, when all your friends are looking at flats and you're kind of trying to find your dream place on whatever website, often that block of flats will find its way around. Links will be shared because you're scrolling through what looks like a very lovely flat, and all of a sudden it has an image of the Oval.
It'd be worth making friends with someone in one of those flats, purely because I'm sure they're nice people.
And also because they've got an even nicer garden.
I was about to say, wouldn't get anything out of it for me.
It's well fielded by Rory Burns, with his ever-present floppy atop his head. I didn't pay attention. I didn't have a look to see if he kept in the floppy last week or whether he was wearing a cap. I enjoyed if he had been wearing the floppy hat with the gloves on. Well bowled, and there is more of that slight uneven bounce that Katya's been referring to. And I must admit, I hadn't quite paid attention to the scoreboard, and seeing that sentence, or those two words and one number, trailed by 779, is a remarkable series of events.
Yeah, it's one you always double take, isn't it? You look back to it and think, well, I know that, but hang on. Actually, it is 779.
Ryan Patel's been a busy boy this over. His third lot of fielding and a second maiden in a row from Surrey. Durham 41 for 1 after 19 and 9 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, as much as we're double taking, it must be even more demoralising for Alex Lees and Will Rhodes to look up that scorecard and see it ticking down, but still, you know, the next milestone is to get it under 600, or 700, sorry, and you're still in the 600s.
I imagine in their mind they're not even looking at the number. In their mind they've got to bat for two days in a session. Runs are borderline irrelevant to them in this game. It's just, can you knuckle down and face as many deliveries as possible? It's a good ball from Clark, takes the inside half of Lees' bat.
Yeah, you hear batters talk about breaking it down a lot, so their first task will be to get to the end of play unbeaten. See off that first hour in the morning. Right, can we make it till lunch? Right, we've made it till lunch, let's regroup, let's have a bit of a break. Let's get ourselves back in. Just breaking it down into those little battles, and if you win enough of the little battles, getting through that first hour unscathed, then eventually you win the war. Ooh.
Well bowled again from Jordan Clark, who hit the deck on that occasion. He's limping away there. Had a bit of an uncomfortable landing. That ball again just took the inside half of Alex Lees' bat, thundered off his pad as well. We'll have a little look at the replay.
I think he just lost his footing in that dust there. Just didn't get the grip in his spikes.
Ball played into the offside, so 15 dot balls in a row here from Surrey.
It looks to be moving okay, Jordan Clark, maybe a little bit gingerly. He's just checking that area again. When you've got one of those that happens, you tend to be concerned about losing your faith that the surfaces that you're putting so much effort through in your front foot are going to hold you up.
Another dot ball, and I correct myself, it's far more than 15 dot balls in a row, because it was 3 maidens from before this over commenced. So there were 2 at the end of the 16th over. Clark bowled 2 dot balls to Lees. Then we had 3 consecutive maidens. Now we're 4 balls into this over, so we've got 24 dot balls in a row here. I wonder just how important it is for Durham to keep that scoreboard ticking, or if it is a case of just absorbing deliveries.
Yeah, I kind of think dot balls become irrelevant as well. I think when your task is batting time, it becomes far less about having scored for a while. Dot balls often bring pressure, the pressure of feeling that ball on bat, but I don't think these two will be overly concerned about that. They'll just be watching that clock tick down, watching the sun move further across the sky, watching the shadows lengthen. Every inch those shadows creep forward is less time that they've got to see out.
And another maiden is complete by Surrey. Jordan Clark finishes his over. Surrey have bowled 20 overs. There's 8 overs remaining in the day's play. The score is 41 for 1. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box, as I believe Yaz Rana and Jeremy Coney are going to replace myself, Katya Witney.
We'll have an exciting number for you coming up shortly. The official attendance from the ground today, helped by Schools Day, but once again at the Kia Oval in 2025. Slight misfield at mid-wicket from Sam Curran allows Rose to get through for a single. But once more in 2025, we are threatening to break the 21st century record here at the Kia Oval for crowd numbers across a 4-day county championship fixture. Tom Laws continuing from over the wicket to the left-handed lead. Not a cloud in the sky as we approach the close on day 2. 7.4 overs remaining. Jeremy Coney's alongside me, and he will be alongside me to the close. What have you made of the start to the Durham response? How have Surrey gone about things?
Well, we've seen Gay dismissed, haven't we? Just moving to the offside a little bit much. A leg slip was put in, and then he was bowled off, looked like the thigh pad. We've seen a chance put down. Got to hold your catches. At point of Law's bowling. Jordan Clark in that position. So that's now 21 wickets. And it looks, I don't know, we've got another 6 overs basically tonight. If no further wickets fall, has this worked? I think is a fair question.
Clipped into the leg side, and that is raced across the cut strips on Lees' leg side. He picks up a boundary. His 5th, moves on to 27.
So that would then leave 19 wickets, you know, to fall if Surrey are to win this match in 6 sessions. So you're talking about how many wickets have fallen so far, but then there's 3 per session, or over 3 per session. So that's the equation confronting Surrey.
And that'll be 4 more. This time full and outside. Lees is off stump. And that again races away to the boundary for 4 more. He moves into his 30s. Now, yes, the declaration was, to be honest, we were talking about it yesterday. It has been the focus of a lot of our conversation today. But I suppose in Surrey's defence, you look around the grounds and you look at the number of wickets that have been taken full stop in the County Championship this week. 13 wickets across the first 2 days at York, 13 wickets at Taunton, 9 wickets down in Southampton, and 12 wickets in Hove. We haven't seen a lot of wickets full stop. No side you'd say at the moment.
Is that for Surrey, or is that say that Surrey's job is going to be hard?
Well, I think it's been hard for everyone to take wickets.
Well, look, Surrey still have options. The one that occurs immediately to me is Sam Curran, the left armour. And if he can get a few overs where he can run not on the pitch, but close, you know, he's not deliberately getting well away from it either. It's legitimate and it's allowed, and the umpires will be there watching. But he runs close enough to it that it brings spinners into play, perhaps in the last 2 days. That is an option. And you only need to turn a couple of deliveries or get one to creep a little low for it to get into the batsmen's minds. So that's an option for them. They have 2 part-time spinners to try.
Yeah, been 5 left-handers in the Durham lineup too.
Yep. He swings the ball, doesn't he, Sam Curran?
Yeah, he does.
I'm interested then why he hasn't been given a crack with the new ball after 21 overs. I would have thought even just a little look, even for 3 overs, would be enough. You could ask him, say, come on, let's see if you can swing this. Because no one really has been able to do that yet. The odd one has crept a little low from Tom Laws.
Dropped again. Chance let down by Dom Sibley at second slip.
Dear, oh dear.
And it's come through at a catchable height to his right. Genuine edge from Will Rhodes. It came at him quickly. As Jeremy was saying a couple of moments ago, it's been so difficult to create wicket-taking opportunities so far this week. So you've got to cling on to anyone that does come to you. And Jeremy, that's a catchable chance for Sibley.
Well, it's a very comfortable height, just above waist high. 2 hands. He didn't get the head behind it. As soon as you move your head away from the line of the catch, the percentage drops quite dramatically. It surprised him. It surprised him with pace. He was taking it sort of beside himself when it was very much just a move across. Get your head in line with it and take it in front of you.
Is a slip fielder?
Whether that's tiredness, because he's batted for virtually 5 sessions. I don't know. And whether he should, if he's a normal slipper, you've got to hold those ones. I have to say that. He's done some really good things in this game, but that's not one of them. They really need to hold their catches. That's now 22 wickets they have to take. Rhodes has done quite well, really, of the number of overs he's bowled today. And then coming in at number 3, and he's faced nearly 10 overs now, nearly 60 balls. So he's actually doing a good job. And those Northeast men, they're not, they kept the Vikings at bay for years, and the Scots. So, that's, they're not going to be easy. You don't give them 2 and 3 innings.
From a technical point of view in the slips, how different is it when an edge comes from a defensive shot to one like the one that we just saw there, where Rhodes put a bit of energy into the shot? He tried to cut the ball through point, putting energy behind it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing is that you are always, as a slipper, I mean, that's beaten him with pace, really, hasn't it? And it's just hurried him up completely. And so in the end, he's kind of lucky he's got a hand to it. He's got mainly one hand to it and tried to grab with the other hand as well, but not 2 together in the unit. See, he said, for a couple of things about him I'd like to mention. It's the end of the over, and for a start, he separates what I call the unit. The unit is 2 hands together. That was a 2-handed catch. Within the compass of your body, really. Just had to move slightly across to his left. So why separate them and put them on your knees? Comfort is probably the answer. It also, as soon as you put your hands on the knees, you drive the weight down onto your heels more. Slip catching is about doing an athletic movement quickly. You don't get many chances, so you've also got a little switch to operate when to concentrate and when not to. But forcing, your knees and getting a weight onto your heels, you've got to be ready to move. And that means you're like a dancer, you're like a boxer, on the balls of your feet. And so it's a slightly it's an uncomfortable sort of position to take. What do you think? I've got a new hip, because I fielded second slip for years, and going down low and being ready, it's always easier to come up than it is to go down.
We have a change of bowler and a change of pace too for Surrey. Will Jacks into the attack for the first time today. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your sustainability journey. Interesting to see how Jacks goes. 2 left-handers at the crease. His off-spin will turn away from the left-hander. A couple of catches in position. The skipper, Rory Burns, in at first slip, and it looks like that's Ryan Patel under the lid at short leg. And Sibley too at a catching short extra cover.
Important he finds a pace. If he can get any turn, that's a real bonus. But he's also got to get the flight and the pace at which to bowl on this surface.
There was a little bit written about Will Jacks' off-spin actually during the IPL. ESPN Cricinfo's Matt Roller noted how off-spin really is becoming increasingly unfashionable in T20 cricket, in IPL cricket. There are very few of them around. But Jacks is a little bit different to the modern off-spinner in that he really does toss it up and he really does try to turn it. And he had some success for Mumbai Indians although playing as an all-rounder, actually often having more success with the ball than the bat. And he does give it a little bit more air than most finger spinners that you do see in the professional game at the moment.
Yeah, well, the first thing that you notice that he gets quite wide on the return crease and just outside it, actually, with the front foot. That's okay, he can do that, but not with the back foot. Means he creates an angle. If anything, I'd like to see the hips move a little bit more. You often see with spinners, they bowl through their hips. So you can see them really turn and working hard with the whole body, not just an arm action. He's more of an arm action bowler, it seems to me. But you're right, he does get some flight in the ball. And that if he's got the fingers working nicely with the revolutions on that ball as well, it'll then drop. And he can then start to play with the length of the ball and deceive batsmen. Where is it going to pitch? And you find batsmen pushing at the ball at the last moment because it's fallen quite steeply, or more steeply than they anticipated. And therefore it's shorter.
Come through for a quick single, shy at the keeper's end, but they get through relatively comfortably in the end. Are there common traits that you see among spinners who generally have a lot of success in England in particular?
I see them everywhere. They generally, people who, you mean without using the hips, is that what you're saying?
No, more general, just finger spinners who have success in England. What is it about them that enables them to have success?
England tend to be a bit like New Zealand spinners in the sense that they get the ball up and down. So they want to be able to do what, say, Nathan Lyon does very well. What Nathan Lyon does, of course, is he puts so much work on the ball that it does dip, and then he gets a lot of bounce as well. Harder pitches, of course. So, but that's the kind of style of bowling you see quite often in New Zealand and England. And that's fine, absolutely fine. The current selectors have tended to go for height, haven't they? They've got, and someone who more drives the ball into, although, he gets the ball up in the air as well. He's a young bowler too. He's working hard on becoming the best he can be. So we'll keep an eye on Jax to see just if he can. I think the other thing is that short stride at after the gather, to go into a short leading stride so that you get your arm, it catches up with your head, and you can then get more on the ball rather than leaving your arm behind you because you've got your last stride is too long. And you tend to then undercut the ball a little bit as well. But I don't think Jax is doing that. Just a change of field here, man coming in on square for a catch.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence.
Sort of 10 paces, would you say, from the pitch?
Yeah, in a much shorter than usual point position. What do you think he's there for? What particular?
Well, he's punching it, I would say.
Left alone, but good carry through to Josh Blake. I keep having to mentally ensure that I say Blake rather than Folkes when the ball goes through to the keeper. So used to seeing Ben Folkes behind the stumps for Surrey. Bit of news for you today. So the attendance here at the Kia Oval today was 7,811. So across the first 2 days, we've seen. Well, it's not my job, and I'm grateful that it's not my job.
We know that's.
But we know that is legit. It means that we've had 13,172 through the gates across the first 2 days. So we need 1,810 across days 3, and if we get there day 4, who knows, you never know, to break the 21st century record for attendance across a charity championship game here at the Kia Oval. So be part of history, and if you can, get down to the ground on either Tuesday or Wednesday and be part of that.
History, haven't we, today?
It's a day full of history.
Yeah.
A day full of history.
Mm-hmm.
Left alone again by Rhodes. At the end of the 24th over, Durham 54 for 1. 4 overs remaining in the day. Reminder as well, if you live or work nearby the ground, it's free after tea. So if you can, pop in after work.
Get the click.
Completely free.
Click as you come in, add another one.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Now let's see this last stride.
Jax has become a more prominent bowler over the last few years, predominantly a batter in his younger days, and it was in Surrey's first title win in this streak. Tossed up a bit more, but down the leg side, and Rory Burns got some work to do to haul the ball back in. They'll come back for 3. Jax was effectively Surrey's lead spinner in their title win in 2022. Surrey not fielding a specialist spinner. Jax did a really good job for someone who hadn't done it before, really, in first-class cricket. Yes, sure, he'd bowled, but he hadn't been the main spinner. And he impressed enough that he earned a call-up as an all-rounder for that England tour of Pakistan at the end of 22 and picked up a 6-for on debut in that famous win in Rawalpindi. England started things off by scoring 500 runs on the first day. He's not played a test match since that tour.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, that he's... The placement of the feet, the last 2 strides, he's sort of aiming out as if he's going to be aiming out towards second, third slip, isn't it? If you just see him, and therefore he leans slightly as well on delivery. And there's a sense of him having to do that to get back to bowl at the stumps. He's probably always done that. That's just his own and unique style. I'd like to see him getting over that front foot just a tad more.
So you want those feet to be pointing...
A bit more aligned, a wee bit more aligned.
More slip than backward point.
He's aiming it right out, isn't he? That front foot, he's outside, as I say, outside the return crease.
3 overs remaining in the day. One thing Jax's spell has done is meant that we are racing towards the close. We have another change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. It's spin from both ends. Dan Lawrence into the attack for the first time in the game. So 2 off-spinning all-rounders operating in tandem.
2 left-handers.
And we've got a leg slip in as well. He's got a wicket already this season to a left-hander with a leg slip. Nick Gubbins in the Hampshire game, just getting one to slide along with the arm. Yeah, that leg slip position, he was bowling to a left-hander as an off-spinner with no slip but a leg slip. Had us baffled in the commentary box, but then they got a wicket with that plan straight away. So
never questioning it again.
Yeah, we think that it's because he gets more balls than a usual off-spinner to just go on with the arm. Balls from around the wicket that pitch on middle and leg, and the batter almost plays it on instinct and straight into the hands of leg slip. Lawrence, of course, with his own idiosyncratic action, throws his hands up to the heavens. Left alone, but not too far away from Rhodes' off stump. It's a tidy first over for Dan Lawrence. Just one run from it. Durham 58 for 1. 2 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, I think you'd call it a probing over, wouldn't you? It is an interesting. It's a long time since I've seen him bowl. It is an interesting action, but you don't have to worry about that. It's what actually comes out in the end. No turn at the moment. It's more sliding straight on, as we've found. All the spinners have found it hard to get anything to grip and actually change direction. That's where I think they may need a bit of help from the Currans of this world. And some more targets to aim at than they're actually, because the pitch really after 2 days and 96 times 2 number of overs bowled on this surface, you can't see a lot of footmarks.
Yeah, I wonder though that if the ball isn't turning too much, I think Lawrence against the left-handers is a real threat. Your ball will skid through.
Leg slip, or do you mean just sliding it on?
Well, we saw that the finer ball of that over, sure the batter leaves it, but it's pretty close to the off stump. Almost the danger is if the batter plays for a turn that is non-existent, and as you say, leg slip. We'll be interested to if he bowls it a little bit straighter.
See, because of that front foot placement of Jacks, means he's got to get a lot of turn, doesn't he? Because he's bowling it from quite wide out.
Oh, is that another chance? I don't think so from the reaction of the fielders.
Good to see another one of that, wouldn't it?
But at the very least, you might have some sign of turn, which will encourage the Surrey off-spinning duo.
Let's have a look and just see if that has slid on and taken an outside edge. Not conclusive.
I'm not sure.
No.
I'm not sure. I'm going by the fielders. I'm going to say no. Generally, when you see a drop catch, Rory Burns has a look at the pitch. Quick tap. I wonder, because he thinks that ball turned almost from nowhere. And maybe actually the ball flicked the keeper's gloves rather than the outside edge of the bat.
If we can slow it down, I don't know if we can, as it arrives near the bat. No, I think that's been missed, and I think it's gone turn. I mean, he's played at the expected line, and it's just turned beyond the edge.
Last over of the day from Dan Lawrence. That is an encouraging sign, though, for Will Jacks. Genuine turn.
Leg slip's gone to bat pad. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, just early signs of turn for Surrey.
Well, I think the other important thing about it is at the time that the spinners are actually on before the 30th over, then sort of mid-20s. So the ball is relatively new, and so there might be, it still should be fairly hard, and so there's bounce there. So catches in close will carry. And so that's why it's useful to have those leg slippers coming in now to support slip and bat pad on the onside. So he's probing away to Rhodes.
Yeah, Surrey on the attack here as we approach the close. Just 3 balls remaining. No one out on the leg side boundary. There's 1 man on the offside fence, 3 catches close around the bat.
We need the man with so many runs on the board on the boundary at point. Couldn't we have a man in close in there as well?
Can never be too careful, even with the lead of 762.
No, it isn't quite enough.
Still another 613 to avoid the follow-on.
Well, they've created 2 chances.
Rhodes gets off strike. 1 ball remaining in the day. His job is done. Over to you, skipper. Lawrence to Alex Lees. 3 men close around the bat. Big appeal for LBW. Not given. Not given. Lees and Rhodes get through to the close. That's struck well outside the line of off stump and probably turning away as well. But worth asking the question on a day that...
A good stride, isn't it?
Yes, a good stride as well. And it ends a day on which Surrey have once more scored lots and lots of runs. It's been a good day for the Surrey batters. First and foremost, though, it's a day for Dom Sibley, becoming Surrey's 6th triple century in the county championship, and a day where Surrey made history. 820 for 9 declared, their highest ever score for this club with the richest of histories. They made history today. Will Jacks, Dan Lawrence providing plenty of entertainment with the bat, both scoring hundreds. Dan Lawrence, career best score. Will Jacks, his 4th first-class 100. And Durham, at the end, had plenty of work to do. 28 overs to bat out before the close. Lost just 1 wicket, but Surrey will think could have been 3. 2 chances put down, 1 by Jordan Clark at backward point, 1 by Dom Sibley in the cordon. Wicket-taking opportunities have been few and far between over the first 2 days. And Surrey have made 3, but they've only taken 1. Jeremy, how do you see it at the end of day 2?
Well, obviously, the runs scored and the amount of runs and the speed at which they got those runs is important. I mean, you mentioned 820, but at over 5 runs and over. That's extraordinary, really. It says that the surface is a good one for batting, doesn't it? And it says that batsmen who are prepared to get in and then play their shots, there are lots of opportunities for them to score. So there was a sense that did Surrey bat on too long today and get such a big total? And for me, it was were they cooking? Trying to cook their opponents, and they were certainly oven baked, weren't they? There were lots of black sort of things in the roasting dish, and they were called, you know, the Durham men.
I think if we timed the speed at which Durham went from one over to the other and the speed that they were walking between overs, that was gradually going down across the day.
But the fact that they've managed to get through, the runs. Not quite so important. It was the wickets in this first session with the new Kookaburra ball, and the fact that they've managed to just lose 1. I think they'll be delighted in the Durham shed that that's the case. Yes, they are confronting a mountain, but at the same time, they've only lost 1 wicket, and they know that Surrey need in the next 6 sessions to get at least 3 per session, which no one has even looked like so far in these conditions, on a nice sky above you, and with batting it's possible to score runs clearly. So, and we know that the strike rate of the majority of the Durham men is actually higher than the Surrey men, so that they can score at a decent clip if they have to, if they can get in. And they get some confidence, and if they can do that in the first 2 or 3, it'll permeate, I think, through the others, that this can be done, this game can be saved. So it's poised. Whether Surrey are able, through their part-time spinners, to get some more work on the ball as this wicket may deteriorate. I'm hopeful of that, because I don't want to see it just stay flat and flat and flat. It shouldn't be like that. And so that's where I see Curran as being quite important. I see coming around the wicket as a right-hander bowler is quite important to the left-handers, is quite important as well. So there are some little targets for those spinners to get amongst. So I think there's lots of interest still in the game, because the rate at which, you know, Durham are scoring, it'll be suppressed, I think, because of the mountain, the size of it, and that'll give them a long time to keep men in around the bat and keep attacking men in for the catches. But you've got to hold them, and that's really all I can say. How the importance. Look at the way India lost after scoring 500s. 500s and you lose a match. That's pretty hard to do, but they did it. So really good, really good. So and it's certainly going to be of interest if you want to come along tomorrow.
Yeah, be part of a record-breaking crowd potentially tomorrow here at the Kia Oval. This is how it's set. Durham trail by 761 runs. Surrey on the hunt for early breakthroughs on day 3. Cheers for joining us today. We'll be back at 11 a.m. or just before 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.